I'll be here talking about opportunities in quantum and the future of computing. Okay, so if you take a look at this, right? So how much data are we generating? Okay, 2024, 147 zettabytes per year. I don't even know how many zeros a zettabyte has. That's a lot of data. And 90% of our world's data was generated in the last 2 years. And we're just starting, right? So look at the level of complexity from a data standpoint. And when I say data, it's not just text data, it's video, it's all these different types of sound, right? All of these different types of data. Gen AI, how much did that generate? Projected at 10% and growing. So we're going to have more Gen AI, right? So who here works in the AI space? Okay. Do you think 10% is a conservative number? That's a very conservative number, right? So we have a lot of data generation going on. Okay, so I'm not going to go through each one of these, but our existing systems, these are the things that we can't solve. There's a lot in here, right? I just kind of created a high-level extract of computational hard stuff within our industry, within the world that we just can't solve. Things like NP hard optimization problems, simulation problems, cryptography, security. These are very hard things. Combinatorial problems. We just have a lot of complexity. So with this unsolvable things or very extremely difficult to solve, with data being generated, right, with problem complexity, yeah, it's just the right kind of environment to do something in the compute space. Okay. Classical computing challenges. The easiest way I could explain this, people ask me, how come it takes so much classical compute to really make a dent in the AI space, right? So the easiest way I could say is, if you take a look at classical computing and AI, for example, AI, I look at it simply as a probabilistic problem, right? So it's all about probabilities and patterns and all that stuff. And if you take a look at our classical systems, it's made out of ones and zeros, which is more of a deterministic sequential system. So what you're doing is, you're brute forcing compute over to something that is not meant to solve, right? So that's why the amount of horsepower we need to do is just that. I'm going to look at this, right? This is where we're at from a classical compute standpoint. I'm just going to read through physical limitation. Our transistor size is getting so small that we can't hold those electrons anymore. Okay, Moore's law, right? We generate so much heat in our existing classical system. Our clock system on the clock speed has already plateaued. We just can't move that anymore, right? I'm going to look at some of let's take a look at the power energy constraints, energy efficiency, heat dissipation, power density. We have so much issues with our existing compute, okay? I'm not going to read through this because you might fall asleep. Okay, let's talk about the impact of AI. Okay, who here works in foundational models? Anyone? Okay. You guys know that there's over, if I add up 108, 28, 9, 4, close to 140, 150 foundational models out there? Okay, so there's a lot, and that's growing. And this is numbers from Stanford, for their 2024 report. That's a lot of foundational models. Okay. Take a look at how much money it takes to train an AI model. The Gemini Ultra, close to 200 million, and that's per version training. Each version to train costs about that much. If you take a look at GPT-4, okay, that's 78, and we're just increasing in number of parameters. We're increasing in complexity. That's a lot of money to waste, right? Okay, so for climate tech people, this is, I always say that if we ever solve our compute issues, we're actually saving the planet. Yep. Okay, Take a look at how much carbon emission we have in tons, right? So GPT-3 generated 500 tons of carbon, from a training standpoint, right? And here we are. We take a look at, if you look at the gray, at the purple, right? A car generates 63. My life will generate 18.08, right? Okay. Well, that's an American life. What is human life? Okay. I don't know what that means. Okay. And then even the airplanes, air travel is generating less, right? So, think of how big of an impact. That is like 500x, right? That's a lot of carbon to generate. Okay. This one I'll let you noodle on for a bit. This is the environmental impact for some of the selected models we have here. Okay, this is when they're over a year time frame, right? So in GPT-3, 2020, power consumption was 1,287 megawatts. Megawatts, that's like enough to power a small city. Okay, that's a lot of power, right? And people are saying, okay, well, why do we need more data centers? Yes, we have more data centers because of that. People are building more and more of that, and that means, we're impacting, global and climate change a lot more, right? And look at the CO2 generated, 502. 502 tons, right? That's a lot of carbon. And then the climate tech people are all happy about that. Oh, we have business because of what compute is doing, right? Okay, so here I want to go into a little bit more positive note. So what I did was I wanted to make a case of why, we need something beyond quantum. I love quantum and I support quantum, and quantum is always going to be there, right? And what I want to show you are the things that I've learned as a fund going across going across globally and looking at how things are developing in the space, okay, from a trend standpoint. Okay. Who doesn't know Sam Altman? Okay, this is his exact statement. Compute is going to be the currency of the future. Remember that whole thing is data is the next oil and all that stuff? Well, we have to have something for compute. Compute is going to be the currency of the future. That's a big statement, right? That's a huge statement. And why? So here's my definition of what future of computing is all about, okay? And quantum is smack in this space. It's really all about new computing architectures, things that we probably haven't seen before, but probably have read in a lot of math and physics book, right? Innovation in the data and information processing space. Can I ask here, who are good database people here? Who knows that? Okay, has there been any innovation in the database area? Okay, there you go, right? So I think there are a lot of things. Why I'm sharing this in my observation with you is because hopefully some of you will say, oh gosh, yeah, that's right. Maybe I should start a company out of this thing, right? Another one is energy efficient computing and exponential performance. And I'll share some of the stories I have on these as well. And then the last piece is really the next generation of hardware, software, and devices. I just want to mention a few things here on computer architectures. Quantum computing definitely has a growing market size. Photonics computing. Who's heard of photonics? Okay, good. It's just the use of light, right? Okay, that's growing. That's going on again, right? It's also considered optical, and it's also considered quantum. AI, cognitive neuromorphic computing. There's a lot of stuff going on there because there's so much AI going on. Edge fog computing. I've never heard of fog computing until like 3 years ago. Okay, I said, fog computing, that feels like my brain all the time. I'm in a fog, right? So I'm doing that now. I'm in a fog computing, right? Fabric computing. I'm just naming out a few here. I could name more, like thermodynamic computing, reversible computing, right? There's a lot out there. And then the one that's one of my favorite that is really emerging, it's called biological computing. And if you take a look at the market size, I'm not going to read it to you. It's a huge market size. And what I'm trying to say here is, if you guys are looking at quantum, you might as well look at the potential opportunities in all these next generation computing space. And the reason I say that is because whatever builds a quantum computer also builds a lot of the technology for these next generation compute, right? So if you're thinking, oh, maybe I need to create the next quantum sensor, well, you know what? Maybe it's not a leap far to go into a biological sensor. Maybe not, right? Is it a leap far to create a fabric sensor? I don't know. I'm just putting words together here, but you could imagine that there could be that potential. Okay, the metrics that matter. Next gen computing market size is 515 billion by 2030. 21.4 CAGR, right? Huge. Semiconductors, 1.3 trillion. And that's just existing semiconductors, not even the next generation computing semiconductors. Okay, here's the scenario of why you need to do this now and create your companies now. The demand for computing has been quite a bit, right? The innovation in computing has been not there. What's being innovated? AI is being innovated a lot. Okay, and the issue with that is AI is pushing everything else. So we have definitely exponential data and content growth, massive adoption of AI, problem complexity. Oh, the one that I like the most is this one, significant government funding and support. In the quantum space alone, we have about 40 different countries that have national quantum strategic initiatives. So even Thailand, okay? Even Thailand, even the Philippines have a small budget, right? So the countries know that this is a major importance. And then the big thing that countries care about are two things. One is building a global supply chain. It's a bit of a race right now. There's so much opportunities there on the semiconductor side. And then the other one is what we call in the area of workforce and economic development efforts for their own country. Okay? And then the things that normally people forget is whenever you're dealing with new things, you're actually creating new categories of technologies and products, which creates new and emerging markets that I don't even know how to predict. Okay, so those are very huge opportunities that you have in this space. And then right now, it's like innovation is so easy now. I was just talking to a group of my friends here in the quantum space, and I told them, I'm trying to get a quantum computer design to be open source. Okay, so I think if people want to kind of talk to me about that, I'd be happy to tell you all that stuff that's going on there. Here are the opportunities. You guys are familiar with Silicon Valley? Okay, we need more than silicon. Okay, we need other stuff, right? So if you say Miami can become the center of biological computing because you have healthcare and life sciences here, why not? Right? So it's the same thing all over again. Let's create the next generation of Silicon Valleys somewhere else. Okay. Hardware, computer, and devices are always opportunities. Chips, sensors, and semiconductors, electronics are all opportunities. Of course, the software and the application side. And the one that a lot of people normally forget is this new and advanced material space. Okay, we have a lot of countries that have resources in the critical minerals area that they could mine and process, and that in itself is going to be a big deal. And those are just existing elements, minerals, but in the world of future of computing and quantum, there are new materials that needs to get developed and put together to kind of increase a whole bunch of stuff, to work with your chip, to work with your semiconductors. That area is an area that even from a venture capital perspective is still a little premature and immature, right? Okay, you guys have seen this. You guys have seen this diagram before from QEDC, the Quantum Economic Development Consortium. Why I wanted to show that diagram, this is the quantum technology stack. Okay, and it's important for me to show you because it's a rich area. If you take a look at that and say, let me remove quantum, opportunities in the compute stack, right? So quantum, I need people to start building in each of the layers. And these are opportunities. These are all opportunities. Okay? So things like, okay, maybe somebody wants to create a cryogenics CMOS here. Somebody wants to create maybe a new way of doing qubits. Somebody wants to create distributed computing, secure communication, sensing. So you could see the entire stack laid out for you. It's very similar for a lot of the compute. And I'll give you a few examples of what's going on, from an ecosystem standpoint. Of course, NVIDIA, I think that's even busted out now, right? So TSMC getting 11.6 billion in US grants. Okay, Intel receives 8.5 billion in direct funding as part of CHIPS Act. India, okay, injects 15 billion into semiconductors. So you can see how, from a global standpoint, it is a bit of a race, right? U.S. awards 1.5 billion to global foundries, semiconductor production. Okay, and then I just wanted to show a photonics computing company hitting a 1.2 billion valuation as well. And that's owned by Microsoft now, or partnered by Microsoft. Okay, I wish I kind of posted my picture here of, I just needed to show off a bit and say, hey, look, I'm in front of the Argonne lab and they have 5 quantum computers, right? So this is just a picture of the IBM Quantum, right? So you guys can recognize what that is, right? You guys have seen like this, it's really a dilution, just to get the chip cold enough to function. I'm going to show you a different picture and you guys tell me what kind of computer it is, okay? What kind of computer is that? Yeah, this is a company called Light Matter, and they just received 500 million in funding, and they're building optical and photonic computing. Okay, that's their chip. Okay, this one, if somebody gets this one, man, maybe I'll give you free something on Starbucks, whatever. Any clue? I need someone to guess. Fog? No, fabric? Okay, good. Fog, fabric. Who else? Okay, biological? Gate-based computer? Who else? Oh, this is like that looking at a microscope. Yeah, probably more. Yeah.
A superconducting?
Superconducting. Well, somebody guessed it right. It's basically a biological computer. Yes, you get a $10 Starbucks. So what I wanted to show you is this is a live shot of a biological computer being looked at under a microscope. And what this biological computer is you have neuron cells that were grown out of stem cells that created what we call mini brain organoids, right? And these mini brain organoids were connected to a chip, and the chip is connected via chemical signal processing and electronic signal processing. And they're teaching the brain cells to compute. It couldn't get any quantum than that, right? That is probably the most quantum efficient computing machine. And 3 companies already working on that across the globe. Okay. So, huh? I can tell you later. So, as a wrap up, I just want to make sure that I hope this talk inspires you, inspires the community, right, from wherever you're from, right, to build the next Silicon Valley. And hopefully it's not Silicon because Silicon has some limitations there. Who will succeed in building the next, and more next Silicon Valley? Thank you. Okay. If you guys need to reach me, here's my contact info.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give another round of applause for Nardo.
Okay.
I know I learned something new today. Who learned something new about quantum computing today? Amazing.
Yeah,
Amazing. All these hands. Love it. And so we're going to be moving forward now with panel one. So panel one is going to be on shaping the future of education for quantum computing. And this is going to be moderated by Yara, and we'll be having a few other panelists as well. Dr. Pedro Acosta, Dr. Haidar, and Katrina as well. Yes. And so we'll go ahead and get you started coming up soon. And before that, I just want to say a special shout out to thank you so much, Nardo.
Sure,
Really
welcome.
appreciate you coming all the way to Miami and really helping us make Miami a future tech hub of the world. So thank you very much. And I learned a lot, and thank you. I just want to say that.
Welcome.
Just to let's move forward. So we'll go ahead and get the chairs up for all of you, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Oh.
Yeah, and as we get set up, I just want to give a few special shout outs. I want to say thank you to Noel Jackson. We actually did our very first, GPTuesdays over here at the Hub. So I want to say very much thank you. Really made all of this possible and where we are now. She gave us this space for over a year we were doing it here. And so I just want to give a really good special shout out. So we're happy to do our summit here as a special thank you. And as a kind of origin story as well. I also want to give a special thank you to Dr. Pedro Acosta as well for allowing us to use the AI Center at United College and really
Oh, hey. Yeah, I know. I remember.
This is one of our Haitian quantum experts.
Oh, yeah, I know him.
Yeah.
We know each other from
Oh.
LinkedIn.
Yeah. I could always. Yeah.
Awesome. Great.
Yeah. How's everything going on your end?
This is going well,
Yeah.
very well. Yeah, I didn't know you. Well, I did know you were going to be here. That's one of the reasons why I came. I wanted to say,
Okay. Are you from Miami?
Extensive resumes. So actually,
Okay.
Arab Emirates, people already knew them. They've been there
Okay.
as speakers and stuff, so they're internationally recognized. So I want them to,
Yeah,
talk
that's what
about
I'm saying, is,
themselves.
like sometimes a lot of people just get.
So
focused
hello
on
everyone.
one, but
Thank you very
what-
much,
what
Yara.
really
Thank you,
apply
Grant, for
on
this
is
invitation.
next-gen compute.
I am really honored to be here. Thank you, Henrik, also for all the support on the LinkedIn.
Yeah, I just wanted
Thank
to-
you
yeah,
also
I
for the
hope you got
speak,
some
Nardo.
value.
It was really very interesting. In fact, so I will introduce myself first. I am Mohammed Haidar. I'm Franco-Lebanese, and I came from Lebanon originally. I am a senior researcher in quantum computing technology in Paris. And I did a PhD in quantum physics at Laboratoire Kessler-Russell at Sorbonne University in Paris, and a postdoc for 3 years of experience in quantum computing for material science and CO2 capture. So I'm very happy here to start the panel in the shaping of the quantum education for the future. And second thing, I will present an individual session about the open source OpenVQE, which I created during my postdoc. It's going to be explaining how can we use the OpenVQE, the tools to let the learners and the passionates how to learn and how to be able to understand how to program quantum computing. I think OpenVQE, which I created, it's really very interesting to start. And I think also it's really published and in a publication Wiley that can be really very interesting for you to read the article, which I'm gonna show you in detail in the in the next session. Also, I'm gonna also present another session, individual session about quantum computing applications, why the quantum computing is really useful, and how we can apply it in the real life applications. And that's why I'm gonna explain to you in the next session about that individual session. So I move now to the
Hi everyone, I'm Shadab and I co-founded Quantum Computing India community back in 2019. So 2019 was a time when all the hype around quantum was getting built globally, and then IBM came up with Qiskit and they started with their educational program, and that's how even I was introduced to quantum for the first time through one of the meetups. And then that time itself I thought like why not to build a community where I can bring the people from different backgrounds, be it art, science, or like some other background, where people can come together, learn from each other, collaborate together, and work on some projects, so that whatever we need to do or like evangelize about the quantum, that can be done through the community, right? So that's how the Quantum Computing India community got started. And more about me, I have like around 8 years of work experience in AI and Gen AI. And I've also co-authored a book on financial modeling using quantum computing, working on my second book on Azure Quantum Development Kit. And I work with researchers from different institutes on like quantum or AI side. So current engagement is more of like how we can make use of quantum neural networks for medical image diagnosis. And apart from that, I also collaborate with other organizations like Womanium and Open Quantum Institute, which is incubated by CERN nowadays, to support them or contribute in terms of like educational events or in terms of hackathons, whatever we can do in the field of quantum to evangelize and establish quantum ecosystem more appropriately, not just for the developed countries, even for the developing countries. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Great.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me well? I hope not. Okay, great. I hope so. So Kevin Robinson here. I can say have a love for quantum. I studied physics for undergrad and graduate school, and also studied nanotechnology. And I can't even explain how happy I was to look at a job description, and to see that people actually wanted someone with a physics degree in tech. It's quantum computing is like the only tech sector that cares if you have a physics degree, other than academia, which I definitely didn't want to be a professor, and or just industry and work at a lab, and I am too social to work at a lab. So I am so excited to finally have a sector where I get to be the equal sign. I love being that just in life in general, where you get to speak to the industry experts and also have the academia skill set, and just really just still, the skill set just comes from having a love from science, having a love for science. So I like being that. I work very closely with Dr. Santos. We always say Pedro for president. We work closely at Miami-Dade College. I'm one of the project managers for emerging tech for Miami-Dade College and quantum computing AI. We once again, we built the equal sign, so we're the equal sign. So a lot of the companies that come here, when the Microsoft, the Googles, the IBM, Pedro just closed OpenAI last week. He's going to be having an event with OpenAI a little bit later on today, this evening at Miami-Dade College. Our goal is for those companies to come here and really work with and employ the South Florida region, and just work with the students here. And if when they come here, a lot of times they don't really know where to go. And so we are the ones that speak to them and say, Miami-Dade College has excellent students. FIU has excellent students. Just even the community in general. So that's what we focus on. But right now in the quantum space, I am definitely building a quantum education program. So I'm working on that as well. I'm building that. I plan on launching that soon. And I want to partner with some of us here, Nardo in particular, everyone here, and just to really build that quantum computing leg here, especially in hardware. That's like my love right now. Thank you all so much, and I look forward to collaborating with you all. All right.
So good morning, everyone. Pedro Santos. Thank you, Grant and Yara, for putting this event together and the others. So my goal for this conversation and beyond, going back to Nardo's presentation, is we need more people than the people that are in this room. We need people that knows about quantum, similar to the ones that took the step in AI.
Yeah.
3 years ago, nobody knew about AI. Nobody wanted to talk about AI except few. Few that probably are in this room that they were using AI for the last 10 years. Those few now they're in the advanced wave of leading those that came out and talk about AI. Quantum is going to be very similar. I don't want to predict, but it's going to be something quite similar to what happened with AI. Now, in the educational area, which is my role, we are noticing something that Nado again mentioned in his keynote. We want to create the ecosystem. We wanted to create and bring companies. They need workforce. They don't need PhDs. We have it already. Those are the people that are going to be writing the concepts, but we need the people that are going to be in the field working and doing that computing, putting the things together, putting the logic, putting the thing. And that's a way that we, as an institution, but beyond Miami-Dade, as a community, we wanted to support. Last week, we had an event in where we bring someone from IBM and probably is well known in this community, which is Robert Laredo. So he came, he was talking about it, and the question always goes back to workforce development, how we can support the creation of jobs and how we can partner with companies to let them know how or which are the jobs that they need so we can create. We have the willingness, we have the support of the institutions, the county, everyone, you name it, but we need your support and we need to know what is that you need so we can create together. Before going to the panel today, I was getting ready for the discussion. And I was, why not? GPTing some information about what is going on at the college level. Just 3 colleges in the United States offer something related to quantum. Universities, close to 50. Colleges, 3. Let me give you something. Let me give you information. Universities, they produce people that goes to manager position, executive position, researchers. Do you know in the States who produces workforce? Colleges. So we need to invert that equation and we need to fuel something to the colleges related to quantum, similar to what happened with the AI guys. And I can talk more about it, but that's my goal. My goal is to learn from you, but also to provide you some feedback on how we, as an institution, are providing that support with AI. And soon enough, we are going to be doing something similar with quantum, with the help of everyone in this room. It's not about one person doing it. It's about we all together creating more spaces like this, creating more spaces like the one that, again, Grant and Jara are creating with the GPTs and Larissa. So how we can bring community together, not for the benefit of one, but for the benefit of us. Forget about Silicon Valley. We can do whatever we want because nobody's saying no to us. From the mayor of the county, not the city, then the city and people in the community that wants to invest money in Miami. But we are the ones that have to decide if we want to do the same or if we want to go to the beach. My recommendation, let's do something. So let's start from there.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, this room and this discussion is all about global collaboration. So yeah, I have a quantum finance certificate thanks to Quantum Computing India. And so I have opportunities to teach with that certification. Oh, shout out to Parquito supporting the quantum education initiatives that we want in Haiti. So when I first moved here, he was enthusiastic. So yeah, and we also have there's somebody from IBM who is in our community at Quantum Computing India. So this shows how global collaboration is always taking place in this room. So thank you everyone for introducing yourselves. And so we're shaping the future of quantum education. And what does it mean for you in quantum education? How do you see the growth nowadays in the world in quantum education? So how would you define quantum education and how do you see the growth for it?
Okay, thank you for this question. For me, I see that quantum education is the process how the individual, specific individuals are able to learn and work in the quantum technology and its perspective. So these individuals can be educators, monitors, doctors, as Pedro said, can be researchers who are able to deliver lectures and to let people to monitor them in order to understand the basic of the quantum computing. However, there are also learners and passionates like you guys here. You would like to learn about quantum computing and you are passionate how to use it. So this is the way how I can describe the prospect of quantum computation in two categories, learners and teachers, in fact. And in the same way, with both of them, they have to follow the future and making it better. How? Because the educators have to find the best way and high quality of videos, sessions in order to teach the students. And the students have always to, and of course the learners, have to reach to the educators because they can give them a lot of mentorship. This is the first question. Do you have something else or?
Yeah, just
Okay,
yes.
so I pass it to Hussein.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, whoever.
thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mohammed, for adding up for quantum education. So, like on top of that, I can add a few more points. So everyone wants to learn, right? Whenever a new technology emerges, people who are curious, they want to tap in, like what exactly that technology is. The same is happening right now for quantum. In past, we have seen that happening for AI, and before that for other technology, like when the web technologies were launched. And whenever the new technology gets launched, we faced a lot of challenge, not just in terms of educating people, but how to educate. Because initially, when we start teaching people, we think that a person need to learn each and everything. So if someone is going to get started in quantum computing, and if we show them that you need to learn the whole physics and quantum mechanics, they will run away from there itself, right? So how we can think and segregate the courses in such a way that we abstract the complexities based on the sort of like user groups, like what exactly they are going to work on and focus on. And based on that, we create sort of like curated course path for them. For example, in case of AI, doctors doesn't need to know to code AI, right? They just need to know how to use AI. Same we can imagine for quantum also in future, how we can make people from industry or academia or even students or curious people who want to explore or feel the power of quantum computers, what exactly it can do for them. So those kind of tools companies are building. There are few no code and low code tools, but still when it comes to the education, it's lacking a lot. So we need to think in that direction where we segregate the courses in such a way that we don't teach everyone the technical complexities, uh, but instead we focus on the use cases as well when we are teaching to different groups. And based on that, when we try to evangelize about the quantum and its related applications, people will be able to like relate more and will be able to realize exactly how they can make use of it. So yeah, that's from my side.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay, so when I think about quantum education, it's kind of sectored off. So number one, the students that you're going to be able to get easy are the physics students. This is what they're doing. They're studying linear algebra. They're studying quantum mechanics, and honestly, I have a heart for them because piece of me, I want them to have first dibs to this opportunity because they're studying 20 hours a day. They have no life, and it's very complicated. So I always think start with those students first. They're already studying it, and then see where they can go in those use cases because a lot of times those are going to be the ones that once you get them trained, then you can now funnel them out, and then they can work with everyone else. Because quantum is difficult. You only understand it mathematically. You will not understand quantum logically. You will get entanglement, you can get superposition, you can get interference, you can get those concepts, but truthfully, you understand quantum mechanics or just quantum in general through mathematics. So you have to have some kind of familiarity with linear algebra, with matrix multiplications, tensor. You have to just kind of have an idea of how it goes. And then you also have to know Python. So a lot of, if you're doing any type of simulation, you have to know some level of code. Thank goodness we do have Watson, we do have OpenAI, we have these GPTs that can help us with the coding, but you do have to have an understanding of coding, and then you also, most importantly, have to have the understanding of the logic and just the science behind it. So when you hear the word ansatz, like I don't know, when you hear all of these things when you're compiling and it's a transpiler and error correction and optimization, you still need to know those technical terms. So the first thing I would say is the academia institutions are already doing it, and then like you said for MDC, Miami-Dade College, this is where I love the point that you're making. Once we know where they want to go, because you have hardware and software. I'm a hardware guy. Most of the investments are going to that, and you need the hardware to improve so then we can actually run the simulators, right? The simulations. So from there, you can, know what sector or what position for each one of them to go into. And then, like you said, then you can kind of funnel them out. But who's going to teach them? It's going to have to be the ones that just love this quantum stuff, that actually have like the good people skills. So in my head, that's how I would design it.
And just to one final point, I think it's a combination of all of those comments
Yeah.
with a flavor, access. We can create this, really expensive, nobody's going to go to Miami. We can create that, which by the way, has been created. IBM, you go to the IBM website, you can learn. Now, in my mind, how we are going to be doing that 2025, because that's a goal that I have right now, is getting the access easier to anyone. If you go to an institution, let's talk about Miami-Dade because that's what I'm representing today. You want to study AI, you can do it for free. I want to have the same concept for quantum. You go, you can get a free course in quantum, introduction to quantum. If you want to talk more, then I connect you with the person that is going to do it. I don't want to scare anyone that doesn't know anything about physics into getting to quantum. Why? When we run the demographics about who is studying right now AI, do you think that those are computer science engineers or masters? No, it's us. People in business that wanted to learn about quantum, AI, I'm sorry. I want to do the same for quantum with some flavors. For those that wanted to get in deep, I introduced them to Kevin. For those that wanted to get just want to know, I introduced to him. Why? We had to create those levels. Entry level, mid level, and the high levels. Probably those are the ones that have masters in physics. They go to work for NADU. But the ones that wanted to just know about it, because there will be positions that are going to be open in any company and needs to know about quantum, the basics, to talk to the CEO, to talk to the CFO. If you have those skills, my friend, you're going places. Similar to AI. I'm using that analogy, but then access to those educational opportunities that we're creating. If you go to the internet, you can get a quantum certificate from IBM and others. And I'm using IBM because it's the one that is more accessible to anyone. But how we can curate that content, have someone such as Kevin behind that content and connecting with the students, connecting with the community, and breaking down that barrier of I don't belong to quantum because, guys, again, 3 years ago, nobody thought that you belong to AI. And today, if you go to any party, if you go to any meeting, everyone knows about AI. And then you ask, no, I've been doing GPTs. I said, what are you doing? You use the tool. There are some that knows what is behind the tool. I want to do the same with quantum. Use it. Let's create and provide access to those that wanted to do it. So that's the way that I foresee coming quantum education is providing opportunity for those that want but don't know how. And we are in this room here to create those opportunities. That's the way that I do.
Yes, and that's why we need all of you here because in this conversation, I've had different thoughts. So, for example, studying 20 hours, I moved from Chicago, right? And the rent keeps getting higher. Chicago, Miami, there's people working 3 jobs to survive. So that's where we need, everybody in this room with your talents, including if you have a financial background, economic background, because there's going to be people who, because of economical reasons, they're working 2 jobs and they want to get involved in quantum. And we have 2 of participants in key people in the Space Kids India International Space Mission here with me. So Space Kids India and Quantum Computing India, what I've really admired is that they really give an opportunity to people who want to chase after different technical skills, and they target people from disadvantaged backgrounds. So we've had people that have flunked classes in the school system. Maybe they came from rural villages in India where they're not at the same grade level as chronological age. So I actually went to Philippines and I met a 16-year-old in second grade, and he learned English very fast, very bright person. And so we really want to give as much access and opportunity as possible. I also studied gifted education at Johns Hopkins, and I would study different education systems around the world, how we do gifted education. And so I know there's similarities. For example, with we have a participant from Israel. Israel has been very big in different ways of educating people, including with neurodiversity, people with disabilities. And Quantum Computing India and Romania, what I've seen is they accept people from around the world, even if they don't have a background in algebra. And you'll see people that they barely have internet access, but the little internet access they have, they will go and, okay, I'm going to learn algebra online. And so that's the thing. We're all about opportunity, but the thing is, economics plays a role, and so we need all of your contributions here, and I really value everybody here giving their perspective on that. Actually, the person I met from Libya, he sleeps sometimes 2 hours a day, and he's taught quantum without electricity, and he came to Quantum Fest and was a great teacher. So having teachers from different backgrounds, representation is really important. Okay, so the second question is, how do we address the talent gap in the quantum industry? So, yeah, that's
One, in a sense, we did. The talent gap would be for me. I'm gonna go for the low hanging fruit, so I'm naturally just gonna go for the physics students just because I'm partial. But then you touched on it perfect. You have to. It's all levels. Everyone is included. I say the same thing about AI. Like I love to hear conversations with people in AI now because, like you said before, it was just a thing. Just it wasn't even a thing. People like sometimes I don't even think people know the difference between machine learning and AI. Like it's still not fully grabbed. So I think we in a sense answered it in the last talk. If
No,
you all want to
no, I have one comment about the gap. Something related to the gap. Right now, I would love to hear from the expert in the room what are the positions available for quantum. And if everyone says to me research, we don't have any gap because we have universities full of people that are studying quantum. The question is use cases. How or what are the positions that are needed that we can fulfill and we can start creating the pipeline? Because that's the other thing. That's the flip coin on that conversation. If we don't have positions, I don't want to have anyone taking courses just for the sake of taking courses. Don't come to my institution because that costs all of us money. But if Nardo says to me, Pedro, this company have 100 positions that are entry level in quantum. Send me that curriculum and I do it tomorrow. But I don't want to do it tomorrow, creating false expectative for those people that want to take a course, a degree in quantum, and now what? I have to go back and work in McDonald's. No, I don't want to do that because that's creating a false optics in our community. So we won't be Silicon Valley, we will be the No Valley because we won't have anything. No, just to say. But now, filling up the gap, I will ask everyone, what is the gap? What are the positions that are available for in the quantum space that we can contribute to create that talent? So it's the opposite.
Yeah, maybe I will add a few points about that. I agree with you, Kevin and Pedro, about these points. I think also could be very interesting because I have an experience about OpenVQE package and open source, which I created. I think last few months I have had a lot of students came to approach me through LinkedIn or other resource and they told me we would like to know and to understand quantum. So in this way, I created a WhatsApp large community and I have a lot of contacts there. And we started each Sunday, Saturday to meet. weekly, and they started to learn because each one is presenting a small specific problem, which is a real problem, because they want to understand how to map the real problem into a quantum computing language, and this is the gap, I think. And through that, we started. Hussein is one of the members on that also, so we started to learn that, teach them, and to monitor them how it works. And then after each one, I was giving him a specific mission in chemistry, in material science, in biology, and so on. And we just went to articles because the articles are the best feature, as Pedro said, because they can give you the figure and you can understand it. So I was, because a doctor, I know how to analyze it. So they just need how to apply it, in fact. So I just bring them the tools and so on. And afterwards, they started to produce their own GitHub, and they start to say, we are happy because we are pushing out now our code outsource and so on. So they start to feel they are really talented and they are really more confident on themselves. And one of my students, he started to speak now in Washington with me in the 14th of December. We are going to speak about quantum computing for quantum chemistry. So I'm happy because I gave him the confidence on that. And this is nice. So I think this is one of the ways how it can help them. Second thing also about online platforms, because if you can try to tell them we have a hackathon, but at the end of the day you can get a certificate about that, so it can help them to be more confident on themselves. I don't know if you agree with me, but I think this is something could be practical. And also the government has to play a role how to support with the companies and with the academics, because they have to create programs that can be really very smart enough how to make workshop in a real life application in quantum computing, because they are just giving you money but you don't know how to use it. So we need educators like Kevin is mentioning here that can really help how to produce a nice program, for example here in the hub, how to attract all the people here to understand, for example, how we can solve the cancer problem, for example, using quantum computing. Everybody will come. But if you just tell him you have to make an abstract and Lie algebra and so on, he doesn't come because it's abstract, you know? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, almost everything has been covered, so I will just add up a few more points. Like those points are really very interesting. So if you look at the quantum also, right, it is like demand and supply, the talent gap. If we address, so if you have the demand but supply is not ready, then also you will be suffering from the loss. And if you have the supply but there is no demand, then also there is a loss, right? So there's a balancing act. We need to understand what is that balance which we need to come up with. Now there's a lot of educational program already going on, like one by the Womanium, and even the big companies like the Classic from Israel and IBM has its own QuizKit program, right? So they are sort of training the people, but after getting trained, even Classic has the hackathon also, like which is very interesting, where people, the learners build the project also at the end, and the same is done by Penny Lane hackathon as well. So they're focusing on the Penny Lane package. But the gap there is, if you see, people are learning, people are working on the project also, right? But what next after building the project?
Correct.
Are those ideas getting supported and incubated by government or by the companies? Do we have separate grants or funds for them to further encourage them so that they can really build and make like certain value out of it for the long run and not just for the learning purpose, right? So that is the gap which I see. And today morning when I was having the discussion with Nardu, so he's going to address that through the venture studio, I think. So those kind of concepts, like if people think of, right, what next after people have learned, what next after someone has built some project. Obviously, all the projects are not going to be of that level, which needs incubation and support. But if we can identify certain projects which can be sort of like established, that is like one of the things. And that problem is getting addressed by Womanium. Like so they are running the educational program. They combine quantum plus AI, because just quantum standalone cannot make like good impact in all the fields. There are certain areas where AI also needs to be combined, and it's all about the hybrid computing at the end. We can't just rely on quantum computing or just classical computing. So when Womanium ran this Quantum Plus AI program, they partnered with certain companies as well, where sort of they provided opportunities to the students to get mentored by the experts, and also getting them hired for internship position, or choosing some top-notch talents and getting them placed for work or contract-based projects as well. So if we can identify and build such type of ecosystem even more, like if we can foster that, then I think those talent gap will be automatically addressed, because people will get to know what exactly they are working on and where they need to head. further. Yep.
Yeah, and so we have Gary here in the audience, and so I studied gifted education at Johns Hopkins, and Gary and I were at a conference where we were around people from Department of Defense, the Pentagon, talking about how to upskill people in cybersecurity, and a lot of thought leaders were talking about how you have to start pretty early, and so like Kevin was saying with math, we have a lot of gaps here that start even before college, right? Starts with education, starts with the math education here. So I know during the pandemic, for example, I used global collaboration for my own son. So we used math systems from around the world. We have Vedic math in India. But yeah, I would also address that we have to also think about math. And since this is a global conference, we know from our Space Kids International Space Mission that like when we talk to people in Haiti, internet connectivity is an issue. Rural villages, we have someone from Thailand here. Um, when I would talk to people in different countries, including Haiti, they have to use Starlink. Sometimes the connection goes in and out. So there's different challenges like that because there are people who want to study physics, but they also have to have those basic math skills. And me coming from Chicago, I saw a lot of homelessness. And fortunately, you talk about math with statistics um, and probabilities. There are some people more at risk than others for not having the basic math skills who want to study physics and have that drive for it. So a gap here in the U.S., for example, would be different marginalized communities and former foster youth, the foster care system, students who are homeless. Sometimes their ability to study for 20 hours is cut short by different things. And then also, I would say having diversity in the education space. So I have a son that is mixed Jamaican, and he was in a school where he was the only one that was like him, and he had behavior completely misinterpreted. So I will say there's a lot of he likes to dance a lot, and someone didn't get it, and even in there's a concept in gift. There's documented cases in the United States of people being misdiagnosed where they're very gifted, but their behavior and stuff is like being misdiagnosed. So that's where we have to talk about neurodiversity and things like that, and start this conversation even before we get to college to ensure that when people get to college, they're very successful. Because in the U.S., there's a student loan issue, right? And I have friends from Inglewood and not in Miami, sorry, but like they went to college and they take out student loans, and then they don't have that math background, and then they're deep into student debt, and they can't just quit. They can't just quit college because they have all these student loans, and so then they're kind of like stuck, and they didn't have that math preparation. So that's a conversation we need to have to make sure people are ready before college. So they're, oh, you have a.
I just wanted to add to what Pedro said that I look on the internet if there were entry positions, and actually I found that they can start asynchronous working for Microsoft or Intel that have currently positions, but the roles that they're advertising are quantum materials engineers, quantum researchers, and quantum software engineers. So I think that as Zara said, um, everything starts also with education because what's first, the egg or the chicken? Because if we don't have people that can, fulfill those entry positions, they're not gonna, advertise them either. And I think that now that investing in quantum startups can maybe lead the
Sorry.
conversation.
Sorry. We Thank you so much, Patricia. So everyone, I will make sure to, if you registered and your email's there, we will make sure to share contact information to follow up. Important question. What are some personal advice to share as a panelist toward quantum education? Eh,
Okay, so maybe I start. So I would advise first for the students to stay focused and to try to be creative in a way how to approach uh, the guy who is creating the open source. They close to him because he can give them the confidence first and how to teach them because they need confidence, as I said before. This is very important. Second thing also is to be able to try to be engaged with communities and with workshops and with hackathons because this is very important for them. And also to start for a certain algorithm, for example, for a certain problem, step by step. Don't think themselves they are very big and they are going to show something very important. They have to be modest, starting a little by little, and then they can create a big project and they can publish it. So this is my experience I want to share for that. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Mohammed. And just to add to what Mohammed said, right? So the advice is not just for the students, but the advice is for everyone, based on like what roles they are going to play in that quantum education. So if you are a mentor or teacher, as a mentor or as a teacher, we need to focus on how easily we can explain those concepts to the students so that they can grasp, right? We don't always need to be too technically strong that the other person cannot even understand me what I'm saying or talking about. That's one thing. So, and we need to think of like what kind of innovative way we can bring in the teaching system so that it becomes easier for the learners to understand those concepts. Then there should be proper collaboration and partnership between industry and academia, because if there will be knowledge gap between industry and academia, or what academia is doing, it's not getting converted to the industry, or industry is not adapting the research on the faster pace, then also like whatever learners are like or students are learning, they will be falling back, because students will have two options, right, as a career. Either they can do the research in academia or they can work for some company. So either way, if they are not up to date what is happening on the either side, that will create a skill gap again for them. And government should think of also like allocating certain good grants for education system so that those grants can be a supportive backbone to create good quality content, not just the technical content. Like there are adaptive way of creating content, right? Which can, or gamification if they can bring in teaching content, which needs investment. Like a company cannot bootstrap by their own. So if there are certain grants which are being provided by the government, then those edtech companies can be supported, and it will also sort of like help the teachers and learners both. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so as far as education, if you have your phones ready, I can tell you some great YouTube channels to go to. Quantum is good. They just got a $500 million investment from Chicago. They're really good. Kiss Kid is really good. Their business fundamentals and business foundations. So if you want to get, let's say you want to start a venture or you want to start a company in quantum, that one is really good. After you finish, you actually get a cert. Every single thing that I'm recommending, I've actually taken it and got a certification in it. So like I can tell you for sure that one is good if you're into cryptography. IBM has another one. That one is good. Fundamentals of quantum, that one is good. On YouTube, Microsoft Research, they have some old videos, but they have this really, really, really good video that Microsoft has that really introduces you to quantum. It gets technical, but the way that he explains it, in my opinion, is probably it's better than some of the IBM videos. And I've literally probably seen every one of those IBM videos. World Science. This one was MIT. MTech has some good ones. The other one is called the World Science Festival. Yeah, well, that one is good. They have some really good talks. What I like about the World Science is it's really just kind of like a panel. He sits down with just a quantum expert, and they literally go down. A lot of times, even when you're dealing with hardware, okay, so you have they're building superconducting quantum computers, they're building photonic quantum computers, they're building trapped ion quantum computers. And then you need to know, like, each one of them are different. They all have their goods and bads and ebbs and flows of them. They kind of break those down, and then they go into the industry sector and just kind of how it's all kind of working and just the ecosystem and the different cities and countries and everything. That one is really good. Or you can also just follow me on LinkedIn. I'm literally always posting things about quantum education. My goal is to find resources that I know that you all could look at, and your head might spin a little bit, but my goal is for it to not spin as much. You know, we don't want to keep you in superposition. So if you want to follow me on LinkedIn, you absolutely can. I'm always posting things about quantum education. Thank y'all so much.
And just to close, I think that my advice is to do it. We can talk for 2 days. We can do 3 summits. We can meet next week. If we don't do something, we just lost our time. My recommendation for today is not to come here to learn, drink coffee, or have lunch. You can have it. My recommendation is to take an action. Meet someone that is going to help you. It can be Kevin, but it can be anyone. It doesn't have to be an expert. It can be a friend that you guys can go together and start studying together, but do it. If you don't do it, guys, you just lost your Tuesday.
Yep.
On the contrary, if you do it next time, you are going to have a background and information to create that conversation and to be part of a community. This is the first and very important point, which is we have to start from somewhere. It's today. Don't take it for granted. This is just a connection to what Yara, Grant, and others are doing. You have people in this room that are traveling the world just to be here. You have people in the room that have left out many things just to be in this room. Don't take it for granted because people are dedicating their time, which is the most valuable resources that we have, to be here. Guys, again, don't go to anywhere if you want to drink coffee. No, just be present, learn, apply, connect, and then beyond that, tomorrow, thinking what is that you're going to do. It can be related to education, but it's also related to you. Because if you think on Saturday, what happened to those that took a flight of 20 hours to be in Miami? Be respectful of those people and also respectful of your time. That's my recommendation beyond education. It's just a general one.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you.
Before I give the mic to, oh, you. Haha. Okay, can you show me?
Her person's name.
Have the panelists stand up for a
Where's,
picture.
yeah, where's the agenda? Oh, can the panelists have a picture? Can we have a picture? Sorry, before Pedro leaves? Did he leave? Oh. Hi.
Good to know, actually.
Oh. Did he leave already? Oh, you got it? Oh, yay! Picture, picture. Okay, thank you so much. I need the agenda. Here, you can have the mic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah, for the questions. Very nice.
Yeah, sorry I didn't get to all of them, but we had a. Okay. Can wait, yeah, can you put it, put the schedule on? Oh, yeah, oh, thank you. Okay, hi. So you're, hello. I might ask you to say your name because I want to make sure.
Saint Hilaire.
Say Nita Saint Hilaire.
I don't know
Okay.
how to say Jeremiah's name.
Jeremiah. Yeah, I'm gonna ask you guys to say names. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Panel 2 is here. Oh, we have our panel 2 starting. Oh. Oh. We have panel 2 starting. Quantum and Haiti. Oh, okay. Yalla. Okay. Just get started? Okay. Okay. We're gonna get started.
Okay, sure.
Oh, you want to sit here? Oh, why do we have? I think it's just I think it's just 2 people, but
Did you want him to sit?
Yeah, yeah, he said, yeah. Okay, here's 5 chairs. Do you want to sit up with us?
Me? No, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, there's 5 chairs. You want to sit up with us or no? It's up to you. Yeah, 'cause this is so she's the panelist that's going to talk about quantum in Haiti.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you want to sit up there with us? Okay, let's go. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hi. Okay, everyone, we're going to get started. So Barquito has always supported my dream to have a panel like this that Joffrey put together. So yeah. So hi. So if everyone can introduce themselves, yeah, and starting with you because you were the one when I moved to Miami. I was like quantum in Haiti. He's like yes.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Parquito Liberal. Yeah, like Yara was saying, as a Haitian American, I just wanted to make sure that we get some of these resources in Haiti. So we have a lot of problems, a lot of different issues there. Like she was saying, connectivity, even to internet, right? So we know that we have a lot of bright people in these different countries and different communities. So we just want to make sure that we get them the resources so they can have opportunities that we have.
Good morning. Is it the still morning? Good morning, everyone. Nita Saint Hilaire. I am also a Haitian American. My parents are from Cap Haitian. I was born in Queens, New York, and I specialize in quantum post quantum cryptography with a specialization in biometrics. And following this panel and taking the young man's advice, I didn't get his name, I didn't see his tag. The goal for this panel and following this panel is to start the official quantum consortium of Haiti, which will operate as a lab. Pleasure to meet all of you.
Hello, my name is Jirawat. I'm from Thailand, so a long way here, 24-hour flight. So I run a quantum software startup in Bangkok. It's called QTFT. So we have around 20 people with us, and I'm going to share some of our use cases in this afternoon.
Hi everyone, my name is Denerve Brutus, also Haitian American from Port-au-Prince. I study spatial design and in quantum computing, especially dealing with immersive experiences. Right here. Oh, this is much better, thank you.
Okay, so you want to start the conversation about quantum specifically in developing countries, including Haiti, of course, and Thailand. Yeah. Whatever you wanted to present, this is your floor. Yeah.
Absolutely, I do have some questions. I wanted to pose a couple of questions. We both can moderate, that's fine.
Okay.
So this panel is, discussing quantum computing in developing countries, and we wanted to bring forth a panel of experts, enthusiasts, people who are boots on the ground, and explore use cases in developing countries like Haiti, like Thailand. So we are going to center the questions around that. We can get a little technical if you guys want, but we can also, integrate what developing quantum computing in countries looks like. So to open, one of the key questions that I wanted to address was specifically, given that you have some use cases in Thailand, how exactly do you feel like what are the critical challenges that are facing these developing countries that you've seen?
Okay. Thank you for the questions. So I think it's the nature of the enterprise there itself that they usually don't invest in the long-term R&D. So they want like a quick win stuff. You invest this year and then next year you want to see ROI already. Otherwise, you cannot. They will not continue funding the project and stuff. And that's challenging, right? Because you cannot
get the positive ROI from quantum in a year also. I mean, the hardware is not fully ready yet. At most, you can get some education program out of it. So we have to sell both quantum and non-quantum stuff at the same time to keep them, the cash coming in. So the area that we're focusing on is quantum optimizations. But when it comes to optimization, quantum is not just the only approach. You can also use classical optimization as well. And with the better modeling, we can most of the time speed up the calculation time already. So I give you an example. One of our customer, I'm going to talk about it this afternoon as well, is a petrochemical company, very large in Southeast Asia, and they have this problem that they have this uh, optimization model for their supply chain that takes very long to compute, like a day to compute or something like that. And they want to reduce it to like 1 hour so that they can make a better decision, right? Like, for example, if you have a new supply feed and the management want to make decision like, should I take these opportunities or not? And they have to answer in like an hour or so. So if the model itself take a day to run, then it's like too long for them. So they came to us whether quantum can do something about it. And what we did in this project was to split the model, their model into two parts, like the quantum part and the non-quantum part. And then we make the non-quantum part better and it speed up by like from a day into like 10 minutes also, and they're very happy about it. And there's the quantum part as well that at the end doesn't provide much speed up, but they are very they really like the quantum part as well, because they can see the potential of it. Like if the model gets more complicated, they can see that the non-quantum part gonna get much slower, but maybe the quantum part can be kind of a new opportunities for them to drive their business. So we're trying to come up with this combination of the quantum and non-quantum solution, so that because we are business, right, and we have to pay someone. Yeah.
Thank you for that. You said they. Who they don't want to fund it, or they want to see who are you referencing when you say they?
Well, everyone, I mean, most businesses in Thailand, and I believe in Southeast Asia as well, perhaps except Singapore, they don't do long-term research. Petrochemical company is one of them, logistic companies, energy companies, even the financial sectors, everyone are kind of the same. So, which is, I think it's for good reason as well, because I think business, they have a lot of like very high risk. So if they want to invest in something long term and they don't see the clear benefit, it's like the risk is too high for them as well.
Excellent. I'm going to pose the same question, but for Haiti. What are the challenges that you see?
The challenges in Haiti is, which I mentioned briefly before, which we have issues like connectivity, poverty. So there's so many different issues going on in Haiti. Some of these people can't even concentrate on learning. Simple stuff like having food in your stomach. Most of us can't concentrate if we're hungry. I know I can't, right? So food, electricity, internet connectivity, and it's still fair. I wouldn't say a new concept, but like we were talking on the first panel, so it's like people are not on it like that as far as it's something that's still developing. So I've heard of quantum computing and quantum physics, but for a long time I really didn't understand what it was. And to be honest, I'm probably the non-expert on this panel, but she wanted me to be here and I want to speak on it. But yeah, Haiti is just, yeah, like I was saying, it's just a lot of poverty and connectivity. If we can help them with maybe better connectivity and more resources, people like you and I, Haitian Americans that may be doing well over here in the States, and then we just send those resources back. I know people that have gone over there and they've taught English and they've dedicated their time to going back and doing humanitarian different work in Haiti. So if we can get together, like, and it starts with conversations like these, put our resources together, and then we can help people in Haiti.
Can I add to that?
Of course. Jalfi. Oh, you have a question? Yes.
So, kind of piggybacking on your point a little bit, I'd like to pose the other side of it.
Mm-hmm.
How can developing quantum computing in these developing nations
Mm-hmm.
help build more resilient and efficient systems and chips,
Mm-hmm.
infrastructure? Whereas maybe like we get a little fat over here with the resources
Mm-hmm.
and millions of dollars being injected, you can get very I don't want to say complacent, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, like there's less downside, there's less risk, less infrastructure risk, or you're at a wealth of talent.
Mm-hmm.
So like building in places like Thailand, building in places like Haiti, how can the proper development of that make more resilient systems for the whole world at large?
Oh boy, that's wow. That's it. Yes.
Is there like structured transparency on what's going on in Haiti?
I knew that question was going to come up. So I'm going to try to answer in a two-part. So to piggyback off what Jirawat was saying around the the use case and proving out a use case where you're blending quantum versus non-quantum components of a particular program or a particular service. There's an additional layer in terms of the connectivity between public and private spaces. Usually when you go into a country, it is the responsibility of the government to provide basic services to the public. When you have a country that's in a state of anarchy because of historical ways in terms of how they've managed the government. It's always an I and a me and self-servicing, and everyone's trying to. Almost every country has some form of corruption, but what we've seen is that in Haiti, it's a compounding effect, and not so many words, the people have lost their way. The people who are supposed to be leading have left. Yes, I'm going to get to it in 2 seconds. So because the focus from the government is not on building up the country, utilizing the resources in the country, governing the parts, providing security, the conversations are kind of getting lost by the wayside, where you're not really able to have a consistent conversation around how do we leverage all of the components from advanced technology to provide things like transparency for the people, as well as scaling and moving in a way that moves the entire needle. So you can have two sides of the scale, but on the most basic level, there are things in terms of like basic services that can be executed, but you would have to manage standing up some form of an e-governance system. Having a blockchain-based e-governance system would allow for that transparency to exist, as well as being able to move goods around the country, being able to build up the workforce, as well as being able to build up the educational system so that all the things are working coherently together. So quantum computing is the next level of that, but the basics have to be in place in order for that to happen on the digital side.
Oh, just want to add a little bit on the question of your question on the developing countries, and what? Okay, okay, more direct, right? And your point on the hunger part, I think, so I think of Thailand being a developing country as a strong point in certain sense, because I think like things like hunger can be the source for creativity as well, or doing something new. So I did my PhD in Singapore, and I did a postdoc there as well. So I kind of can see a clear difference between Singapore and Thailand, for example. Of course, Singapore is very strong on quantum technologies. However, I think most professors are well fed in the sense that they have been doing basic science for 10, 20 years. It's very less likely for them to do something more on the commercial side. But in Thailand, it's very easy to convince professors to come out and do business with us because it's basically like, are you gonna eat or not? So it's kind of so we can pull off a lot of activities that I think Singapore would not do. For example, all those non-quantum solutions that I mentioned, and I think it's just the way we craft the question, right? If we think of this, the lack as some sort of advantage to come up with innovative solutions, then perhaps we can come up with new ideas for the problem.
Absolutely. I agree 1,000%. I just want to add to that, that it is up to the people to put the things in place, and they have been self-governing and putting projects, like you said, humanitarian efforts. A lot of people have been coming together and working boots on the ground and building out facilities, not just schools, but solving like the real world problems so that they can, band together and put those things in place that aren't necessarily there. Yes? Question? Yeah. It's interactive.
Okay. Yeah, it's your, yeah, whatever you guys want. Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm just curious if this is not like a quantum society. I don't know if it's
The countries and political, well, it depends on the question.
For me, it's more of like, okay, we're coming up with these solutions for the state of what Haiti's in right now. Right? And we know for years, obviously, like you mentioned anarchy. And so, if people band together, then, what's that one step ahead to say, how do we protect those people that are going to stand up to then give access to these people, because we know that they have been not only denied access, but also influenced in another direction. Like sources. So how does, that's just maybe a few thought, or
If we can include like questions that include both Thailand and Haiti, and they have different political background, yeah. Thailand has monarchy.
It's okay.
I was asking specifically for Haiti because, obviously with the point of Thailand, when you can actually get people to come and
Yeah.
to Singapore, you know that, but you're not, you don't have that one other struggle that Haiti specifically has. And I'm just talking because, it seems like utopian idea to say, yeah, we should do this, we should band together. But I was just curious.
No. That's a great question. So I'm going to give a very specific example. So I sat as the head of product of MTech, which is a Haitian-owned organization that basically creates CBDCs for central banks, as well as processes applications. I'm gonna oversimplify what they do. They digitized the system that allows for regulators to say, yes, you can go into the market and you can be a fintech, or you can go into the market and be a bank. Today, that entire process, well, prior to us building this amazing app, was on paper. So if you said that I want to open a bank, it doesn't matter which country you want to select, they would allow for you to file a paper application, and they would give you a provisional license, and then you would go out in the market, and then you would email them your transactions. So we digitized that entire process. The reason why I'm using that as an example is because it goes into the conversation of monetary sovereignty. If you're able to have control over the monetary sovereignty, but you find that there are countries where that doesn't exist, then that means that the market players and the fintechs that are going in, and there are several that exist today in Haiti, who are enabling things like a digital app or a wallet for people to have a way for them to exchange. In Haiti today, there's about $1 billion in cash that's moving on the street. A lot of people don't know that. But with all of the chaos, the money always moves. So one of the core use cases is, how do we enable some form of digitized system that's a closed system, that's out of the box, that allows users to feed themselves, transact, move money, move $4 billion across borders, whether it be the diaspora that's sending money back home. So creating a community and a system of people where they can move the money and facilitate that in a way that it's operating technically without the government's purview, that's existing today. So we would essentially, what we would be proposing is that providing a way for biometrics tying the transaction to the person. And as taboo as it might sound, because a lot of people get very like, oh, I don't want to give up my personal information. If it means that you have an easier way to send money back and forth between you and your family, and then now we can actually identify you and identify where you live, and then extend that into the diaspora, that's where you build in a use case where you're giving them something that they need, and then you allow for the government to play catch up, and it exists on a system technically that would allow for the transparency to happen. So that's where quantum would come in, because it would allow for their encryption, and that's one of the biggest roadblocks is the KYC, where we can't identify people, but these newer emerging technologies would allow for that to happen.
Oh, thank you. That, yeah, I had a friend from Libya come here last month, and there were certain political questions asked that he was not, that were not planned. But actually, that question led to a really good answer that makes us optimistic, right? Because with these technologies, it's going to show the potential of countries in the global south to, be able to have a lot of positive things happen. And that's why we're having this conversation about, quantum in Haiti, because I believe in Haiti. We all believe in Haiti, that there's potential there. And thanks, to technologies like this that are going to happen, we're going to see a lot of awesome things happening. So yeah, did you?
I think she covered it quite well. And we actually spoke with regards to geopolitical aspects in Haiti, and I'm not going to comment.
Yeah, but the point is that with these technologies, we're going to, 20 years down the line, like the world's going to be a different place, because challenges that happened in the past in the global south with lack of transparency, these technologies are going to make it where things are transparent, right? So there's so much potential there happening that it's going to be a quite different world thanks to these technologies. So yeah, thank you so much, Larissa. Sorry I got scared, but my friend from Libya came here last month and had a lot of different interviews. And Libya is also an example that I do believe in the potential in Libya. Libya has a history in the Pan-African movement, and so obviously I believe in the potential in Africa as well. And with these technologies, we're going to see such a brighter future if we act. Yes, Joffrey? Okay, yeah.
Two questions.
Mhm.
One for Haiti, one for Thailand. So I'd say for Thailand, what are some lessons that other developing nations can learn from Thailand's development as far as supporting these innovations? And then also on the Haiti side, what does a realistic roadmap look like from today to whether it be next year, 2026, whatever it may be, look like for sustainable quantum innovation?
Can we do a 2-for-1? Because that was literally the question that I was going to pose to you, but I was going to center it around education specifically.
Repeat the question for
Oh, the first question was, what lessons can be learned from Thailand that can be adopted in other nations? And then the second question was, what does a realistic roadmap look like for Haiti? I did want to center the question for Thailand around like work and education, because there are a lot of these developing nations that are very young in terms of the population, and in terms of like workforce and them being the workforce around like quantum and what the future of technology looks like. I think it would be extremely helpful to like understand how does it work on your end, and what have you seen be successful.
Thank you. So I think for Thailand, at least for our case, the most important factor could be one of the most important factors could be the media, because I don't know whether it's a Thai thing or what, but when Thai people see someone like well known, right, they will kind of almost worship, or they see one successful case, they will try to copy paste it and so and so. So my first attempt when I went back to Thailand was to approach the media and gave a lot of interviews, and some of my videos have like 500,000 views per clip, for example. So when one media saw that, oh, this guy talk about quantum to his to their competitors, and it's like famous. So they start to interview me also. So the first 1 year, I just give the interview for the entire years, and that's important because now most of the corporates know me before I even know them, right? Because they know from YouTube and stuff, and then that's how really the business started, and I. So I think the media is very important, and the second part on the education. Um, One thing that I found surprising is that if I look at my employees, for example, around 20 people, very few are quantum physicists. Actually, most of them are like physicists, general physicists, or mathematicians, or just software engineers. Because the, the quantum computing itself has improved a lot, and you don't really need to understand so much about quantum computing in order to use quantum computing. Um, and also what I found is that when we hire the quantum physicists, they will think everything quantum. It's like what you call it for a guy with a hammer, everything looks like a nail to them. So when they think everything as quantum is it doesn't work, because actually most of the problem can be solved with the non-quantum parts. So actually what we found, the people are like useful for us are the one that know things in a more general sense and know like basic physics and math and so on, and then they can have some sense that, oh, if this kind of problem, maybe we should look at the quantum solution. For this kind of problem, maybe non-quantum solution would be better. So in terms of the education, I think it's important to build graduates, undergraduates, where they have like a broad range of expertise, not just a quantum computing itself, but also the software engineer, for example, or even business. And and I think in developing countries, we can do this quite easily. Back to my previous point as well, because actually in Thailand, one of the problem of every physics department is that there is no job for their graduates, right? So they got physics PhD or like bachelor. Like there's no job description in Thailand that require like physicists and so on. So they're very keen to learn what we want, like as my company wants, and then they adapt things accordingly. So I think that's kind of a lesson that maybe you can replicate.
Okay, so my answer is more of like a question to the crowd, as well a question to you, because you said that you're not a quantum expert, but I'm gonna prove you wrong in a minute. Um, so what's your favorite sci-fi movie?
Sci-fi. Not really into sci-fi too much, but I would say the Star Wars, is that considered sci-fi?
Absolutely.
Okay.
What's your favorite sci-fi movie?
Same.
Really? I was not expecting. What? No trekkers here? And what about you?
Oh, don't ask me. I don't ask me. I actually don't watch a lot of movies. So.
Wow, that's interesting. You want to change your answer?
No, not change the answer. The reason I like the Star Wars, also the blade, how you call it, the lightsaber, right? Is a very special kind of laser, because if you think about laser, like laser pointer, if you open the laser pointer, then it will shoot like infinitely long until it hits something, right? But the lightsaber, it has a kind of a finite length to it, and that can be a quantum effect also.
Yes.
We have something called slow light EIT that basically stop light from moving. So in order to make the lightsaber, actually you need quantum physics.
Yes. What's your favorite sci-fi movie?
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner. Oh wow. Okay. Mine would probably have to be Valerian and 1,000 Planets. Yes, what's yours?
Yeah, could I ask Thailand? I'm sorry because I don't know your name.
Jirawat.
What solutions have you guys invented or produced that might help Haiti when it comes to like infrastructure or?
If it's okay for.
I'm going to bring it full circle in 2 seconds, because I want to touch on the quantum computing that he touches on, which kind of answers that question in terms of empowering the youth, using the media, and using things that we normally don't think have quantum computing components in it. So the reason why I asked you about what's your favorite sci-fi movie is pretty much almost every single sci-fi movie has some form of quantum computing in it. We just don't realize it, right? So when it comes to use cases and where the world is going in terms of emerging technology, in terms of a roadmap for Haiti, yesterday, December 7th, there was a Dev Expo where about 300 developers, software engineers gathered in Haiti, and it's led by Mark Allen, who has an incubator and an accelerator down there. I'm saying that to say that is like the future workforce. They don't necessarily work in quantum computing, but a lot of them are bright minds that have come together to solve the real world problems that they're facing since they live in Haiti and it's based in Port-au-Prince. Now, when it comes to the media, same thing in Haiti. We love to party. You know, yes, there's a lot going on in Haiti, but, you know, people still pull up to other parts of Haiti for spring break. And one thing that's keen is that over 60% of the population is under 30. So I kind of want to bring it to Denerve so he can talk about his research and what he's covering in quantum computing, because I think it'll go hand in hand with what you're saying in terms of getting people excited about it.
Thank you. Um, with regards to over 60% of the population being under 30 in Haiti, that brings up a very interesting point. They are very ambitious. They're ready to hit the ground running. They're focused. They're entrepreneurs. You know, they're very startup oriented, right? And I know a lot of individuals, my cousin included. One of the things he wanted to do was to be a computer engineer. And as we all know, computer engineering bridges computer science and electrical engineering, which Haiti offers both, but not the one that mends the two, which will allow an individual to essentially create any electronic that they can possibly think of, as long as they have that knowledge. What my research is doing and how that ties to the 60% is bringing immersive experiences to everybody. I'm sure, have we seen, what's the word? What's the film called? Yeah, Ready Player One. Have we seen it? That's what I want. I want that. Like, you put on your headset, you go. And what I'm focusing on is the spatial computing aspect of it. You need immense power in order to do something like that, right? If you're a student or if you're a person and you walk into the metaverse and I'm looking at that photo, someone else at that end will be looking at that same photo. How will it be rendered? You know, do you re-render it every single time? That type of thing. On top of that, if every single person can put on a headset and end up in the same place, which is phenomenal, now you can resolve some of the issues like having to go outside so you can go to school. You can just put on your headset in bed and be in class with some of your peers, you know? So that takes care of a lot of the underlying troubles that we're having, which goes back to resilience. How do you build resilience? Well, you start with what you have. What do you have? You have 60% of the population who's hungry and ready to learn, who's hungry and ready to build. So let's use that. What do they know? Well, they're really into Forex. Okay, cool. How can we bring that to Haiti? Let's just go down there and see who's ready and willing to learn, which I know is everybody, and we hit the ground running and go from there. So hopefully that brought things full circle as to what I'm working on and how that connects 60% of the population together. If you have any questions.
Yeah, and if you want to finish the point about
The roadmap.
Parquito, you asked, you said you were
Oh
going to prove
yeah,
him wrong.
Parquet Star Trek.
Yeah.
Oh well, we will be able to teleport. A lot of people don't believe that, but you know, we're moving into times and we're advancing the technology to get us to the point where that's actually possible. I'm not going to go into resources in terms of natural resources, but yes, that is one of the things that makes Haiti very attractive. But I think being able to establish a roadmap that would allow for an actual pathway for the youth to go in and learn in a decentralized manner, in a distributed manner, is essentially why we're building out the consortium. So prior to this panel, you know, I reached out to, and I did some research, and I've been in the space because I did sign up. I was a part of the first cohort, the quantum computing cohort at IBM, Qubit by Qubit. So I am certified. And part of what I was looking for is where else are there people of Haitian descent who are studying quantum computing? And there are a lot. I was very surprised and super happy at the same time, which means that there's something there that would allow for us to act like a connected tissue where we established this consortium, we established the lab, and we operate the lab in a way where it's not just academia, where we work with private sector, and we solve real world problems, and that will allow for us to deploy things into the market that people can use to, increase their quality of life, because that's essentially what it comes down to, is us living on the planet. So yeah, thank you for those questions.
Oh, yeah, and when you were gonna prove Torpedo wrong, you said?
I think you did, right?
Oh, yeah. I absolutely did. You're a quantum expert in your own right, whether you realize it or not. But we are moving into a time and space where our time and our energy will allow for us to do things that we don't. I didn't know that we were going to go here with the conversation, but if you have ever astral projected, if you've ever had an out of body experience, if you ever felt like you've been in one place at the same time, like you are experiencing forms of quantum computing or forms of quantum physics in real life. Sounds very spacey. Another question?
I have a question. So I've been to many different countries and different states with varying degrees of where they're at with building their quantum ecosystem. And I've heard what the gaps are. And I've heard gaps in, the corporate setting is not really there yet. So the corporate supports are not as much. I heard the gaps in the area of funding, right? Funding scenarios. I've heard the gaps of the creation of new companies. For your respective ecosystem, where do you think the gaps are?
Connectivity, not in the traditional sense of how we've been referring to connectivity, but connectivity in terms of people. I think that people in different spaces, in different sectors, need to come together and get a better understanding of what the real problems are, whether it be you're a citizen that lives somewhere that wants a better quality of life, or you want something to function, or you want access to something, or maybe you want to beautify where you live, or whatever the case may be. I think that academia, corporate, public sector, private sector, and the people that actually are living and breathing and utilizing the thing that's getting built, it's human-centered design. So having a background in like marketing and product, what I often see is that, oh, we want to market to the consumer. It's like, it's not that difficult. Go out and try to do the thing that you're trying to sell to the person, like you to our consumer. So I think the more we get in the mindset of how do I utilize this, or what are the roadblocks, or having conversations with people who are facing the roadblocks, it'll allow for us to like better solve those issues. So that's part of the reason why the lab exists, because we want to make sure that it's a space that people can actually come together and from different parts and different sectors to have those conversations so that they can get a better understanding of, oh, it's not a funding gap. Like if it costs $2 million to build it, oh yeah, we can give you $2 million to build the thing now that you've properly structured the scope of what the thing is.
I think for Thailand, it's more like how to keep the government funding the research, basic research on quantum computing, quantum technologies in long term. So the government have put in, they call it like a flagship program, around 10 million USD. It's a lot for the Thailand context. But compared to Singapore, for example, it's like much lower than Singapore, but the expectations are the same. So it's like you have $100, but you want to buy an iPhone, you get the case. You don't. So you need to tune the expectation. So that's kind of the challenge that we are working on with the government at the moment.
Oh, we are at time, but you guys can definitely continue that conversation, because I think there's space where private funding can help government, because government never wants to pay for it. Thank you all for joining in our talk. It was a pleasure.
Next amazing panel, I'm very excited to introduce
This next panel, of course, is dear to my heart as founder of GP Tuesdays. We've been doing this now for a solid year. This is Quantum Meets AI. So if you're wanting to learn more about how quantum technologies and artificial intelligence meet together and what that can do for our future and what it is today, then this is the panel that you want to watch. So I'm extremely happy to introduce Dr. Haidar. Everyone, thank you so much. He's a very brilliant man, very brilliant guy from Sorbonne University, and just incredible work that you've done. So thank you, Dr. Haidar. And we also have Victor as well, everyone. Thank you so much. Victor has been a regular. Victor has been a regular with GP Tuesdays now for some time, and also with Lattice Labs. I mean, just a really brilliant researcher, been teaching at many different universities and colleges, so thank you for everything. And we also have Shadab Hussain. Thank you so much, exactly, from Quantum Computing India. He really knows his stuff, and just an incredible panel we have here today. So.
He's a great boss. Thank you, boss.
And a great boss as well for Yara. So thank you so much for everything that you all are doing. And let me just grab these chairs and let you take it away.
Okay, thanks, Grant. So maybe we can start in 1 minute, so let everyone be there. Or
You want me to try to get
Yeah,
everyone
please.
more? Okay.
So hello everyone again. Thank you, Grant, for your introduction, and we are happy this afternoon to start with the new panel, which is welcome Victor, welcome Hussein again. This panel will explain how the quantum and the AI can intersect with each other. We would like to hear the opinion of the panelists here, what they think about the advances of AI and the advances in quantum. Should they intersect or not? What are the current scalability problems in quantum AI? And what are the challenges? And what are the solutions that can be done to figure out this scalability problem? And at the end, we can discuss about the ethics and the impact of AI and quantum. So first of all, Victor, could you please introduce yourself to us? Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Hi, everyone. My name is Victor Caramelis. I'm a co-founder at Lattice Studio Labs, based here in South Florida. And we're creating proprietary materials for the next age in materials discovery. My co-founders here as well. My experience is working in the last 15 years as a research scientist and working in technology and engineering firms.
Thank you. Hussein, I know that you are not so specialist in quantum, but you are working with me now in the quantum stuff, and I'm very happy for that. Maybe you can share to us your experience about AI. What are you doing and what do you think about it?
Sure. Yeah. So I have already introduced myself in the morning. So once again, I'm going to introduce. Like I've been working into AI from last 8 years, and if I talk about my journey, I started my career as a data scientist, then slowly moved towards engineering side because that's what I felt it's challenging because data science everyone else was doing those days. That doesn't mean it's easy. You need business domain and a lot of things, but for me it was not that interesting, so I moved towards the engineering. Then cloud, ML ops, and now since when the GenAI started coming up in the market, right? Chat GPT models and all, when it was launched, again I moved towards the GenAI side because that was interesting. It has a lot of engineering challenges as well. How we build how we fine tune the model, and how we deploy those solutions and all at a scale. That was that is still a challenge for many companies. How they can fine tune, how they can secure the data while fine tuning the model, how those models can be deployed without costing much, right? So that's my AI experience. And in quantum, when I talk, I've been working on quantum machine learning as well with researchers, not full time for my company. So there we are focusing on like medical image diagnosis, where we are trying to the current use case which we are working on is brain tumor data with brain tumor data, and it's not just like we are picking up some open source data and trying to play around with the some algorithm. We are collecting real time data as well from the hospitals and trying to see the actual value out of it, whether the models which are getting trained are really like impactful or not. So that's on the quantum machine learning side. And since I've co-authored a book also focused on financial modeling, so we worked on different type of use cases which we will be covering up as the part of the panel. But at high level, the use cases were related to like credit fraud detection, portfolio optimization, and yeah, mainly these use cases.
Okay, thank you. So, panelists, I have a question. What excites you most about the intersection of quantum computing and artificial intelligence?
Right. So, uh, just to tell you how fast things are going here, yesterday, Google announced their Willow microchip, which can perform 105 qubits internally. That in of itself is incredible for something that small to have that capability. It can process what a normal classic computer can do from 10 to the 24th years. That calculation can now be performed within 5 minutes. So if that gives you any indication of where things are going right now, that's really why quantum computing exists right now. The second big announcement yesterday was with OpenAI, and they announced that Sora is now open to the public for their subscription customers, and basically they're creating 20-second videos, from scratch. You prompt it, you prompt the what you want in the video, and it comes out. So that's amazing and that's terrifying at the same time. So this is where those two examples are where things are going. For me, in the materials discovery or drug discovery space, you're now going to have, assuming you have the data, you're going to have the capability to adequately simulate every molecular interaction happening precisely. So that's really where, for me, that's the most exciting area, and that's where I'm trying to focus on right now. So those three areas are basically where I see the convergence of quantum and AI happening.
Thank you. Hussein, do you have any points to add on top of
Thanks.
Victor?
I think almost he has covered everything. Just again, few additional points from my side, like in different industries, right? Like be it logistic, they also have the optimization problem, and finance, there also we have the optimization problem, and even in the case of drug discovery, also we try to simulate the best molecule formula. So wherever there's sort of like optimization is needed, quantum has been proven best, right? So that is one area where I see the intersection of quantum and AI. And apart from that, like the advancements and initially when this quantum neural network or quantum machine learning started, people were just trying to stick with quantum. Like they were trying to uh, convert the data from the classical data to the quantum data and then train the model. Still, it's happening the same, but there are hybrid approaches which are getting like adapted. Like certain part is getting done in classical computer, and then the next part is getting done on the quantum computers. So those hybrid approaches have been proven sort of like more useful and giving better results. And these kind of algorithms are getting adapted, but not like full-fledged in the production. So it's getting adapted, but not up to that pace how it should be. But it's going on.
Okay, thank you. As we all know nowadays, like quantum computing has promises on the applications like drug discovery, logistics, finance, material design, and so on. And it also has the main advantage, which is the speeding up exponentially in processing the data over the classical computers. And such as also machine learning, which Hussein was just mentioning now. On the other hand, also AI can help to optimize like hardware, circuits, the error corrections, and so on. I would like to ask you, panelists, how do you how do you see this synergy? I mean, the link between AI, how it can advance the quantum computer, and how the quantum computer can advance AI models for the future or for now, if it's applicable. Thank you.
Yeah. So there is like quantum machine learning where we try to predict or classify like what is the problem you're trying to solve. So there is quantum for making the machine learn the pattern from the data. And then there's machine learning techniques for quantum computer as well. So there's machine learning getting used in the physics domain as well. The same way it gets applied in the quantum domain as well for certain use cases. For example, predicting certain values, or if you have heard about the recent announcement a couple of weeks back, I think, where NVIDIA and Penny Lane released a paper where they trained a VQE GPT, right?
Absolutely.
VQEG actually, something was called. So they have like Penny Lane created their own custom data for the molecules, and they trained a GPT model on top of that to come up with the quantum code and circuit. So it's going both the ways. We just need to identify like what is the right set of problems which can be solved. Machine learning is getting easily applied on the quantum computers, but when it comes to leveraging the power of quantum computers for making the machine learn, still the solution is. I mean, people are showing the benchmark results in academia if you go, but it is not beyond like exceptional where we really feel that okay, this is some outstanding solution. If I have to be realistic, right, in terms of like saying this loud. Uh, but people are trying to prove. So as the Velo chip has been launched by Google, with these kind of advancements in the hardware, we will expect even more better results from the quantum machine learning approaches or hybrid approaches, which will sort of like help us in adapting and combining AI and quantum to build the solution. So the both AI and quantum will be combined in future to make machines learn the patterns from the data, whatever we are doing currently just with the AI or deep learning techniques.
Yeah, but you know, sorry, a question. You know, now there is a problem nowadays in the quantum computer in terms of the scalability, right? With respect to the number of qubits. So the more you increase the qubits, the more you have errors in your hardwares. So how do you see that if it doesn't work, the scalability in quantum computing, how do you see then the AI maybe will overcome the quantum computing in the future and you will never need anymore the quantum computer?
It's a great question, actually. So I have a provisional utility patent which provides radiation shielding for nanoelectronics. And so quantum computing fits under that umbrella.
I see.
So, the Willow chip, it's very sensitive, and any kind of interaction can be jostled or there's air could be error prone because of subatomic particles from space hitting that microchip. So you need to be able to make sure that nothing gets to that, and those subatomic particles do not hit the microchip. So I think that's part of it on the hardware side. And there's also, if it doesn't scale like that, then you could do parallel processing as well for the hardware as well. So that's something that is going to happen either hardware-wise or logically as well. So that's another opportunity. So I hope that answers part of it.
Yes, I got it. Thank you. So you mean like the quantum computing, it really solves a very important challenge for the small scales, right? Um, so I mean like, for example, for precision, for accuracy, for drug discovery, for biological systems, AI will never be able to tackle certain challenge there because it really needs precision, needs an algorithm that can be able to solve this problem, which the AI cannot predict it, right? This is what you exactly mean.
Not at the moment. But again, because of the need for fault tolerance.
True.
So meaning that if we're trying to figure out how to, using different technologies, the photonics, the superconductive, quantum computing, these are all different ways that they're trying to tackle that fault tolerance issue, right? To mitigate the error prone around for the environment where the microchip is. So It could, it will. I think it will. It's just, you know, takes probably a couple of years, 2 to 5 years for that to happen.
I see. Could you please provide some to the audience, I mean here, some examples of real life applications in the near future? Let's say it will happen, quantum AI, quantum enhancement AI, real life applications. If you have something in your brain, would be very nice to hear from you. Thanks.
Sure. So like in healthcare itself, like the problem statement with which we are working, right? We are trying to like identify brain tumor with the medical image data. So when we started with that, I mean, I started with this project back in 2021 also, when we didn't had like that powerful quantum computers. After that, like a lot has been a lot more advancement has been made, right? The number of qubits has been increased and all. So that time when I was trying to formulate that problem, because of the size of the data, I was not able to do that properly. QSVM algorithm and all were there, but it was not giving me the better results. Now, if I see the down the line after 3 years, let's say we are in 2024, and now we are able to like use the same huge amount of data for training the proper quantum neural networks. So obviously the challenge of scalability is getting removed
Yes.
with the advancements in the field. Coming to the precision and accuracy, uh, is still like we are trying to optimize the circuit for this problem. That project is not finished yet. But when we tried formulating this whole, like tried solving this problem with the help of simulators, like we were trying to run first on simulators and then take that to the quantum computer as a backend. On simulators, we are still getting like better results around 95, 96%. But the same again, when we took back to the actual quantum computer, the results were worse. Like it was not that great, right? So again, we are trying to go back and look at the circuits and look at the parameters, whatever we have configured, to understand where exactly it is lacking. So these is sort of like experimentation which you have to perform till you come up with right circuit, right parameters for that. If those things are not optimized enough, we will not get the precise results at the end. So these parameters can be precised. Like we can think of like what exactly the parameters of circuit gates and all we need to configure. Like if you're working with gate-based quantum computers, with the help of machine learning as well.
So here I would like to interrupt you because
Yeah.
when you say the machine learning and then you say AI model, I got lost in fact.
Yeah.
So let's focus, for example, on a certain problem in drug discovery. In cancer, for example, you use a certain algorithm, which I'm gonna present to you in the next session about variational quantum eigensolver algorithm, how it can be helpful for drug discovery. So okay, we understood that this algorithm will be able to tackle precisely the biological system there. However, you mentioned AI and then you mentioned machine learning. How can you differentiate the usefulness of AI there and the machine learning there? Should be really together integrated, or each one has its own role? I mean, machine learning can be useful in drug discovery to help AI, to help quantum, or AI will help machine learning and then machine learning and AI will help for quantum.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Basically, the end model which we are trying to train is the hybrid model, hybrid approach which we are taking, right? Like certain thing on classical and certain thing on like quantum part. But after reading the paper of like NVIDIA and Palilian, which they have released recently, we came up with the idea when they can sort of like come up with optimized parameters.
Do you mean the article of the title Artificial Intelligence with Quantum Computing? This one?
No,
Or-
not that one. The one which we were exploring for OpenVQ.
Okay, I see. For the GQE, you mean?
Yeah,
Generative
GQ.
Quantum
Yes.
Eigensolver.
Yes.
Thank you.
So there, they already had data prepared for like what operations they are going to perform, how many gates and all are going to be there, what its values are going to be there, and based on that, they create the whole generative model, and that generative model is able to sort of predict new molecules, right? So these kind of use cases, if we try to bring towards the quantum machine learning side as well, then we don't have that amount of experimentation which we have to perform will be reduced with the help of AI there, right? Because we are already preparing sort of like custom data, which will help us in learning the pattern from that and then help us in getting the right set of parameters for our problem statement, whatever we are trying to build and solve.
Okay, Victor, do you have anything to add on that, or we move to another question?
We can move to another, I mean, we could go to another tangent,
Yeah.
aside from drug discovery, or materials discovery. Something that is, can affect businesses and government institutions all over the world. With quantum computing, now you have the ability to basically decipher any kind of known encryption as well. And this is called Q Day, the day where every type of form of encryption that we have right now on the internet, in businesses, any agency becomes obsolete. All types of security frameworks are out the door. Nothing is going to help you out. So what the newest type of cybersecurity is basically based on what's now called post-quantum cryptography, PQC. And this is really where the lowest hanging fruit is right now as well. So it's not just materials discovery, it's also how to make ciphers strong enough to handle this new quantum computing processing. And so that's something that U.S. NIST is very active right now. They're down to like the 3 or 4 final contestants on who to choose for the type of encryption that's going to handle this right now. So that's where things are at, and I think that's where we're going to see it in our lives much more sooner than what we're seeing in materials discovery and drug discovery at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So now, panelists, I would like to hear from you also your thoughts about the startups. So how do you think, what do you think the role of the startups and the researchers can play in driving the innovation at this intersection of quantum and AI? Can you please provide us your thoughts? Thanks.
Sure. So, like startups play a very vital role because if researchers are doing some research and producing papers in journals or in archive and all, we keep reading a lot of papers. It can be review paper. It can be sort of like new approaches, new algorithms and all. But for startups, it is easier to adapt those algorithms in an agile manner to prototype a solution and check its feasibility in real time in production. But for big enterprises, it's a bit challenging because they have to go through whole approval. Then if they have huge data, it comes with huge risk. They can be sued. They can be sued also if something goes wrong, right? Even a startup can be sued. I mean, if something goes wrong, it's not like that. But the way startup operates, it's very fast paced. They have the agile way of working, because of which they can adapt and implement those solutions and can see which algorithms are really making sense for which kind of product. So that's uh, which kind of use cases. And that way, a lot of startups have already started emerging in specific domains. So few people have started companies specifically focusing just for financial use cases. So they are just trying to sort of like solve problems like portfolio optimization, credit fraud detection with the help of quantum computers, and they're building the SDKs for that. So that's the core IP which they're offering, right? And PQC is like one of the lowest hanging fruit which everyone is trying to reap, be it Terra Quantum or any other quantum cryptography companies. And this whole group also which is created by NIST on Google. If anyone wants to stay up to date with what is happening in that area, they can add yourself with those email ID. And there's also final like timeline also given by the NIST to all the companies and industries. I think by this time you should migrate towards the post-quantum encrypted uh, algorithms, like those which are secured of the quantum attacks. So that is on the PQC side. And coming back to the original question, Mohammed. So startups are getting supported also by the ecosystem of investment we have, right? For big enterprises, again, like it is becoming challenging for them. Like for companies like Microsoft and IBM, it is easier because they have been heavily invested in that. But if you look at the companies like Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan, they also have the innovation team who is working in that domain, right? But they're more focused towards producing the IP and securing the algorithms, whatever they're coming with, rather than deploying that solution to the production. But how startups are playing a vital role over there is they are providing that solution as a service to the other vendors, to the other companies. So if you're providing as a service rather than just securing the IP, the adaptability increases there. What JP Morgan or other companies are doing, they are improving the innovation. It's not like they're not doing the work in that domain, but adaptability is not in production, because of which if people see that if these big companies are not using quantum based solution in the industry right now, how we should trust and go ahead with that. So
Okay, nice. Victor, would you like to add few words about that, or?
So, I mean, I'm a startup right now, right? So the reason why I came about is because I got frustrated with the way that funding was available on the federal level. So, uh, you know, you know, it's great that you can go and apply for grants and whatnot through the different agencies here in the states, and they're open as well to other uh, uh, people in other labs all over the world. But I mean, it's still a gamble essentially. So, you could write 10 grants and maybe over the course of a year, and maybe if you're lucky, one will go through. So I think if you, for me, having a better idea of where the market is right now and trying to create something upfront uh, cuts through a lot of time, a lot of red tape, and also understanding that the R&D process itself is it can take forever. And so if you can use quantum computing and hopefully the data that comes about, you could shrink that R&D time and the cost by, you know, exponent, to a tenth of what it would normally be. So this is where I think startups right now can also start coming about. But you need to find a community that believes in science and technology and understands what they're trying to come about. So, and that's hopefully that here in Miami we're trying to build out. So, I hope that answers the question.
Okay, so far, we have asked the panelists about the applications of quantum enhanced AI, about the advancement, how they advance each other, and thanks for the answers. Also, we asked about the scalability problems and the solutions for these challenges. I would like now, also we have discussed about the innovations, the startups. Thank you, Hussein and Victor, for answering these questions. I would like to move to another subject of quantum AI about the ethics and the impact. So the convergence of these technologies raises profound questions about the security and the fairness, right? For example, quantum AI could disrupt encryption. I would love to hear from you, panelists, your thoughts on how to balance the innovation with these responsibilities.
sure.
Or in
So
another way, I can maybe make it more clear. What ethical considerations arise when combining the quantum and the AI together?
yeah, so ethics have always been priority, like even in the classical machine learning approach as well. So when even we train a classical ML model as well, we try to understand the output of that model. We don't leave the machine learning model as a black box anymore now. We have statistical way, we have different packages which have been created by open source community, by big tech companies as well. They have their whole service line for responsible AI, which people use to understand or to explain their ML models, so that there's no biasness in the model. There's no sort of like threat being induced in the model, because if you will, and if very simple basic example I will take over here. There are a lot of open source LLM models also exist out there in the market, right? If you don't trust the source and if you just start using that LLM model in your company's infra, that LLM model might be induced with some threats. It can have malicious code which can be executed on your organization infrastructure. It can steal any of your data. It can corrupt your whole infrastructure, whatever you have within your organization, right? So for that also we have certain security and threat checks so that we don't end up using something randomly. Same way when it comes to the machine learning model as well, we try to explain the machine learning model. Okay, if this is my record, and in my record I have, let's say, 5 features. Based on the 5 features, I'm predicting some Y target variable outcome. So we want to understand exactly what is the contribution of each of these 5 features. Are any of these 5 features are inducing any sort of biasness in my model, because of which my end output is getting impacted? So be it like AI or be it the quantum part, we should be coming up with the approaches where we are able to explain our model rather than just using that as a black box.
Okay, thanks, Victor.
That was a great answer. Just to piggyback off of you, I think you also have to start with an AI policy internally and to say
Absolutely.
where what is it that we're trying to do, and are we going to replace or displace certain things that are good for society or not good for society? I think that's something that no one talks about right now. As I mentioned to you earlier, Sora uh, can create 20-second videos, right? However, we don't know where that data was trained on, right? So they could use pictures of yourself and who gave them permission to use your data, your likeness. That's one great example of where things can go horribly wrong. In terms of materials discovery, um, obviously you need to have ground truth data. You have to make sure that you know the provenance of that data as well, meaning you can validate, verify and validate where you got the data. That was an issue that we had when we were aggregating data at Los Alamos National Lab, when we were getting data sets from OECD and other international data sets as well. So you want to trust, but you also have to verify your data. In terms of drug discovery, it's much more difficult ethically, because you're hoping that you're going to create something that is going to help someone health-wise, not create harm. So I think with drug discovery, that's definitely something that you have to be cognizant about, and obviously understand the drug discovery process, and then ultimately the drug development process. So I mean, I'm going to talk about it in the next panel, but yeah. So
Very nice.
just leave it at there.
Yeah. So maybe now we move to the perspectives about the future. I mean, both of you, what do you think the short vision, sorry, about quantum AI, and the long-term vision about quantum AI? Second, do you think there will be integration quantum AI with the quantum education and AI education, or you think it will be really something different? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, one of the very like important aspects of thinking what is happening in quantum and AI, and then combining them together to look at like what future looks like in terms of the combined power of quantum and AI, right? So I will address the last part first, like how do I see the quantum education and AI education? So a very like that already has been started. So how many of you know Womanium here? Yeah. Womanium organization, like how many of you know Womanium? So Womanium is a non-profit organization based out of US itself, and they run an education program globally. So when they started, they were just doing quantum courses free for people, like anyone can join globally. And it was more centered around people from developing countries because they have less amount of resources and all. I will not go in that direction. But after doing it for 1 or 2 years, they combined AI also with the curriculum, because just quantum, like if people are just learning quantum alone, right, they might not be skilled enough to harness the power of AI also. In today's workforce, if you see, almost every sector has been impacted by the advancement in the field of AI, right? So even though if you're going to learn quantum and if you're going to work on the quantum specific like projects, still if you know AI along with that, it will enhance your productivity and efficiency, and it will also enhance the solution what we're going to work on. So that's how I see quantum and AI education. And what was the first part? Sorry.
The first part, it was about the short and the long vision about the quantum AI.
Yeah.
I mean, suppose that the quantum computer will exist, let's say. What's your vision about the real life application that could happen, for example, could be applied on the quantum AI, quantum computer, let's say?
Yes. So short-term vision is the same. Like in next 5 years, if we see, people will be like prototyping more POCs, proof of concepts, rather than directly deploying the solution to the like production. So we will see a lot of more prototypes which use quantum or quantum and AI combined for solving certain problem statements. And in academia, it's been happening from quite some time, but in industry, it's not like at that pace. In next 10 years, we will see that quantum and AI solution, that those hybrid solutions are getting deployed actually in the production.
Okay.
So that's the anticipated time, like what I am seeing, based on the advancement how it's happening in the quantum industry. But it can differ also at that. Can be soon or later. Also.
So you see the trajectory as very much optimistic.
I see, yes, because
Okay.
when we work for certain problems, right, we were able to see that quantum plus AI approaches, we are able to like outperform certain like classical deep learning approaches.
Okay. Thanks, Hossein.
Uh, in terms of education, uh, quantum and AI, uh, you really still need the fundamentals, right? Math, reading, that subject area. But more importantly, you still need that human to human interaction and engagement and critical thinking skills. That's something that I think I've seen in the newest generation that are in school right now, at least here in the States and in some of the Western world, they're lacking. Part of the fact is that the pandemic didn't help. They're used to, they're the first generation that have grown up living with phones as well. They're on their phones 24/7. So that's an issue right now. And so you really need to get them to literally talk with other people and feel comfortable. I think that's, aside from the technology, I mean, we're living with the consequences of that technology. So imagine if you add quantum and AI to that right now. I mean, they're not going to be able to think. You ask them a question, they're going to look at ChatGPT or any other kind of generative AI that's going to give them the answer, and that's that. There's no lived experience, right?
Yeah.
That's what I think that's the biggest gap. I mean, I don't want to make any alarms or anything like that, but that's a problem. On the flip side, for the education, you have a lot of the large cloud providers, your Microsofts, your Googles, your IBMs, and AWS, where they have data centers all over the world. If you can teach the new generation of programmers and researchers access to APIs on their platforms, that democratizes the entire research development pipeline. So from that perspective, that's where I see the opportunity, and that's where I feel very optimistic, where a lot of different traditionally disparate silos are going to come together. So that's the optimistic part that I see.
I see. Thank you. Grant, would you allow us to ask one of the audience to ask a question, or? Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, your name?
Eric.
Eric, yeah, please go ahead.
You all were talking heavily about drug discovery area I'm in right now. But as far as trying to run experiments, are you guys typically running experiments on quantum simulators, or are you actually running them on quantum computers? And then how do you take into account the cost of running some of those experiments? Because you're looking at one experiment could cost $100,000, $200,000 just to run a 100-patient cohort through to try to figure out some type of inference.
Mohammed,
Yeah.
you should answer actually, because you have been working in that area.
Yeah, so you asked about what is the cost?
No, how are you taking into account, like, I mean, you talk about education and the blending of quantum and AI, platforms like, OpenAI and or Anthropic have made it easy and accessible to kind of access that information, right? If I want to go in and I want to test some algorithms that I'm developing and I want to test them on the quantum computer, the cost associated with that could typically, could potentially be $100,000 to run one single experiment, right? There's companies like BlueQ out there that are doing quantum simulation, so quantum computing on silicon.
Yeah. So to answer you these questions, basically what people they do, researchers, they go first to the quantum simulators. They try to simulate and simulate and simulate and simulate in the noiseless part and in the noisy part to see the impact of this algorithm is going to be really good is going to be promising before going to apply it in the real quantum computer. So they study the noise, they study all the methods, we call them error mitigation methods, to see how they will be really very important in order to apply them to the quantum computer. So this is the way how we do. For example, in my research, I go and I start to think in a most less costly way how my algorithm, let's say variational quantum eigensolver or QAOA, all this algorithm I am using, I will see how they will really need less cost in terms of optimization. So how can I reduce the number of parameters I want to optimize? How also I can be reducing the number of steps that my optimizer is going to arrive to the solution. So I have to find intelligent optimizer that can be able to tackle this challenge before I go to the real quantum computer. So that's why we go for patents. We can go for real publications. It depends on the publication you want. For example, if you want to go to science or to nature communication, you need to really put efforts a lot from the hardware part and from the software part. And both of them, they want to find the most less costly way how to apply this quantum algorithm.
To basically clarify my question a little bit, just to go through those steps, right? If I'm going on AWS or I'm going on Microsoft and I'm using their quantum simulators, the cost associated with those, if I'm a startup company, the cost associated with the subscription to those services,
Yeah.
even run the algorithm, I'm looking at, $50,000 potentially to run, some of these initial experiments, right? All the way up to $200,000. And then when I move it over to quantum, those experiments could be anywhere from $100,000 to $500,000 to run one single experiment. It doesn't really democratize the technology in order to fuel the capabilities to move this forward.
So do you mean like, for example, Microsoft or IBM, they will have less cost from compared to startups, for example, who are going to apply this algorithm because they need a lot of partners or?
Microsoft and IBM will give a startup discount on
Yeah.
it, right? But the bar for that startup discount is still extremely high. Right?
Yes.
It's not like I'm going to go to OpenAI and pay $20 a month and be able to run a bunch of queries through, right? It's tens of thousands of dollars.
I agree because I think they have the power, first of all, and they are able to say, we are able to bring for you this product. So for us, let's say we are a startup, so we are going to use the access their machines and so on, so they need money. So I think what Hussein said, it's very important to be creative also, to show startups that are being really innovative, can do something completely competitive to these big companies also. Because, for example, if we can create a special product that would never any research and development company they can do, so you can show them that you are competitive and able to challenge them. In this way, you can make a kind of balance that you can say, okay, I can produce the algorithm, then this algorithm we can partner with it. It can be patent between you and us, for example, and then this will be, for example, less cost for both of you. So it's a kind of key factor how you are able to play the role and the business with them. So this is the way how I see it. But I agree with you that the startups now they pay a lot of money for the big companies to access for simulators or quantum computers. So I think the best way is to really show our capacity that we can develop something independently first, show that we are able to go for patent, and then we can use this patent. Then they will come to you and say, okay, we can use the patent with you because it's patent.
Yeah, just to answer your question, like in another way, not for drug discovery. So when we work with quantum machine learning, like when we use quantum machine learning, right? So instead of using the whole data, you can just choose a chunk of data to first formulate the base level algorithm, simulate that, see the output with noise, without noise. Then after that, try to run it on actual quantum computer. You will get the idea of like how much it's costing. And with this amount of data, if it's taking this much of time, then when I will scale my data to this size, like of 2 GB, 5 GB, 10 GB, whatever data size you have, you will be able to sort of like anticipate the cost, how much it's going to occur. And nowadays, cloud providers have come up with the tools also where you can configure the like resource utilization based on which it will give you like what is the estimated cost which can occur if you utilize that much resource. So based on that, like you can play around. Like there's no hard fast rule for that, but it is sort of experimentation in nature, and it is experimentation in nature even for the classical computing as well. Like we just goes with the estimate. Okay, if I'm going to train a machine learning model, this is the compute type, and this is how much it cost me. And apart from that compute type, this is the database and all I need. Based on that, we estimate the cost and we get like we know how much money we are going to burn in that.
Yeah, please. Yeah, she want to ask a question. Thank you, Grant.
That everyone will have access to a quantum computer. We are talking about singularity by, 2045. Longevity is 2030. When do you think that we're gonna have quantum computing?
I think,
Okay.
you know, I think we're all going to have access to a quantum computer very soon through this, right? So, like I said, the cloud providers are going to they're going to figure out a way to make the cost of quantum computing much cheaper, right? They're going to scale that first, and then they're going to offer it as a service, right? And so that's why I think, we'll have that access, so we're not going to be running around with quantum computers in our pockets, but we're going to have access with the API. So, yeah.
Yeah, but I think just one thing, I think IBM, they already have offered an access for a platform. I mean, you can just go to Quantum Lab, IBM, and then you can just go online and then you can see that they are able, can give you the opportunity, offer you to just create and get your account, and then you are able to design the problem you want and you apply it, and then you can play with the qubits and the gates you want, and then you design the circuits, and then you can apply it. But this is just for short-term project. But if you want to really show something really patentive and very important, you have to create a big algorithm. Then you need, as he said, a lot of costs to pay, and then you need to access to the real machine in a very long version. I hope so. So Grant maybe can answer that.
I just wanted to say that was an amazing panel, everyone. We just want to keep everything on time.
Thank you.
But that was incredible. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Just take the pictures. Thank you. Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great points.
Thank you for the answers.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thanks for the motivation. Thanks, Grant.
Be nice to my boss.
Three, two,
Make sure my eyes are open, okay?
I got five. One of them is open.
Your eyes must be open in one of them.
I wanted to make sure you got the questions. They're good questions.
Thank you.
Yeah. Amazing moderation.
Sure, with pleasure. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. That was such an incredible panel. I think all of us learned a lot about the intersection of AI and quantum. So thank you very much to all of our panelists today. And now we'll go ahead and move on to the next panel, everyone. We'll be talking about quantum finance. But yeah, we'll just give it a minute as we start setting up. So our next panelists are going to be Jalfrey. Jalfrey? Yeah, nice. Let's go. I can't wait for Jalfrey to be speaking, as well with Shadab Hussain. So on our next panel as well. You're on the quantum finance, right? Great. Yeah. So our next panel is quantum finance and the revolutionizing banking and finance. So we'll also be having Nardo as well. I believe you'll be speaking on this panel. Yes. So this will be more of a fireside chat between the three. So cannot wait. So thank you very much, Nardo, Shadab, and Joffrey. This is more of like a conversation between. Yeah, Joffrey. Amazing. There you go. Thank you. If anyone wants any water, we have water here. Water? Good. 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 Want me to leave this here?
You have to leave it there. Appreciate it.
I'm more. I like pee.
I've been drinking so much coffee just to have something in my hand.
Having a good time? I'm not fired yet, right? Promoted?
I hope people are not bored of me.
No, they will not be bored.
Are we ready to start?
Hey, everyone, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Production team, are we good? Are we good to
Everybody's
start?
ready?
Okay, awesome.
Yeah. This is the exciting panel. You guys like money? Who likes money? Raise your hand. I like money. Okay, y'all better pay attention.
We're still looking for money.
Yeah, if you don't like, you can pay me back.
So I not sure if anyone came in late or whatnot, so we'll just do a brief round of introductions again. Shadab, sorry, like to make you go through that again, but just for kind of context of the illustrious members we have on this panel, if you wouldn't mind, let's get into some brief introductions.
Um, sure. Hi, everyone, once again. I hope you're not bored of me. This is my, I think, third panel now. You will see me again for one more talk for a few minutes, not for long. So, again, I'm Shadab, and this time I will give my introduction more towards the quantum finance side. So, I have co-authored a book, Financial Modeling Using Quantum Computing. That book was focused on sort of bridging the gap from the classical approach to quantum approach. I will not say that book is having out of the box solutions, but it was sort of like how certain financial modeling or financial problems can be solved or optimized with the help of quantum computers. So problem again, like similar use cases like portfolio optimization, credit fraud detection, or um, stock price prediction, like that's a regression problem, right? How we can solve that on classical, how we can solve that on quantum, and because of the limitation of the existing quantum hardwares, what else we can expect in the future, and how we can run that on different cloud platforms like on Azure or on AWS. So that's what that book was focused on. So whatever knowledge I was able to gather as the process of writing that book, like whatever little contribution I had while working with the other authors, I will try to share with you all.
I have a quantum finance certificate because of you. You are a great teacher, a very big contribution.
Like I'm still a noob. So yeah.
Okay, hi, Nardo Manaloto, Qubits Ventures, VC firm, investing in quantum and next-gen computing globally. So I'm going to come at this at in the first perspective of the people that pitch to me in this space, and there are many of them. And so I have a view of it in terms of what I consider is real and what I consider still, hedging in the area of futuristic approaches. So I'll give my perspective on that.
My name is Hendrik Dabrowski. I'm one of the organizers of this event. Thank you all for coming here. I'm an industrial engineer with a PhD in innovation in aeronautics and aerospace. But I come from a 25-year career doing electronic payments and building all sorts of finance. So that's still deep in my DNA. And I'm happy to share here with you some of my views on finance and quantum.
So I'm your moderator. I'm Jalfi. I am the community lead for Forbes BLK Miami and also a seasoned startup operator with MyDAO Global and an account executive for Spearbit Labs. So so let's get into our first question. I'm going to keep this as non-technical as possible, just for my sake, and maybe for the other people in the room who aren't as technical as you. So how would you define quantum finance?
Very basic, like I will not go with bookish definition. So whatever financial modeling, financial use cases we have, right? Some of the use cases I have in front of me, like pricing, risk modeling, or portfolio management, resource allocation, or forecasting, anomaly detection, recommendations. Any of these use cases, if we can formulate that on quantum computers, that will be considered as financial modeling on quantum computers. So while formulating that, obviously we have to consider certain algorithms, for example, for like there's Monte Carlo simulation and many other, right? So those basic concepts should be clear for us. For each of the use cases, there are a specific set of algorithms which help us sort of like in formulating those problems on quantum computers and getting the results out of it. So I can go through the algorithms as well. For risk modeling or pricing, we have quantum Monte Carlo integration or quantum PD solvers, right? Similar for other use cases, we have different other algorithms. So if we can formulate or solve those problems with the help of quantum computers, that will be sort of like financial modeling on quantum computers.
Whatever he says, right? So definitely that. But the thing that I wanted to kind of add to this is when you look at finance, don't look at finance and remove banking out of that, right? So banking is a very closely related industry. So that's first off. Second is when Shadab was talking about finance from a perspective of use cases, that's all on, what's happening on the computational sides of finance, right? Finance and banking as an industry has a ton of things that needs to get improved, right? So you have to look at it slightly different. One way to look at it is say, what are the administrative processes within banking and finance that are also could be improved from an optimization standpoint and simulation perspective, right? So and add those as use cases that you could solve as well. So that is definitely correct, but finance and banking are industries in themselves, right? The other piece are there are things that are happening in technology, especially here in Miami. I think there's a lot of blockchain related stuff, Web3 related stuff that's being used in this space, right? So you also have to look at those infrastructure layer and say, how can the infrastructure layer adopt quantum technologies to help improve banking and finance? Those are opportunities as well that you need to consider. And the last one I want to also kind of say is because new things need to come, new models, right? So when people said, okay, well, maybe there's a chance for the next generation Bitcoin to come out, right? It's already being talked about in my space, right? The space, somebody had pitched to me and said, Nardo, what about quantum money? What the heck is quantum money, right? So I said, and I thought I was struggling with Bitcoin, right? And then quantum money comes around and said, okay, quantum money. So what I'm trying to say there is new technology have a tendency to bring new categories of products. And so don't let your imagination fall short of just looking at what's currently there.
Thank you. I see finance in a different way because finance is a function of the economy, and the economy is analyzing the offer demand of goods and services. So banking and finance is an answer to that created by money, usually issued by sovereign entities. So quantum is going to be able to anticipate the demand and offer of goods and services in the future, which will facilitate and make a lot less expensive being able to finance trade, production, logistics, all the sort of things. When it comes to the provision of money, I've been an exponent of digital money since 2008, before all of this Bitcoin and other things. And I think that in the future, like we are today, I bet that most of you are not carrying $100,000 in your pocket, but you can have a debit card that can potentially allow you to pay that. Quantum is definitely going to transform the ability to process payments at a much faster way and give you access to multiple ways of financing.
I'm so glad that you guys brought up the kind of cryptocurrency point. I know that's a very hot topic here. A lot of the conversation around quantum and blockchain has been almost adversarial. There's a bit of trepidation in the kind of blockchain space with what quantum computing will be able to do. So how do you see them interacting? Is there a way, is it inherently adversarial? Is there a way that blockchain can be benefited, as you said, with quantum money and quantum-backed chains?
Yeah, I think it doesn't have to be adversarial, right? So I think blockchain as a technology, definitely there's quite a bit of use for it, so which is great, right? But the one thing that, for example, one of the weaknesses of blockchain is actually people think it's quite a secure thing. It's actually not that secure. Okay, so one thing that you could use is basically put the cryptographic aspect. I had startup pitched to me and said, Nardo, I'm a quantum and blockchain company. Okay, great. How are you dealing with random number generation? Is it software based? Yes. No, I can hack you, right? So the other part to that is you could use a lot of the hardware aspect of quantum that generates true random numbers. So to actually secure the blockchain itself, right? So anything that has to do with generating unique numbers in a software manner, replace all of that and use quantum approaches or photonic approaches, right? So entanglement approaches and put that as part of your solution. So it doesn't have to be adversarial. They could actually be very complementary and can secure, and it's actually good for humanity if they actually do that together.
he has already covered almost everything.
I agree.
So I don't have much to add on. Just like apart from, I mean, QKD only if we extend that, then securing the blockchain system is a major concern when it comes to the blockchain. So like QKD is just a random number generator which is getting generated, right? So how we can make that future proof from the quantum attacks, like by also getting adapted to the latest standards which are getting recommended by NIST. So if we do a research and if we follow the research, like what is happening in the field of quantum, like post-quantum cryptography, and try to connect with the blockchain, then some insights we will have there as well, which I don't have right now to talk about. So I will stop here.
Yeah, I just want to add, I totally forgot that the NIST also approved a version of digital signature that is also quantum secure already. So if you're looking at blockchain, smart contract related stuff, you could use that capability.
Oh, yep. We have a question here.
Can we do the questions at the end? If you don't mind? Okay. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, we'll hold on to it. So I'd like to talk about integration a little bit. We know that the financial markets are kind of run on very classical systems. What is the feasibility of implementing quantum technologies into these markets, and who on the enterprise level, as far as roles, needs to be kind of like your subject matter expert on integrating?
Shadab knows this.
And then, so far, what I have observed or seen is companies, big companies are also invested in. A lot of good publications are coming out on Archive or some other reputed journals, which we do refer as a reference to understand what exactly the current landscape is. For example, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs was doing initially, but after a certain amount of time, we have not seen something very good enough coming from them. But definitely JP Morgan Bank is actively involved and they have dedicated team for quantum. Even I think HSBC and Wells Fargo have dedicated quantum teams who are doing all sort of innovations and coming up with feasibility checks for different use cases. Now, given since finance industry is so sensitive, right? Like if you do something wrong, it can have very huge implications. Because of that, people are still sort of like testing the solutions and not putting anything in the production yet. I mean, so far, how much I know, initially internally they would have been doing the hypothesis testing or A/B testing, but those information can be revealed by some of their employees only.
Today, most of the large banks and private equity, which is today larger than the banks in terms of the money it's trading, has a quantum team or is partnering with companies to use their quantum platforms. Definitely, having the ability to look into the future, and again, it's not crunching large number numbers. It's solving very complex problems like logistics, supplies, production. It's very important for these entities. So both the banks, private equity, even sovereign entities like central banks are looking at quantum in order to solve these problems and investing heavily into it.
My view on it is they're doing a lot of proof of concepts, right? They're trying to test it out, first of all, to learn what quantum is all about and see, the capabilities of the new algorithms, what they need to do in that space. But really, the biggest benefit to them is how, as an enterprise, do they prepare for the coming of quantum advantage, right? So it's almost like a workforce readiness exercise, and say, let me figure out how I could use this as a tool, but at the same time, what do I need as this technology progresses? What do I need to support and keep something like this into production? So that's the comment I get a lot from people trying out quantum as a POC, and it's not just finance or banking; it's across the board. So it's really they're using it as an enterprise readiness approach towards taking advantage of it when it becomes production ready.
Got it. So on the other side of that, basically, how do regulators keep up, right? I believe we're going to need a new regulatory framework to kind of govern the implementation of quantum in spaces like that. So what can regulators do to position themselves as a solvent place to enforce that regulation?
Use ChatGPT, I guess. So one thing I hear with regulation will always be behind, right? So the only way that you can actually go ahead is, if you, and I'm not joking, I know it does sound like a joke sometimes, right? Regulatory and compliance frameworks are always behind when it comes to new technologies, and new technologies move so fast that our regulatory body need to kind of figure out, okay, what do we need to do with this, right? So remember, think about the FDA trying to catch up with AI. Okay, that's like a never-ending battle, right? So I think where the regulators need to go is, become AI assisted, which is, I think, they don't have enough of the people, the resources from a financial standpoint to really put something together. And it does take technology to figure out all of the different complexities of regulation and compliance. And it's hard to think about that stuff, right? Because it's scenario modeling, and I think you need a lot of many different connection points. So I'm truly not joking. They need to figure out how to use AI capability to figure out new regulatory frameworks to support new technologies.
Quick question. Do you see that starting at the local, then state, then federal level, or for more of a top-down need?
Uh, Good question. I'm not exactly sure where it should start, but somebody needs to start it, right? Because I think the conversation there is, regardless of where it starts, it's still the conversation needs to be had at all levels, and hopefully something happens.
Regulation is a consequence of an action. So until it happens, it's not going to be discussed. There's significant discussions in Congress and several other regulatory bodies across the world trying to control and put limitations to AI. Quantum will not escape to that at some point. It's the same. But it will be, the big scandal of a central bank being hacked, or people getting to lose their identities, or being cloned through a digital twin biohacking, et cetera, et cetera. So regulations will always fall into the basics of, security for the common, security for the trade and the supply of goods and services, and that's what is going to follow.
I mean, again, very nice pointers have already been put on. Just to add on and give you a glimpse of like what is happening globally. So in Europe, we have European Quantum Consortium, right? So they have their policy side as well, who thinks in these directions in terms of regulations and compliance, and they sometimes like not up to this level they are going yet, but at high level they are talking about policies and regulations. So again, like as Nado already mentioned, it can be delayed because it's again the compliances are the results of the actions, right? So we need to wait till people realize or people get together to work on it, and we get right set of regulations to be adapted for quantum as well in financial industry.
Do you foresee an expanded role of public-private partnerships in order to kind of ensure that regulation?
Partnerships are already happening, especially in the field of quantum computing area, right? So government, federal agencies in US and a lot of private companies are working together. They are getting funded and supported by grants as well to work on different use cases. So those avenues are already being explored and partnership
Well, I mean
is
more
getting
for like
established.
policy.
For policy, yeah. So non-profit organizations are getting formed. Like one of the organizations is in US is QEDC, right? And another one is Quantum World Congress, right? So these two are the leading organizations in US who are working with the government, bringing the private companies as well together to work on those lines. Maybe Nardo can add more to this.
Yeah, definitely a lot of these conversations and partnerships are happening from a public-private standpoint. Definitely QADC, Quantum World Congress, and there's a lot more other regulatory body across the globe talking about this. Some of the things, when it comes to regulation, sometimes you need to have collaborative projects to figure out what the regulations would be. Right, so there are projects that are being fronted by QEDC that works with the Five Eyes, the five different countries that's friendly to the U.S., right? And figure out, okay, how, as we're doing something like this, where we're in front of very powerful technology, who does what, who owns what, which IP is where, right? And is this something that is shared IP? There's a lot of these kind of conversation happening now from a project standpoint, because these are very, very hard questions to answer, right? So for example, if somebody says, oh, we've created a quantum algorithm that cracks existing cryptography, right? Okay, well, it was generated by the Five Eye countries that basically collaborated on that project. Well, what does that mean? Right? How are you going to govern something like that? What are the safety frameworks? What are the compliance frameworks? What are the legality of who owns what? How can we use it? There's a lot of those things, but I think the area that I feel like it's lagging a bit is in the area of safety. Safety, especially when it comes to the combination of quantum AI, that area is lacking because the AI has its own thing to worry about, and quantum has its own thing to worry about. But the combination of that, I'm not sure whether the quantum community and the AI community are really talking together yet. I don't think that's not done yet. I feel like.
The I think that all regulation starts with questioning the parties who are involved, what they think. And so definitely there will be a public-private consultancy, maybe not partnership. I still need to see regulation with the private sector partners with the government to have a regulation. But it's the way it's going. The Five Eyes is definitely going to be an important factor. I see regulation coming across multiple verticals, not only finance, but the quantum is going to be a significant, create a significant impact in health, travel. That's going to create a lot of things. I am aware of discussions at the FDA to potentially incorporate quantum proof of concepts as soon as possible in order to make our air travel more efficient on a global basis. So definitely going to work that way.
Well, thank you. I'd like to open it up for questions. I know we had a question here earlier.
Yeah. So as a complete non-techie, I am getting the idea that quantum computing is really useful for very large computing. It's like a hyperdrive from Star Wars. When you're computing, you can just like, oh wow, and it's like wow, and you can just deal with
Large
masses
computing
of
will
data.
be the wrong word. I will say complex computing.
Okay. So my question is,
Yes.
so it is for very large companies, states and all that. That's the case now. Is there one point where actually smaller businesses, individuals will have any use for it? I mean, except for what you said about the generating a unique number. I see how that is useful, for blockchain and stuff like that. But are we as individuals or small company owners or whatever going to have any chance of using quantum computing or not? The foreseeable future.
You want to take that? Okay. So the good thing about quantum is I know it's complex, but you have a lot of quantum going on now that you just don't know about, right? So I consider this technology as an invisible technology. So if you take a look at what's going on, Google already have a Chrome browser that is secure on the PQC level, hybrid PQC. It's not full quantum yet, but it's halfway there, right? So did you know that? Okay. So the other one is Samsung already has a mobile phone that's using a quantum random number generation chip. They call it their phone Samsung Quantum. That came out last year. Did you know that? Yeah. Okay. So DocuSign came out with a digital signature using quantum random number generation. That's part of their digital signature process. Did you know that? Okay. So the point is this technology is one of those technology that's going to be open, right? But from a perspective of an individual business or an individual person trying to use quantum, think of, for example, you have an Apple Watch. Somebody who have Apple Watches? Okay. So there's so when you think of quantum, don't think of it as just a computing technology. Think of it as a technology, set of technology. So quantum sensors are big, right? So if you have an Apple Watch, that's a lot of sensors. There are such things as quantum sensors as well. So think about those quantum sensors as a way, you will see those. I'm already seeing a lot of quantum sensors that are being built in the market that are having impact. There are companies that are building no GPS quantum positioning navigation technology, right? So those are like, okay, regardless of satellite access or no access, you'll still have your ways working for you, for example. So the thing with quantum is you will feel the impact, but it's not necessarily known that there's quantum in it.
And you don't drive it. You're just like we had AI for many years and we didn't know.
Right. So for example, in autonomous vehicle, right? So I don't think existing AI system can move towards the full autonomy without quantum going in there, because it requires so many different types of calculation on real time. It's simulation and optimization in the real time scenario happening inside the car for full autonomy. You can't do that without a technology as high performing as quantum.
This is about financial markets. You had an investment firm, Renaissance Technologies, right? So they took mathematical models and they are able to predict that, and they made a lot of money in financial markets. And this was before the whole AI boom with NVIDIA. Now, right now with NVIDIA, with AI, they're doing a lot of simulated worlds, weather patterns. A lot of finance firms, they're trying to get an advantage by trying to get better predictions. You're saying that quantum can do a better job with driving AI, right? So is it going to be able to, I guess, help create more cost-effective ways of doing that? Because there was a gentleman that spoke here like maybe a couple of months ago from Quantum Post Capital, and he was saying that a quantum computer could do the job of 18 high-performance centers to do these kind of simulations. And he was saying, look at a 2 years, 5 years, 8 years time period. So I guess what I'm asking is that couldn't we just do that with the classical computers, or you really do see that, whether it's for cost, whether it's just we're able to do something in 1 year that would take like 1,000 years or something like that, like with this Google Willow chip. So I understand that, so you can speak on that.
That's definitely the purpose of using the quantum computers. So you don't have to use massive computing power. You saw the keynote address this morning by Nardo that we use huge amounts of energy, huge amounts of resources in order to do computing. You will be able to reduce those times into nothing. That's a promise. Okay, that's where it's going. In the financial industry, for a lot of I don't know the company that you mentioned, but a lot of the brokers, traders are betting that quantum will make the market much more efficient because you'll be able to anticipate a lot of things. You'll be able, if you're trading commodities, you'll be able to potentially forecast the projections of commodities availability over the next 10 years within an hour. You follow? So you don't need to run complex, super sophisticated, very computer intensive models to get the same results. You'll be able to do it quickly. We still need to get there. That's a promise. That's what Nardo, myself, and every investor in this industry is basically waiting for and thinking that's where we're going to get.
Yeah, and just to add on to what Henrik mentioned here, I think the way you need to look at quantum and compute, don't isolate it, right? So meaning, what I mean by that is where the world is heading is really what it's called hybrid computing, right? So the way we have things now is like we're thinking, oh, is it a switch over from classical to quantum? No, it doesn't work that way. So the way you need to think about the new world we're coming in from a compute standpoint is it's going to be hybrid from looking at your algorithm, looking at your algorithm and determining which are the right tools compute tools for the right part of the algorithm, right? So I've been around all the different labs, Argonne, National Labs, Oak Ridge, right, Sandia, and they're trying to figure out what kind of new computing capabilities to build. If you go to Argonne, they have they have Aurora there. They have a system called Aurora. They have 63,000 GPU type system. It's a supercomputer doing weather forecasting and all that stuff, right? And then you go to Oak Ridge National Lab. They have Frontier, and that is a massive, like massive wall of computer. They're projecting. I think they have a little less than 100,000 GPUs as part of that supercomputer. It's massive, right? And then I asked, I said, okay, where is your compute capability going to head? So the answer was, oh, we're building our plan for our next supercomputer will include CPU, GPU, QPU, and something else. And I said, well, what's something else? It could be photonic, it could be neuromorphic, it could be something else. So the plan was, okay, if we need to get super efficient, we need to make sure we're looking at the right kind of compute for the right kind of problems.
For that question, basically kind of also inspired by earlier questions. So you basically are thinking about the person who understands quantum technology eventually will create a quantum computer that wipe out all the existing data, or absorb all the existing database, right? So then he can disrupt the whole financial system, the whole banking system. It's actually very centralized. It's not decentralized because the average people, uneducated people in Africa, in Haiti, do not even have access to computer or device. So how can they access quantum technology or even be part of this financial economic system? It will create an even larger gap or disparity, right, for economy. How can you create a better world like that?
Let me reply to something to you. Nardo just said something. You probably don't realize it, but you're exposed to a quantum sensor in your daily life at any given time. It's just that, it's not going to pop up as I'm here, like inertial navigation. A lot of things that use some sort of quantum sensor at any given point. Regarding social disparities, no, there's not a single supercomputer that will destroy the financial system. I think that's a great subject for a movie, but no, it won't work that way. Just because financial systems are not centralized. They're distributed by nature and with very sophisticated backup systems. When it comes to access to computing, we had a panel this morning from Haiti, and in 2010, after the earthquake, we developed with Digicel a electronic payment platform for Haiti called Chocho Mobile. It's changed its name now. What's that? Yeah, it's Moncash now. And we did it in Africa, we did it in the Philippines with Gcash. So people have access to financial platforms today on very simple devices. So the possibility of disrupting that is very, very remote. I'm more concerned, for example, on travel and logistics, in defense. Those are the kind of things that where they may be more impactful.
So if people don't have any bank accounts, can they access the existing blockchain or future money, basically, like quantum money?
So let me ask you, quantum money doesn't exist yet.
It's
a concept.
being talked about as the next generation crypto.
Yeah. The money today is digital. When you have a bill in your hands, it's just a piece of paper that has specific ciphers that exist on a computer, right? And money is replaced because it degrades, it gets destroyed. So you have access to your funds in some electronic form. Let's assume that the whole communication network gets disrupted. You will still be able to get somewhere to have access to your money, whatever the form of money is.
So that one of the key things that all countries should do is basically look at securing their communication networks, right? So if you take a look at what China is already doing, they've already secured 4,000 plus kilometers of quantum network. So and they've already secured a lot of their satellite, the space satellite piece, right? So that's from a U.S. standpoint, we're great in quantum computing, but securing our networks, it's still a bit of a challenge for us. We've only secured 27 miles. And the reason I say that is because when I get into conversation, into weird conversations. So some of the concerns are, okay, there's this whole thing about steal now, decrypt later. You can tap into people's communication now. So the whole thing about post-quantum cryptography is really a big deal. So the federal government really is pushing everybody, all feds, all enterprises to get into that stuff. And so should other countries. So where the disparity may potentially come in is because because the standards are being set here and you have quantum computers here and you can secure your communication here. Maybe there are poorer countries that may not be able to have access to that. However, hopefully, when you have friendly countries working with each other, that's the kind of thing that they should be doing. And that's part of the responsibility and safety aspect of where quantum should go.
So yeah, I can add more to what Nardo said. So there are like non-profit entities are getting formed globally. Like Open Quantum Institute is one of the example. They were initially incubated by JESDA. JESDA is like based out of Swiss, who looks at the technological aspects for the humanity. And they just don't look at quantum, they look at AI and other technologies as well, life science and all. So OQI is like initially started from there, and they have expert scientists working with them, and now it's incubated by CERN. So they are coming with certain like programs, like how they can educate sort of developing countries or the countries who have lesser number of resources, and also from the diplomacy side, they are working with different countries to bridge that diplomatic channel as well for trade and the development and advancement of the technology as well. So these kind of entities are trying to bridge the gap and take the technology to even those countries who have been limited from accessing it.
Now, we're going to move on to our next session with Dr. Haidar and Shadab Hussain. We're going to be talking about quantum computing applications. So if you want to learn about what quantum computing applications are in the market right now and what you could use, this is the session for you.
So, hello everyone again. Thank you, Grant, for this introduction. So, today I'm gonna speak two individual sessions this afternoon. The first one is going to be about quantum computing applications. I'm gonna explain also the open source variational quantum eigensolver OpenVQE, which I was speaking during the panel. And Hussein Shadab will also try to explain how to use OpenVQE GPT. We will add on top of OpenVQE now a small submodel. It's called OpenVQE GPT, how to let the learners use the OpenVQE GPT in order to answer questions, to learn how to use the VQE algorithm. But don't worry, I will explain VQE in a more professional way in the next session. This session is going to be more into quantum applications. What are the general use cases? As in the previous session, he explained very well some use cases, and now we will cover into healthcare problems in order to show you what is the current state of the art of quantum computing nowadays in healthcare sector. So thank you, Grant, for hosting us in this Quantum and the Future of Computing through GP Tuesday Summit in Miami, Florida. So I'm very happy to be there. It's the first time for me to be in the USA and the first time for me to land in Miami. So congrats for that. Yeah. Thank you. So who I am, in fact, currently I am a senior researcher in quantum computing at Qubit Pharmaceutical in Paris, France. My academic journey started as a PhD in quantum physics for hydrogen molecular ions at Sorbonne University in Paris. Afterwards, I did 3 years of experience as a postdoc in quantum computing for quantum chemistry at Sorbonne University in collaboration with industries Total Energy and Atos, who are based in Paris. And my master degree was in high energy particle physics. So today I will focus more on my postdoc work, where I created the OpenVQE package, and we will see that on the next slides. So what are the main achievements I have done so far in my life? So as I said, I am now supervising, I have supervised two master, two student degree, and I have preprint an article about the Lie algebra structure, how to use the math with the quantum chemistry, because it's very important, but you won't care about that. I will focus more into the postdoc work, as I said here, into the creation of OpenVQE, which I think is the most interest for you here, how we will use the OpenVQE for the future, how we will be able to spread it in Miami, in all the world, because it's really very interesting and it's really going to grow from OpenVQE into more application, in more real-life application in terms of healthcare, chemistry, material science, and optimization. So it has been published in Wiley Journal, and it has been also more than 13 citation has been used for OpenVQE package so far, and that's very nice. And so I want now to more focusing on this talk in the next session. As I said, it has been published in Wiley as an open source variational quantum eigensolver extension of the quantum learning machine for quantum chemistry. So we have published that in 2023. As I remind you, in the next session, I will explain more detail what is OpenVQE, why we need to use it, and why it's really useful. So the main actions in terms of quantum education, because we have the first panel today in the morning about the future of quantum education in Miami or in the world. So one of the examples I want to show is to really kind of try to be integrating quantum education, how to make a workshop or a seminar or a summer school or a winter school for students. So what I have done in 2025 for the next year, I organized a summer school in Vietnam in August 2025 using the Open VQE package. So I'm gonna go there with some experts from Germany and from France in order to go there and in order to explain to the 40 students there, because it's empowering 40 students from the southeast of Asia. I don't know if Thailand will be included, but we will be very happy for that. I will explain it to you later. And this is the main title of the school, Vietnam School of Artificial Intelligence and Quantum Computing. So I was the main organizer of that, and I'm happy because I secured funding for this so far in order to make it work. So now we are still trying to cover all the funding, and we are still actively seeking for completion of the funding. So if you are curious, I can show you very quickly about the program, and then we will try to. So here, this is the way I would love to do it one day here with you, Grant, and the team. I think it would be very interesting. So here I did in the ICISE. It's hosted by Dr. Tran Thanh Van, who has founded this ICISE Institute in Vietnam in 1993. In this way, I tried to contact them. They are very nice organizers, and we tried to. They accepted our offer to the request, in fact, in order to make this school. So it will happen in 2025, as I said, and I can share it to you because you can have a look about it in the future. So we organized the Committee of Science there in this way. So we just have asked professors from Germany, France, and Vietnam, and we tried to make it, and then we have organized it. So I am one of the main organizers, but the idea came from me, in fact. And then here is the program, of course. So you can see that we can also organize a program in the same way here. So we can try to make a kind of open remarks, not only for one day seminar Tuesday summit. It can be also for kind of how to explain the quantum mechanics, because a lot of people, they need to know what is the introduction of quantum mechanics, what is the basic notion of qubits, how it works, what are the gates. So we can deliver some professors and speakers who can explain to us. And in the same way, we have also basic of quantum technologies like trapped ions, photonics, and semiconductors. So far we are focusing on trapped ions and photonics. This is the way how we can explain to the students and the passionates and the engineers how to learn from the quantum computing from the both sides, emulators, and from the real quantum computer. And of course, we have immersed the artificial intelligence and the application of artificial intelligence because we are planning to make a kind of mapping at the end between the combined quantum AI, as we have discussed with Hossein Shadab and Victor, about the combination of AI and the quantum. And that's why I addressed the question for you in the morning. And I think this is one of the ways how to start to let students learn about quantum AI for education. And finally, we have different professors from India also. They are going to speak about quantum chemistry, myself about drug discovery application, and then about some platforms of Qiskit and QLM, and quantum physics and OpenVQE package there. So if you are interested, please don't hesitate to contact. I can help you for the registration, and I can really help also to explain how we can create this kind of reports of mini projects for students and so on. So I can share it to you later. There's a video here, Vimeo. It's very interesting, a piece of paradise in the world. You just have to go there, and you can see how it really works. So I'm not going to play it now, but I will share it to you later, Grant, and you can spread it to all the audience there. And I'm sure you will be very happy to see the video. Yeah, so let's go back now to the slideshow from the beginning. So it's just an example of quantum education, and I'm sure we can do something like that in the future together. So here, if you want to register, don't hesitate to contact me on LinkedIn or through my email. You can just try to tell me I would like to travel, and we would like to be a participant, and we can try to link you with the institute to help you for the registration. And of course, for talented people, I think they are planning to make fellowships in the future for that. So now coming back to the quantum computer and how it was really motivated by the past. So as you know in this picture, everybody knows this guy, right? If not, please don't hesitate. Yeah. So this is Richard Feynman, who tried to propose in 1982, he said, we need a lot of accuracy and simulation of quantum systems because in classical computers it's inefficient to do accurate. So that's why he said simulation and simulation and simulation. And that's why it comes the advantage of the quantum computer that we can process the informations more exponentially than the classical computers, and the speed up will be really high. That's why, as I said, the quantum algorithms can offer speed up over the classical computer in terms of time and in terms of memory. So, introduction to quantum computing. Quantum computing, as we all of you knows, that it's just a revisionary technology leveraging the principle of quantum mechanics. We will see in the next slide how it works. And it surpasses the classical computing in terms of the power for complex problems, as Shadab says here, that we have to focus on a complex problem. And the other guys, he was asking a question about vast, large amount of data, but in fact, I agree with you, it's more into complex problem, like in biology and chemistry. And that's why this is one of the most important usefulness of quantum computer. Quantum computer uses qubits, as you know, and this is something not in the classical computer, because in the quantum computer, the quantum processor units are based on the entanglement of qubits and the superpositions of zeros and one, and that's why you will have simultaneous states at the same time that you are able to process data, and that's why it's really very important. So bits versus qubits, as you can see here, this is the bit. It can be either in the state 0 or 1, in the red or the blue, but the qubits is a superposition between 0 and 1. So the classical bits represent a binary state, 0 or 1. Qubits are leveraging the quantum mechanics, and that's why they are superposition of states 0 and 1. This is for people who are really not familiar with that. I would be happy to explain. And here is the capabilities, how it will be enabling to exponentially be higher in computational power for certain types of problems like healthcare and so on. So bits versus qubits, as you have seen here, in terms of the top, we have the CPUs, classical processor unit used in the quantum classical computer, and the QPU is the quantum processor unit downstairs. So as you see here, if you input 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, then you are going to have, let's say, 8 state at the beginning. The output will be 8 state. It's easy. But in the quantum computer, if you input 3 data, 0, 1, 0, then you can get 8 state because of 2 to the power 3. Then you will have more and more information that you can store in your QPU of the quantum processor unit. So that's why we see now the evidence of the exponential speed up, thanks to qubits. So what are the companies leading nowadays? The quantum computing, there are three in Europe. There are in Europe, Americas, and Asia. So in Europe, we have a lot of startups, as you may know. So we have IQM, Pascal, IQT, AQT, Candela, C12, Alice and Bob, and some others. America, we have IBM, Quantum, Google, Quantum AI, Rigetti Computing, and others. And Asia, we have Alibaba, Quantum Lab, Baidu Quantum, and TT Quantum. So these are the major quantum computers nowadays in the world. But of course, as he showed us in the previous session, there are always comparison between the classical and the real quantum computation. Why we need that? Because one of you asked the question about the comparison between the classical and the quantum, and I agree with Juard that this is because we need to mimic the algorithm first to see how classically it works with respect to the number of qubits until we see that we are getting an advantage. So the classical computation at certain number of qubits is a reference for the real quantum computation to compare. But at certain level, at certain number of qubits, the classical computer will have no memory or the supercomputers to perform the calculation. And that's why the quantum computer will show the advantage. But so far, there is no advantage of quantum computer. You have to know that, because we are able to show them in the classical computer yet. So the results are able to obtain in the classical computers, but one day, at certain number of qubits, we are not able to perform it classically. So what are these major software companies? Why we need software? We need classical simulators because we need to mimic the algorithm. We need to play, we need to simulate and simulate and simulate because we need to understand how the quantum algorithm works first. And that's why there are a lot of machines. They are able now to let the students and the engineers, in order to play with the number of qubits they can in order to emulate that. So one of these is in France, Evident Captiva, which I started to create the OpenVQE through. And this is the name of the machine is Captiva. It's specialized in the classical and the quantum simulation platform. To be honest, I love it very much because it helps me to create a package. So NVIDIA CUDA also is very interesting because it provides a robust parallel computing platform for accelerating emulations. And Microsoft also, they have the integration with Azure Quantum in their accumulator technology. So that's why we have in IBM Qiskit, we have in Captiva, we have the QLM simulator, and in Microsoft, we have also Cirq, and sorry, QShart. And in the other, we have also Cirq in Google. So that's why we can see them in the next slides. So what are the general type of application? Very quickly, we have healthcare. We will see that the healthcare problem, we can accelerate drug discovery. We can be able to optimize the treatment if the quantum computer works. In the chemistry also, we are able to simulate molecules. We are able to obtain the minimum energy we need in a certain molecule, and we are able to simulate many chemical reactions that one day would be very important that the classical computer is not able to perform. In terms of finance, as we see in the panelists, the last panel, it was very interesting. They spoke about the finance and the risk modeling, fraud detection, and portfolio optimization. And in terms of optimization, he explained a lot to us, a lot of problems he has been using, and of course, solving complex logistic and scheduling problems. So in terms of healthcare, quantum computing in healthcare, now I will just speak in general, but in the next session, we will see more detail how really we can compute the minimum energy of a certain molecule using a certain technical quantum algorithm that is able to find the minimum energy after certain optimization steps. So here we are able to show that quantum algorithm can be able to simulate molecular systems. For example, if you have H2O, you have beryllium hydride, you have lithium hydride, you wanted to compute the energy at the end because it's the main track how you are able to let it interact with other biological system, for example. From the energy you can know. This is just an example. And in this way, we are able to have the advantage that we are able to reduce the time and the cost of developing the new drug. The same thing for optimizing treatment plans. For example, as you know, quantum computing is able to analyze vast amount of patient data. So in this way, it has the ability to create personalized and effective treatment regimes that is able to let the patient the quantum computer will be able to follow the data of certain patient and find an efficient trial for the medicine of the disease he has. So very quickly also, as I said here, the quantum computer is able to simulate complex molecular interactions. For example, if you wanted to have treatment of cancer problem, you have to identify what is the protein and what is the solution, which is the ligand. So you need a kind of contact interaction that can be happening between the ligands and the proteins in order to tackle this disease. So you have to find a way in the quantum computing that is able to optimize more effectively the interaction between this ligand and protein. And that's why one day you will have it will have faster capabilities, a quantum computing to solve this problem, and then it will allow to predict three things: promising and accurate and efficient drug candidate that's able to have this solving this problem. The same thing for faster clinical trials. Of course, you can analyze the genetic and the molecular data because you can imagine there are a lot of molecular data like DNA, mRNA, proteins. So all these you have to store them in a very good way. That's why the quantum computer will be able to simulate them at the same time, and then you are able to find the best way and faster how to more precisely identify the candidate of the drug. So more technically, which is one of the maybe interesting for some of you, in quantum computing in medical research. So one of these things is the Grover's algorithm. He said that we can accelerate the search of databases in a quadratic speed. And the same thing in the chemical database set, you can also do the same way to identify drug discovery. Of course, in the VQE, that's why OpenVQE is an interesting package for the healthcare, for drug discovery application. It allows to simulate the problem of the molecule or the atom you are trying to do, and it will allow you to predict more efficiently the molecular interaction. So if you are interested, you can follow these two links, and then you can see how they are more speaking about these two algorithms. This is why this is the impact, efficient molecular modeling. Of course, docking also, because the docking is the interaction of the ligands and the protein for a certain problem. Reduce time and cost of drug development. So what is the state of the art of the quantum computing in the healthcare drug discovery? So quantum computing can help in the genomics and the personalized medicine. It can also help for the simulation of drug design, for the medical diagnostics also, and also for the Monte Carlo simulation in radiotherapy, and AI in a healthcare enhanced by quantum computing, because in AI you can be able to faster analyze the data, and at the same time you are able to precisely from the quantum computing predict the molecular interaction between the molecules, and that's why they will be enhanced things. But I advise to go to these two articles. They explain in details about quantum computing in medicine. That's very interesting, has been published, I guess, this year. And the other one is quantum, and the other one is quantum enhanced AI, which is going to show how to make strategic approaches to quantum AI integration for industry transformation. So in these things, you can see that one of these examples, for example, drug design and molecular simulation, you can also follow these two publications that explains in detail how the quantum computing can make drug simulation, and also what are the challenges that are now appearing in the quantum computer. And also it explains the solution that could be possible, and what are the companies nowadays they are working in this sector. IBM and Moderna has been exploring the quantum computing for mRNA vaccine studies. And also, if someone is interested to discuss with me, you are welcome. I'm very much passionate about that for the future, of course. And for neurological also diseases, whoever here is a doctor in that, please don't hesitate to contact me. And we can discuss how we can try to leverage quantum algorithms in this kind of disease, whatever, in mRNA or neurological, because the main sector now for not only for science, but also for investment. And that's why we need that. It's very important to work on this. So at the end, you will see that we can show publications and real impacts for the drug development and bring better life-saving treatments to make it faster for the human being. So next session after, I will speak about the, sorry. Yeah, so let me check. Okay, so yeah, next session will be about OpenVQE and its application. And really, I would be really advising you to be there because you will see how OpenVQE works. And I would be happy to ask many questions after. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that was an amazing presentation. We really appreciate it. I learned a lot, and I'm sure everyone here did too. And speaking of healthcare and all the pharmaceuticals that you were talking about, how quantum can help revolutionize and make much faster in terms of finding great candidates from massive amounts of data. We're going to be having another great panel on healthcare right now. So if we can have the next panelists come up to the stage, we'll be having Henrik Dabrowski as moderator. We'll be having Libya Scheller as one of the panelists, and Victor as well.
All right, I think that we're ready to start this session. Thank you very much for staying back. For those that are here, we're going to bring some popcorn now. No, I'm just kidding. So I want to start this session by telling everybody that we've got a stellar group here. I will let everyone introduce who has not introduced himself. And we're going to go into topics specifically in the healthcare and quantum computing and the impact of where quantum will be in the future and where we now and how to project that in the future. Starting with the ladies here, I'm going to present not only a good friend, my partner, Dr. Libya Scheller, who we consider a futurist, and you'll quickly know why. And Libya, why don't you start with the introductions about yourself? Here you go.
Is this working?
It's all working different.
Hello, everyone. It's so good that you came for this topic. So I'm originally from Colombia, and I've been in this country being educated and in Europe. And my background is I have an undergraduate degree in genetics. I love DNA. DNA is where it's at, I thought, instead of working with machines. So I have a degree in genetics. I have a PhD in immunology. I have a postdoc in vaccine development, and I did a year in the Amazon working with the Yanomami Indians and trying to solve problems of health in the middle of the jungle. So anyway, I have been in the area of therapeutics. I've been making, when immunology merged with oncology, I became an immuno-oncologist, and I've been developing drugs for cancer for many years. I also had my own education company in the area of, I taught oncologists immunology and technology and the future of where we're going. And then after being 25 years in the pharmaceutical industry, I decided, like, what am I really doing here? Am I curing anybody at stage 4 cancer? No. So I started thinking about what can we do with computers that can help us diagnose earlier? So I started Miami AI Ventures. I've been in Miami for 23 years, but I've been in global. I started Miami AI Ventures. Now, Miami does not stand for Miami, Florida. What it stands for is Masters of Innovation, Acceleration, Monetization, and Investments. And along with that, along with our partners, what it is a conglomeration of many companies all working together to support startups from the beginning to the end, everything, including everything support business development and also access to finance, to capital. Also with Henrik and my other partner, Dynamo, we started a health tech fund, $50 million fund. We invest in healthcare, health tech, anything to do with diagnostics, anything that's going to help us understand where we are today. this all falls under the same bridge of longevity medicine. So that's where I'm doing now. I'm hanging up the hat. I'm getting away from making therapeutics. I don't think that's where it's at. If we want to cure diseases, everybody's talking about drug design, drug design, drug design. If they only spent their time in diagnostics, we'd be better off. Anyway, that's my background.
Thank you, Dr. Scheller. As always, very impressive. Victor, as the two gentlemen before you have already introduced themselves, I'm going to leave it to you. Please go ahead.
Hello again. I'm Victor Carmelis, co-founder of Lattice Studio Labs, where we're trying to make proprietary materials at a fraction of the cost of traditional R&D pipelines. I'm very impressed with Dr. Scheller, by the way. I have a master's from NYU. I did my thesis work under the Global Business Technology Director at Pfizer, where I focused on healthcare privacy and security, including during clinical trials. I was a research scientist at Fordham University, where I was working in conjunction with Fordham University and University of Utah and at Los Alamos National Labs, where we were creating the largest repository or the most comprehensive repository of liquid extraction reactions to basically extract F element metals, which are basically radioactive elements, and recycling them. So that's kind of what my background is right now.
Yeah, so I have to wear my healthcare cap on this time. So I wanted to just give context as to, what, so you don't think, oh, what the heck is Nardo doing there, right? So my background prior to starting a quantum fund, I actually have 30 years plus of healthcare technology background. I was a former, I used to run Kaiser Permanente's tech fund. I invested in 65 companies there. I scaled 12 companies on a national level. From a corporate venture standpoint, investing in anywhere from 10 to 30 mil on that level. And one of my most favorite things to do is sunsetting legacy systems. So from a statistical standpoint, we 65 companies invested in 12 national scaled nationally, 189 systems deprecated, okay, or sunsetted. And I'm either the most favorite guy or the most hated guy in healthcare, mainly because of the change that I made there. And then after that, I basically created the venture studio for healthcare, where I helped 36 companies, raise $395 million for those, and generated 2 unicorns and 9 failed companies to date, and the rest are just moseying along. So I'm here to participate in that capacity as opposed to the other capacity.
Thank you very much. I think that, as I told you, we have a stellar team today, and a lot of knowledge and sitting here. I'm going to start with a general question because I think that healthcare and quantum computing still have a big question mark. And my first question to the panel is, why don't we speak about where we're coming from and why do we think quantum will be the future? I would like Dr. Scheller to start.
Thank you. So I just want to who's in the health field here? So we have a couple. Okay, good. Hey, look who's here. Okay. Where we've been, it's been very interesting. Where we've been, it's all comers. Like you go to the doctor, they give you a medicine. They don't discriminate as to, who gets that drug, right? And it works for some people and it doesn't work for others. So in the past, we had drugs that caused very high toxicities. We had drugs that were really not curing anybody. And we did kill a lot of people in clinical trials that way. So in the past, it was very slow to make any kind of drugs for diseases. Just to give you an example, from coming out of R&D to a phase 3 trial will take over 10 years, maybe more. I have had 5 phase 3 trials that finally reported this year and next year. in oncology. Those were 5 that took 10 years. That's a long time. And I think we heard earlier that using quantum, it's going to benefit that. So that's where we've been in the past. And we need to understand where we were in the past, because at that moment, we're like, well, what can computers do that can help us do this faster and better and actually cure people? So that's where we've been in our past. Very slow technologies, not specific technologies. And with the advent of what's coming, I really think that we can do a lot better there. Are we going to talk about what's happening now or just in the past?
What's happening in the past? I think
In the
we wanna
past,
talk about
okay.
the future, yes.
No, present.
The present, yes, sorry. Whoever wants to pick it up.
So the healthcare industry globally produces 30% of the data. Okay, so that's a huge number. So you could see healthcare is a very data-intensive industry. Second is healthcare is number one in something. Can you guys guess in which area we're number one in healthcare? Okay, well, that's a very good guess. And it's really, we're number one in data breaches. Okay, so because of that, quantum plays really well into what we're doing, right? The other thing about healthcare is the variability of humans itself, right? So just because of the variations of different things and combining it with other variety of different things, it sets itself up for an industry that you could use a lot of these advanced computing technology for. So we're in that space, right? So we're here collecting genomics data now. We have EMR record. We have data interchanges. We are working with such complexity in data complexity in healthcare that I think we need the next generation of computing to make something happen, to solve something critical. So that's where we're at now, and hopefully we get to talk the next steps.
So it's funny that you should mention data breaches because, as I was talking in the last panel, post-quantum cryptography is going to hopefully answer that or solve that or basically try to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Obviously, in the U.S., HIPAA is still law, right? So any kind of breach has to be it's regulated. It has to be documented and sent to HHS for privacy and security concerns. And there's a criminal penalty, well, civil penalty, and there could be criminal penalties as well. So, but coming back into the healthcare aspect of it right now, it's a very interesting time. You've got a lot of new technologies that are coming in. The quantum processing is really going to hopefully accelerate the process of actually creating new materials. That's where I like to come in and looking at new biomedical devices as well. And obviously there's going to be testing, clinical trials for that as well. So it's interesting where that's going to go. And I'll leave it at there right now, and we'll talk about that a little later.
Yeah, okay. So as I want to say, and as I explained the previous session, that the main game in the drug discovery and the drug design is 3 points, in fact. So you need to identify a candidate that's able to solve a large complex problem for a certain disease, cancer or whatever. So these candidates should be promising, accurate, and efficient. Remember, accurate, efficient, and promising. So there can be a possibility nowadays to use AI, for example. It can help you to accelerate the discovery. However, you need precision. And the precision, as I said, it comes from the quantum computing because it's the only sector that's able to tackle a certain problem inside the atomic level, and the molecular level is the quantum. That's why quantum computing is the main bridge for drug design. Of course, with plus on top of that AI, I would say quantum plus AI for healthcare are the best keys to identify these 3 properties of the candidates for certain problem. And that's why quantum chemistry, quantum computing, for quantum computing is a certain application that is very important to make a bridge for tackling this problem.
Thank you very much. A good background for what we're going to go into now. I have two questions that I'm going to consolidate in one, and it has to do with the applications within clinical diagnostics and imaging. The same, I want to use the same pattern, allowing the ladies to speak first.
Well, we didn't talk about what's going on right now, and that's an important fact. We have to understand where we came from in the past, before AI. Okay, that was the question. Where are we before AI? Where we are today is that AI was able to be used to enhance what we have right now. Okay, so right now we're looking at, in the area of healthcare, we have a lot of problems in healthcare. A lot of problems that need fixing. And it takes a lot of computational power to do that and understanding. So where we are today is AI is now being utilized in the present moment to solve questions that we have in the medical field. However, there are some questions that cannot be answered that way, right? And that's where you would need quantum. So let's talk about AI and the areas where AI has really impacted. Those areas are actually the same that would be impacted with quantum. So I wanted to bring you from past, present, now future. So for the future, one of the areas that's going to be impacted is in the area of diagnostics, okay? Diagnostics for me is my favorite subject because do you know that in our lifetime right now, that cancer is 90% curable? 90%. Did anybody know that? Yet they're spending the majority of the money at the NIH and everybody else at trying to make a stage 4 drug. What's up with that? So we need to understand the economics of what's happening here, and we should spend more time in the area of diagnostics. Imaging is one of the areas where AI and quantum AI can take an image today, just AI alone, and give you a more precise picture, and it will give you that precise picture in a relatively amount of time. Now you add to that quantum, and you can get real-time information when it comes to looking at what you're looking at. Not only that, but you can take all of your medical scans, your MRI, CT, and this is called multi-omics. And you could actually use the multi-omics and use quantum when it gets too big to digest a huge amount of data, okay? We're not there yet, but we're getting there. We have to fix some of the things now, and there's a place to go. So the first one was in the area of imaging. The second one was?
Clinical.
Yeah, clinical.
Diagnostics and
Okay.
imaging.
Okay, so I talked about diagnostics already. For me, diagnostics is the much more important because in diagnostics, think about it. All the people that you're talking about, oh, let's make a drug, those people are not going to exist in the future after we have quantum. There's not going to be a stage 4 cancer patient. Well, guess what? People that are investing in therapeutics, shame on you. You know that we have AI technology, and in all AI technology can solve diagnostics at stage 1. So at Miami AI Ventures and our fund, I'm only looking at diagnostics that are going to at stage 1 cancer or a disease that's early. Not only can you diagnose, AI and quantum AI can before tell you the probability of you getting that disease. And if you have it in your family, it can go every year and diagnose you along the way and keep you in safe harbor. So there's going to be a lot of changes of what's happening, and I don't think therapeutics is the way that where we should put our money now. We have been doing that for years, and where has it gotten us? Not very far. So today, I think having a diagnostics in the area of any disease, imaging, multi-omics, putting that all together is going to help you determine You're going to know the chances of you getting cancer. You're going to know the minute you have cancer. Wearables and all that is going to detect all that in the future. In order to have it in real time, and that's the difference between AI and quantum AI, is there's certain areas that have not been impacted with AI because the computational power is too low. And those are the areas that people are starting to look at, where should we focus on? So for the first 5 years, we're going to have a lot of experimentation, but it's not until I think 5 to 10 years is when you're really going to apply the AI to those specific places that are going to be identified that will going to be impacted in the area of healthcare.
Question?
If you don't mind, we'll leave the questions at the end because we have a couple more topics, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah, let's just keep your question for the end if you don't mind. We'll put you first.
So in terms of the diagnostics, right? I mean, we're talking about quantum sensors. I think they were talked about. I think Dr. Hyder talked about that. So quantum sensors are definitely, or I think you actually talked about it. So quantum sensors are part of the diagnostics, right? And so these are new materials that have to be made and have to be either subcutaneous or somehow have to be able to actually see what's happening, in capillaries, right? Veins, things like that. I mean, that's something that is really necessary. I mean, I have a niece. She has a metal alloy in her heart that thankfully has not reacted negatively in her body for like the last 20 plus years. So those are the things that I'm looking at in terms of how do metals react in bodies. One of my research, I was looking at NIH's PubChem. Lactic acid, for example, is extremely, when we're talking about cancer, it grabs onto radioactive material very easily, right? So, obviously, if lactic acid is used in other mother's milk, right? So these are things that we're trying to prevent, right? For people that are using cancer treatment, especially for women. Those are things that I want to see. I also want to help out as well. So that's another area that I like to hear what's going on right now as well. And there's so much information out there, and it's interesting to see that. Livia, Dr. Scheller wants to wants to fund companies that are looking at these trying to find the answers, right? And I think that's definitely a preventative approach with looking at stage 1 problems as opposed to stage 4 problems. So this is really, really important for the quality of life, not just for the patient, but as from a cost benefit standpoint for today's medicine, and who's paying for what, right? I mean, it makes much more sense to invest in stage 1 than it is for stage 4. So I really applaud you for that.
Okay, this is going to cause me to geek out here. Some of my areas that I like in this space, you guys are very familiar with digital twins, right? So digital twins are basically AI, simulation, optimization, all mixed into one, right? If you take a look at healthcare has a lot of digital twin interest. If you take a look at that space alone, there are so many different types of digital twins. And it could be clinical, it could be process oriented, it could be device oriented, right? So let me give you a few examples. You could have a digital twin that could be quantum enabled, right? Looking at next generation simulation optimization of the patient's heart. So that's an organ twin. You could have a digital twin that is more of the full human body that contains all of your data, on the vertical stack of what human data is all about, genomics, all the multi-omics, right, that was mentioned here. You could actually put that in there. There are also what we call system and process twins, and these are more on the operations and administration side of healthcare, where you could also improve that, and that could be enabled from a quantum standpoint. So just that category alone, whoever want to create products there, that would be fantastic. The other area is definitely the sensing side, right? The quantum sensing. I'm already looking at companies, here in the U.S. that are using quantum magnetometers to look at actually monitor and connect to single neuronal spark running across your brain and putting that as classical data. So that stuff already exists. It's been 15 years of work in the quantum magnetometer space, and that's the next generation of EEG that we're going to look at, right? Where the technology is not the issue. I think the issue is the adoption cycle of something like that from an FDA, diagnostics, workflow, clinical related stuff, right? So that's another area that I love. Another area that I am really, really passionate about is the intersection of, I know Dr. Haidar talked about quantum chemistry. I'm interested in quantum biology. Okay, so I recently invested in a company out of Stanford, and they are doing, what they're doing is they created a quantum device that's a quantum electrospectrometer device that is measuring the vibrational signal of all of the different components of a cell. So when you're looking at vibrational signatures, you're getting into the quantum space here, right? I've never heard of anyone creating, that kind of a data set. But if you look at all the molecules, they all have vibrational signals. So if you look at biology vibrational signals and you look at drug vibrational signals, now maybe there's some pattern matching and some matching stuff that could happen there. So that is the foundation of a quantum biology type of a company. So I'm letting you know that because these are things that I think that are now possible where I thought, I would never see those kind of companies. And then the last one I just want to mention is which is more in the therapeutic side is, no, diagnostic is, somebody from UCLA said, Nardo, have you thought of like a device that's called a quantum nose? Quantum nose. So I got educated that basically when we smell something, right? When we smell something, we're not smelling molecules, we're actually detecting vibrational signals, and that our brain is interpreting that. And so the point that she was having there was, what if you create, those dogs, you have these stories where these dogs are sniffing out cancer and all this. There must be something there. And what if somebody created a device like that is more diagnostic? But I just don't know what the science is there yet. But I tell you, it's all quantum. So that area is ripe for disruption right now.
I think that you have some experience in that from what you're doing, so briefly.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to agree with all of you what you said. Maybe on top of what Nardo said about quantum biology, it's extremely, extremely very interesting topic to go for. I think also it could be also as an equal as quantum chemistry, because a lot of people now works only on quantum chemistry, but innovation should be also in quantum biology. However, the only problem nowadays is in the current quantum computers. As you know, the NISQ devices, they are prone to noise and they are currently creating a lot of errors. So we have to put a lot of money on the quantum processor units with the hardware engineers in order to tackle the problem using the quantum biology. So I would advise also to make the quantum chemistry and the quantum biology on the same feet. We have to start now in quantum biology. And I am really very much interested, as I said in the last session, I'm really much interested whoever have experience in biology or even neurology, I will be very happy to discuss on top of that for quantum biology. So please let me know and don't hesitate to reach me out. Thanks.
Thank you much. We're on the last 9 minutes of our panel. This has been very interesting. So I'm going to be asking you to be quick on the next answers. We know where we come from, where we are, and where we're going. I think that there's a lot of promises. The next question has to do with two things: the ethical and practical considerations of using quantum right now, and potentially, I know it's a far-fetched question, timelines.
Yeah, for example, I would give examples regarding the ethics. For example, a lot of patients, they don't prefer to share their data because they want to keep it private. So quantum computer is going to vast a lot of amounts of data. So maybe this data will be kind of misuse them, the quantum computer. This will maybe let the patient not happy with that. So this would feel them like not comfortable to use the quantum computer in this sense. Another thing is that the quantum computer now, as I said, is really releasing a lot of errors. So that's why they need to be convinced by that. To be convinced, they have to work a lot the hardware in the efforts for reducing the errors in the quantum computer. And I think the gap should be reduced more. All the quantum biologists, quantum chemists should be nearby, even the hardware engineers, in order to explain to them, not only the software engineers, to explain to them what is the real problem, because this will help a lot to get a very impact value for using the quantum computer for quantum chemistry and quantum biology. So that's my idea and my point of view.
And I agree with everything you said. I mean, the problem that we have in the United States is that we don't want to share our data. We don't want to share our DNA, but you're doing 23andMe, you're giving your samples to everyone, right? So in addition to what you had mentioned, one of the other things that in the future that we have to think about, people are going to use your data and they're going to monetize that. You know, is that ethical, right? If you have countries like Ireland and other who have like incredible infrastructures that collect data from every single patient and they give it away freely, they're coming up with incredible technologies much faster. Why? Their data is all together and it's cleaner than what we have in the United States. So the key now is to find out who has those data sets that are cleaner and use them for computational power for the future. So the other question was the timeline. So I would say for the next 5 years, 0 to 5 years, where we are now is educating people, because right now most people they're afraid of AI. You can't talk to them about quantum AI if they don't know what AI is. And we were sharing earlier, it's important to know where we were, where we are now, right? And what is quantum AI going to do for different areas for us. So education, the first 5 years is going to be experimentation and trying to figure out how we're going to get there. I would say 5 to 10 years, the smart people are going to pick those sectors that are going to have the biggest impact, right? And they're going to go after it. And I think it was 2050. At that point, I think we're all going to be integrated, adopting quantum AI. The problem is education, access to data, and the other one is the people like the FDA who are approving these things. So I think it's going to be a hard climb, because I'm looking at AI right now, and the adoption of AI, as you can see, is quite slow. Yeah, right? So we need more education. So
Very good. We have like 3 more minutes, so you guys can.
Yeah.
And I want to offer this gentleman the opportunity to ask a question.
Sure. So to finish up where things are going to Nardo's point on digital twins, you're going to have, once we have quantum sensors and whatnot embedded, you're going to be able to have forecasting capabilities of a person's health makeup as well, assuming that they allow for, and if there's going to be a baseline based on national trends. There's a company called Komodo Health that tracks data and trends and whatnot. Look them up. But to do that, there's a lot of upfront investment, again, in trying to create new materials that are going to be able to pass the muster for FDA approval rather quickly, right? Otherwise, it's just going to take another 5 to 10 years, and that's the timeline. So that's where I think, unfortunately, that's where the FDA will put us. Otherwise, unless there's another kind of pandemic moment where they just go right through, the regulators, it's going to take 5 to 10 years.
I'll just answer the timing piece. So from a technology standpoint for healthcare, I think healthcare should implement post-quantum cryptography now, should implement quantum safe networks now. That needs to happen now, just because we're number one in data breach. So we have to counter that. So when we do that, we basically create more of I would say, we'll be more comfortable with doing more because we're secure. Okay, that's one thing. The second piece would be quantum sensing, would be the next technology that I'd like to see being brought out there, just because it's the easier technology compared to a quantum computer. And then the last one would be more of start experimenting on the quantum inspired and quantum and the hybrid classical quantum algorithms.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open up the floor for questions, but the gentleman has the priority.
So when you say natural, do you know that most of the chemotherapy comes from nature? And a lot of people don't know that. You know, one of the biggest breast cancer drugs comes from a sponge from the ocean. So what do you mean by natural? That's an organic form. You need to know the difference between, you need to know how we make our drugs, where they come from. Most of them come, I mean, Taxotere comes from a bark of a tree in the Amazon. All of these were found are natural. So my question is, what do you mean by natural? Mhm. Yeah, the problem with that is scalability, because you're extracting from a plant, right? But if you have the chemical structure on it, you can take that chemical structure, and if you use it in very concentrated amounts, it could kill you. So your natural product that you're talking about, if you don't get the right dose, just like a chemotherapy or any other, you're going to kill somebody because it's toxic at certain levels. So, and you can use AI to determine the chemistry of it and add something else to it using AI to lessen the side effects. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
going to continue. I think the lady behind you wanted to ask first.
I
Right.
have a question. I'm a data scientist, so I face these challenges every day. My specialty actually is in quantum biology and post-quantum cryptography
Oh, wow.
and some energetic signature stuff. My question is specific to you mentioning longevity. So you do focus on diagnostic. So what do you focus on when it comes to longevity? And can you just briefly explain to people what longevity means?
And does anyone of you want to answer?
I do a lot in the longevity field. I'm actually, he says, 105 years old. So, yeah, you know, it's interesting. I love DNA. I said that before. Do you know what happens to your DNA when you haven't had slept, you've had too much, partying in Miami and everything? Your DNA gets hairy. And when your DNA gets hairy, it can't move. It can't fix itself. It can't make things. So longevity for me, medicine, is to make your DNA as stealth as possible so it could operate properly. So with everything that we're having, the best anti-aging that I see is trying to fix that. How do you get rid of the hair? I call them hair. It could be, they're methyl groups, but I call it hair because it can't maneuver. The other area is that when you're under a lot of stress, you can't fix something that that's broken. We all have cancer cells floating around in our system right now. We all do. Not enough sleep, high stress, and all that is going to get you sick. So longevity for me, where we are now and in the future, is prevention, right? And at F3, I have diagnostics that you can't really call them diagnostics. You have to call them, before that is you're going to say the probability of you getting sick. So anything in diagnostics that can prevent can tell you the chances of you getting that sickness. It's here now. I we have these kinds of things. We have breathalyzers that can diagnose cancer at stage 1. But my favorite longevity medicine, and a lot of people you know about this, is stem cells. Everybody's going to go, what? The problem with stem cells, it's not scalable. Where are you going to get it? Miami AI Ventures and Future Fortune Fund has fixed that problem. So everybody's going to have to get their stem cells. Stem cells are not stem cells in this country. We have the real stem cells. So the real way to really help our bodies if something's broken is to get those cells that you had yourself when you were in your mother's wound. That is true longevity medicine.
Does anyone of you want to add something, or I will pass on?
I just want to add, in companies that are pitching to me, I've seen one company that's doing quantum AI, trying to figure out on the drug discovery side for longevity. There is a company working that.
Nice. Yeah. Do you remember the name or no?
It's in the X Prize.
I will tell you.
It's on the X Prize program. You know that.
Comparing quantum computing versus the sensors, I mean, you mentioned the error rate. Is that also a challenge on the sensor technology side? And is like the sort of the ability to improve upon that similar or different challenges?
I think it's more on the computing side, but because these are also working with qubits, right? So quantum effects and things like that. It's and less in lesser number. So I wouldn't say it's that big of an issue because there are already a lot of sensors that are, for example, the quantum magnetometers. I've seen them in smaller form factor now, but there are so many different sensors out there, like quantum gravimeters, and those gravimeters that measures gravity. They look like gosh, maybe half of that couch, right? So that's a huge sensor. You can't carry that on your wrist, right? So there's a lot of miniaturization challenges, and even though these are only a few qubits, you still need to protect them from a lot of the interference like EMIs and things like that.
Yeah, maybe I add also on top of Nardo, very interesting about quantum sensing. In terms of quantum computing, like photonic device, ion trap, or semiconductor, atomic. I think the main error, if you will just a knowledge, I want to share it for you. The main error is coming from the 2-qubit gates, in fact, which is the entanglement gate between 2 qubits. This is the main error comes from. And that's why all the hardware engineers now, they are putting a lot of efforts on tackling this problem. For 1-qubit gate, you have no problem because the fidelity is 99.99%. But for the 2-qubit gate, a lot of problems. And that's why it's making challenging. And I agree with Nardo also. The scalability is also a problem because the more you scale the number of qubits, the more also you need to enlarge the width of your circuit design when you apply it in a certain algorithm. So that's one of the main sources now. And as you know, now we are in the NISQ device, noisy intermediate scale quantum computing device. So that's why they are prone to noise, we call them, because of the 2-qubit gates. So we are not yet on the fault-tolerant quantum computer. Once we are there, we are going to start with the drug discovery application and design and simulation also, which is going to be, I hope, very, very soon. Yeah.
Thank you very much to this panel. Amazing opinions. I would like you guys to give a round of applause. And I know there's more questions, but Camilo, you have them all for yourselves after this. So please go ahead and ask the questions later. Thank you very much. Of course.
Thank you. Amazing.
And thank you all so much. That was a great panel. And now we're going to talk about Open BQE, open source quantum. So I'm very excited for this one because I'm a big fan of the open source movement. So we'll go ahead and get that set up and we'll go from there. So we're going to go ahead and get started now. And after that, one last panel, and then we'll do networking reception. So thank you, everyone, and looking forward to this amazing session.
So as I said, OpenVQE delivers tools, especially in quantum computing for quantum chemistry. So far, there is no quantum biology. There is no quantum physics on OpenVQE. Even though VQE is a variational quantum eigensolver, that can be based on the variational principle, how to use the physics in order to obtain the minimum energy for a certain ground state or an excited state in a certain atom or a certain molecule. That's why I'm gonna focus now in the chemistry part of using OpenVQE. However, I'm really looking forward for the future to extend OpenVQE for more practical into drug discovery and into biology, not only chemistry. So very quickly, use case families, quantum simulation, including physics, math, biology, and chemistry, cybersecurity, machine learning, optimization, climate change, and finance. So far, OpenVQE is in this category of quantum simulation, but we are looking forward for the future to expand it more into use cases families in order to integrate it with more and more packages. So, quantum simulation. What is quantum simulation? As I mentioned, Richard Feynman mentioned that we have to do a lot of simulation. And one of the most important example and practical that can show you how Richard Feynman was really showing that we need to do simulation is in the chemistry part. So as you see, we need accuracy, accuracy, and accuracy. I repeat it 3 times because this is the main key of the quantum. Quantum chemistry, drug discovery, material science. We have discussed so far all 3 of them. Material science, it's also a very interesting application in many now companies. Also can be for molecular reactions, molecular properties, and molecular docking, which is an important step for the drug design. Molecular reactions to identify new reactant or new product that can, for example, capture the CO2 from the sky, from the air, is very important to simulate it in a more and more accurate way using the quantum computing. So, quantum computing hardware and software, where are we nowadays? NISQ devices. As I answered to the doctor in the last panel about the NISQ, NISQ is a noise intermediate scale quantum era. So we have 2 types of prototypes. We have the NISQ hardware engineers working so hard, IBM, Google, Intel, D-Wave, VGT, Honeywell in the USA, in Asia also. There are many companies in IQM, Pascal, AQT, Candela, C12, Alice, and Bob. However, quantum emulators, I just repeat very quickly why we need emulators to mimic the algorithms, and we are able to simulate more and more clever and potential algorithm. In VQE, there are a lot of versions you have to do in order to reduce the number of qubits, in order to improve the errors you could be able to apply in a quantum computer. So Evident Captiva, this is the main machine we are using in France, and we are using this machine because it's able to emulate specific number of qubits we want and a specific number of gates we are going to design. Of course, NVIDIA, CUDA, Microsoft, all these are very interesting companies also, and they are doing a lot of work. In OpenVQE, we are aiming in the future also to integrate CUDA and Microsoft for the future using other quantum programming language. So, what are the challenges nowadays in the classical computer? And then you will be able to understand why we need the quantum computer. So examples you see on the left, benzene, it's 6 hydrogens and 6 carbon. You need to distribute 42 electrons over 36 special orbitals, which is going to be 72 spin orbitals, because each special orbital will be doubled by 1 electron in order to be spin orbital. So you need 72 qubits, because for 72 spin orbital, you need to map them into qubits in chemistry. And then you need to simulate 72 qubits in order to obtain the minimum energy of the benzene molecule. So this will be an exponential wall, because at the end of the day, we need accuracy at this, as I said. But chemists, a lot of chemists since long time, I mean, more 100 years, people, they are using the quantum chemistry methods in order to obtain the accuracy. One of these methods is called the full configuration interaction. However, to compute in the classical computer, the benzene molecule, using this equation, the dimension of the Hilbert space is going to be, for me, depending on the number of orbital n0 and the number of the electron. So if I want to simulate 72 electrons, 42 electrons over 72 special orbitals, then I'm going to have a dimension exponential. You agree with me? Because we need a lot of data to store in our matrix. That's why the quantum computer would be one day able to simulate that in 1 minute, instead of a classical computer that we need plenty of hours in order, or days in order to compute that. When I say computer now, we need supercomputers because they can be able to solve this problem, of course. Other example is the propane, which is very important, propane gas for industries. 26 electron, you want to distribute them over 46 qubits. Even for 46 qubits, it really makes a lot of suffers for the classical computers in order to solve your problem directly. That's why we need around 512 processor on 256 nodes for a total world time of 113.6 hours to compute the propane for the exact energy. Exact energy is very important, as we mentioned, because we need them to use them for the drug discovery at the end of the day. That's why with drugs, you know, there are a lot of interaction of complex molecular systems. So here they are more for material science, but maybe you will use H2O, beryllium, or nitrogen, or carbon. All these have been used in drug design. So minimum energy with exact is very important. OpenVQE is going to be working on these sectors. So NISQ devices and quantum chemistry algorithm. Main limitation, as I said, the number of qubits, scalability problem, number of quantum gates. However, variational quantum eigensolver algorithm is an important algorithm that has been already successfully implemented on the real NISQ devices. So it has been implemented in various technologies, including the superconducting qubits, photonic, and trapped ions. And these here are the list of the 3 references that have been published when the VQE has been applied on the real quantum processor. So now I will speak more about this paper, about OpenVQE. We published it 2 years ago. And we have applied certain methods that can be able to compute accuracy in the VQE. We called it extension of a tutorized unitary coupled cluster to triple excitations, because the more you put excitation in your molecule, the more you are going toward accuracy. So double, triple, quadruple, sextuple, the more you add excitations, the more you are getting the exact energy. However, if you add quadruple excitations, you are going to have a lot of errors in the quantum computer. So we have to make a lot of balance between the cost and the need. So what is the quantum learning machine we are using nowadays in the Captiva machine? So we are using a machine, we call it MyQLM. MyQLM is an open source, it's free, everyone can use it. It's really very well designed for education, very well versatile, and you have a lot of ways how to program your circuits, how to use quantum libraries in order to encode qubits, how to design your gates, how to also printed the circuit, and also how to measure the bell states in a very nice way. All the models are really written there. Of course, in the MyQLM, there are many basic noiseless simulators. So any user of you just go to the internet, put MyQLM, and then you get all the documentation you need. Plugins, it means how to use certain jobs that can be able directly to let you apply your problem into a quantum computer. In probability models, it's how to exchange between QLM, Qiskit, C#, and Cirq. So these are, and Pilalin also. A lot of very important programming languages now used, but QLM, they have also a very interesting feature, which is we call exchange models that can very quickly help you to just in 2 lines of codes apply your Qiskit program into QLM. Also, there are many chemistry problems you can use here. In your laptop, you can maximize up to 25 qubits, depending on the RAM you have. But if you wanted to go for a higher number of qubits, more than 25, you need the big machine, like in IBM or in Atos or all these in NVIDIA. You need also a big amount of memory in order to simulate your qubits. And the state vector now up to 41 qubits, because you will have an exponential number of computation if you wanted to simulate your qubits. Of course, if you want to also apply noise simulation before you apply to real quantum computer, you can also go to specific softwares inside the QLM. So how VQE works? VQE, you just have to start with your chemistry problem. You say, okay, I want to have to design my chemistry problem, benzene, propane, H2O, whatever. You just have to say, what is the basis set you want? It's very easy. Any user can use it. When I started to use the quantum chemistry, I didn't know what is basis set, but then I just Google it. You can choose the GPT also can help you because very quick. Just tell him what is basis set, how it works, what is the geometry of a certain molecule. Then it can design for you what you want. And this is my colleague here, Hossein, will also use OpenVQE GPT in the future to help the engineers and whoever in order to initiate the molecule, the drug you want in the future in a very quick way. So don't concentrate a lot on that. These are more specific into chemistry. The more you care is out just how to define your basis set of the molecule and how to define its geometry. I give an example. I have two hydrogen. I just have to say I have hydrogen 1 and I have hydrogen 2. I need to define the geometry. The only geometry here is what? Is the bond length between the two hydrogens. So I just have to put 1.0, which is 1.0 angstrom, which is the bond length between the two hydrogen. The same thing for 4 hydrogen. You just define for H, 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 and you put the 4 hydrogen. The same for benzene, the same whatever you want. And then you define the one body and two body integrals. However, the problem in chemistry is fermionic, so you have to transfer it into qubit. Everything, not only in chemistry, in biology, in physics, everything has to be transformed into qubit language. So they have a lot of ways how to define the Hamiltonian of a problem because it describes the kinetic and the potential energies inside the molecule. And that's why we have to define the H, which is the Hamiltonian, that describe the physics and the chemistry of our molecule. Of course, we have another thing in VQE. It's called the ansatz, how to transform your wave function. You know, Schrodinger equation is h psi equal e psi, so we need to map our wave function into an ansatz. This ansatz is really mapped through an operator, we call it cluster operator, and then this is the circuit exponential of a unitary operator. It will come as a circuit, and this is the circuit, an example. This is how we can map our problem from chemistry into circuit. And here are the 2 qubit gate, as I just want to answer the guy. Here is the 2 qubit gate, and here is the only 1 qubit gate, which is applied on 1 qubit. Okay, to finish here, we have different kind of plugins. We can apply them. These are specific jobs, how to apply your problem. Once you have your circuit and you have your Hamiltonian, the VQE can work. This is through different plugins. It depends on the user, how he wants to stack his job on the top of the quantum computer. And you can use the QPU you want in the perfect simulator, Schrodinger, or matrix product state. These are specific to chemists, but I would be happy to explain to you whoever who wants. I'm really happy to answer whatever question you want. The noisy simulator also can be helpful because you can understand the noise before you apply, and the interface to true QPU, which is the IBM Q, Google, or GT, so you can apply your problem there immediately. So what are the challenges now? As I mentioned on the panel, we have large-scale quantum algorithm on the HPC cluster. So even in the HPC, in the high-performance quantum classical computer, we really have a problem because if we really need to simulate a large complex biological system or chemistry system, we need to map it into a large number of qubits. So then you won't have enough memory to do that. Then even with the HPC cluster, you will really have a lot of problems. So I advise you to read this paper about static algorithms to mention how the software packages nowadays works one by one. Qiskit, Cirq, Cirq, Pinalen, Al, QP, all these packages, even my QLAM, the one I explained, they explain all the state of the art, explaining the challenges nowadays and why we need the parallelization in terms of simulation with any quantum programming language. So OpenVQE nowadays is really working in this sector on my QLAM, but as I mentioned, our main target is to let OpenVQE integrated with almost all these packages in a very, very fast way, in a very quick way, to let the companies and to let the users be very happy to switch between one language and to another. And why we need to switch between one language into another? Because it will help the innovation faster and it will help the communication easier between the specialists and the non-specialists who are already using other language. The OpenVQE package. OpenVQE, as I mentioned, it has been published and it has been sponsored with Atos, Sorbonne University, Eviden, and Total Energy, which I published. Now, after that, I started to create a community in Paris and over all the world. Hossein is one of the members there. And I hope someone is really hearing us now from the online. I want to say hello to them because they really worked super hard on OpenVQE to make it very well designed and accessible. So far, we have, as I said, in Washington, D.C., speak at 14 EST.
about quantum computing for quantum chemistry review of UCC methods and adapt VQE. So you see, even in VQE, you have different types of methods. Unitary coupled cluster, you have adapt VQE, and you have many versions. And that's why, for the time being, a lot of researchers so far they are doing a lot of versions for VQE in order to maintain the costs when you apply it in the real quantum computer. So there are a lot of efforts. That's why I'm gonna explain the state of the art of VQE nowadays in this session. And also we have the moderator, Nathan Van Berg. He is also one of the main engineers in OpenVQE, who's the one design it in a very nice way. So please join us and don't hesitate to ask any question. So last and finish soon. What is the meaning of exchanges in probability? It's very interesting for people because not a lot of people, they are really fan of Qiskit. Not a lot of people are fan of Pinalen. Not a lot of people are fan of QLAM. So everyone wants his own language, and that's the problem. So what we are doing now, we are doing kind of exchanges between circuits that helps the engineers to quickly switch from one circuit to another. This one, for example, is in the QLAM, but this one in Qiskit. But I don't know, some people, they really get used with Qiskit since long time because it's global. But some people in France and some people in Denmark, for example, they are using QLM. So they wanted to see it on QLM. So it's very easy. We are delivering now two line of codes that can switch from this to this. You just have to say from cat in probability Qiskit import QLM to Qiskit, Qiskit circuit QLM to Qiskit. It's very easy, or Qiskit to QLM. And this way of exchanges packages will help to faster the innovation, as I said. And that's why we are now making it in terms of real life application, how to make exchanges between programs, between different programming language in drug discovery and material science. But we need investment for that. So here are the table for how to make the transform between packages. And yes and no, it means that we have not done yet or it has been done. So this is the schedule of OpenVQE and how it works. All the methods is, I think, is the best way how to learn how to develop your own algorithm step by step, and then you will be very well advanced. So here is the GitHub. Also, if you would like to be a contributor in the community, you are welcome. If you would like to have a picture, you can. But of course, now we updated this schematic. We are more global. We are going to change also the structure of the package by itself because we wanted to make it more easier. We are making kind of interfaces just to let the user whatever algorithm he wants. He wants adapt VQE, he wants UCC, he wants material science problem directly. It will take him to the file he wants in order to learn how he can manipulate and play with the things. So thank you very much. Don't hesitate to link me with LinkedIn. If you would like to be interested and to discuss about OpenVQE and its perspective, you are really welcome to discuss, and you can contact me by email as well. Thank you. Yeah.
You had mentioned that one benzene ring, right?
Yeah.
Was 72 qubits. Most small molecule drugs have multiple benzene rings associated with them, so you're now getting up into like 2, 3, 400 qubits.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. And the question is?
So on that, you're saying 113.6 hours to run on standard silicon, and then like how long is that taking to run on your supercomputer?
Okay, so for a supercomputer, I didn't calculate for the benzene, but based on this reference, because I always like to put a reference, it was written that they use these nodes and this processor. It will take 113.6 hours to compute the full energy for this molecule. But in order to have, as you said, you have many benzene, people there, they use specific methods in chemistry. They call them fragmentation and active space selections because they want to use the most active space part, and then they map it into qubits. And they localize it, and then they say these are the most effective part of the compound, let's say, that can be really important to the contribution of the total energy. And that's why they map it into qubit, and then they continue the same scenario. But yeah, I mean, if you would like to follow this reference, you can take a picture, and you will see that it will take 113.6 hours. But I'm hoping in quantum computer, when the fault-tolerant quantum computer exists, directly you just use 72 qubits, you use VQE or whatever algorithm you want, it will be hopefully much less. I mean, it will take 1 hour because you just apply it into QPU. So this is the main game, I mean, here.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Haidar.
You're welcome.
Yes, please. Let's get a picture real quick.
With the molecules
Sure,
with
yes,
benzene.
absolutely.
Who like benzene? Come.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. That was a great one. Yeah, absolutely. Amazing.
Thank you.
So much. That was an absolutely great presentation. We all learned so much about OpenVQE, and we're always so grateful for all of your insights and for educating our community so much about open source quantum and everything about everything that you presented. So thank you one more
Yeah,
time.
I mean, Grant, if you really would like to start to Open VQE project in Miami to start to increase it for education, don't hesitate to ask me. And we have a lot of ideas with Hossein, and we already discussed them with Nardo to show how it really works. So I think it's really very interesting for education. So I think it's a very good start for you, really.
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and we'll 100% put that in our newsletter to our community so that everyone can learn about OpenVQE. So again, thank you so much, and we're very excited to continue our conversation.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you. Amazing. And that brings us to the very last panel. We'll be talking about government, capital, and industry, as well as academia, and how we can shape quantum advancement here for Miami. And so I'm very excited for this panel. I'll be going ahead to moderate this panel, and we'll be having Victor for academia, Nardo for capital, and Chairman Baudry for government. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and get started. One more chair. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, three chairs is fine. I'll use the podium.
Moderator?
Yeah. So thank you very much, everybody. And now, could we give a quick introduction for everyone on our panel? I know we've done some intros before, but we have some new faces in here since we first started. So, Chairman Baudry.
Absolutely. Greetings and good evening, everyone. Thank you guys so much for journeying with us today, sticking out and fighting the good fight. I am Elijah John Baudry, or Chairman Baudry of the Miami-Dade County Cryptocurrency Task Force. I'm also the Executive Director for the Miami-Dade Digital Commission and also an author for state legislation for virtual assets and digital currency, as well as policy for crypto payment system and our municipal system. I'm very glad to be here today, and I'm at your service.
Thank you very much. And Victor.
Hi, everybody. Victor Caramelis, co-founder of Lattice Studio Labs, based here in South Florida, where we are creating proprietary materials with a fraction of the cost of traditional R&D pipelines. Just a little bit about myself. In this panel for education, I taught as an adjunct professor at St. Thomas University here in Miami Gardens on big data analytics applications and data warehousing. And when I was working as a research scientist up at Fordham University, I was actually teaching undergraduates on organic chemistry and JSON. So I'll just leave that for the education part.
Nardo Manalotto, managing partner for Qubits Ventures, a VC firm investing in quantum and next-gen computing. Early stage, pre-seed to Series A, anywhere globally, except where the U.S. government tells me not to. So maybe that's the government part of my participation here, but glad to be here.
Amazing. Thank you all so much. And so, yeah, we have a few quick questions. So one of them is, how can we balance international collaboration in quantum research with national security interests? So at this moment, we have to work with so many partners around the world, and we want to make sure that we advance quantum, and we work with all the partners to make sure we get that research. But how can we balance that with our national security interests by in the sense of, giving up trade secrets and the whole nine yards? What are your thoughts on that for this question?
Yeah, I could start. So I think our last presentation was all about open source, right? So the good thing about open source, it's definitely a very democratized way of sharing insights and knowledge and approaches when it comes to quantum and the advancement in quantum, when it comes to hardware, software as well. I know we listened a lot on the open source software. There's also movement in terms of creating, democratizing the designs of quantum computers. And I'm working really hard to try and figure out how to release those open source hardware designs, especially in the area of ion traps and neutral atoms. So it could be, so people or countries who's interested in building quantum computers could have access to these kind of designs. So definitely that's one area that, just a typical open source movement. The only caveat to that is eventually, because this technology is considered critical technologies by a lot of countries, there might be some potential policies that would be created for that. So that could be, I don't know. I think you need to take advantage of that now. The other is you go through, there's a consortium here in the US called QEDC, stands for Quantum Economic Consortium Development, or for development. And they facilitate multi-country project collaboration. And the whole premise of it is like, okay, not only are you collaborating on something meaningful, but you're all learning together and trying to figure out, okay, what are the impact and implications of these technologies and this collaboration that's happening from a policy level, from a country security level, and all of that stuff. So I think those are the two areas that I'd like to mention. One is the open source, and the other is a collaborative approach, but being run by a neutral party that's facilitating the collaboration.
Well, in terms of international collaboration, it comes down to having the proper foundations for STEM fields in education from the ground up. So look at not just how much funding is being provided for your initial education, but also how's it being utilized, right? So I think that's, in terms of the collaboration, it's not just how much money is spent, but how it's being utilized. That's what I'm looking at. And then the second part is, to whom are you educating? Again, are you educating a youth that has no idea about STEM? What's the opportunity in STEM? Are they, do they enjoy it? Or, if they do, are you honing that for them? So, part of that collaboration, it comes from, the community at the local level. So, and I think Chairman Badri will probably talk about that at the local level. In terms once you get into academia in the undergraduate and graduate levels, students know what they're after. They're interested. So from a collaborative standpoint, a lot of the universities already have programs that are funded by different programs within government. So in terms of the cross collaboration globally, this is where open source projects like Dr. Haidar's OpenVQE comes into play. It looks really promising. Also working at the private sector, looking at what the cloud providers have as well, such as Qiskit as well. I think you've done work on that as well. So it's already happening right now, and more programs like that should be happening. So, but those are just two examples that I can give you right now where things are looking good in that respect.
Empires can blink. Two humongous ships can pass in the night. In the 1940s, when Britain handed over ceded power to the United States after and started the Bretton Woods, uh, that came after a long time fighting the war, but also collaborating technically. Uh, Due to the know-how, the situation that existed, America was in the prime position to take technical supremacy on the globe. That technical supremacy uh, led us to win the war, as well as have the economic base to conduct the Marshall Plan, which rebuilt the rest of the major industrial centers in the world. Empires have an average life of around 100 to 112 years. This also follows in sync with the currency, the global reserve currency, which changes from the solidus to the drachma to the lira to the franc and the pound and so on and so forth to what we have now as a dollar bill. I say all that to say this, that the risk is not in collaboration, it's in the lack of collaboration. America must engage. We as citizens must engage with a fervor of a war to maintain our technical supremacy and protect our way of life and our quality of life. Now, we received a bump after the war with the internet revolution, and America's leading and actually producing and networking the rest of the entire world, where IBM and Microsoft became the de facto operating system for everyone. Right? We do not want to imagine a world where that is not the case. And so with quantum, and just like with AI and with crypto, it is imperative that we have spaces like this where we collaborate with each other, but even more so that we reach out to our brothers and sisters around the world and collaborate technically so that we maintain our leadership and influence, but also we are help to contribute, to show our leadership through our actual giving, through our actual collaboration and support, so that we can maintain for the next 100 years.
Thank you. You all brought up such amazing points. And speaking of community and conversations like this, it made me think, maybe a little bit biased here as I'm running a community, but how can, industry, capital, academia, and so forth, and community work together to help, advance quantum education? How can community and these different sectors work together to advance quantum education and advancement in Miami?
The Miami-Dade the Miami-Dade Digital Commission. As the chairman of the Cryptocurrency Task Force, my charge from the commission is to reach out to other governments, hear what they're doing, and bring it back so we collaborate and actually integrate it into our municipal system where the rubber hits the road. A couple years ago, we started the Miami-Dade Digital Commission to be the collective tech voice. So no matter if you're in classical computing, cybersecurity, crypto, quantum, AI, we here in Miami have a unique opportunity like no one else, where Dade County has become closer to the White House than Virginia. So Miami is the model. And as Miami goes, so does Mar-a-Lago goes, so does the rest of America. And so we need to come together like with GPT Tuesdays and with the Miami-Dade Digital Commission, promote ourselves, show that we're strong, show that we're the ones who create systems, right? And any challenge that it might have from a government is just something for us to overcome, a system to be hacked, but for the benevolence and the benefit of everyone.
Well, in terms of community, how do we get behind quantum? I think it's a combination of having the right startups, the angels and the VC community as well involved, right? Getting help from Miami, from the city of Miami, and if possible, the state and federal government as well involved. It's a combination of political will, funding, and having the commercial demand, right, for quantum, right? I mentioned in the previous talks, I think Nardo as well, the lowest hanging fruit is PQC, post-quantum cryptography, in terms of cybersecurity. We have not only banks, but we have utilities that are prime targets for threat actors throughout the world. This is a great place for people to take advantage of those services. So there has to be some kind of push from community members and people within government, and again, and in big business as well, to say, hey, we really need to invest in this in these areas. They're not going to do it themselves because they're too busy performing their duties in their business operations. But if they're forward thinking, they will put up some money to invest in R&D in the form of the startup community. That would be amazing. So I think that's really a conversation that needs to be had, and I think doing these kinds of events is a beginning. But we need to have more outreach to the business community as well.
So I'll bring a couple points here. One is you need to know what's in your ecosystem first, right? Or whether you have an ecosystem already. So the reason I say that is because to build, what needs to happen here is you need to know, okay, what you're missing, what kind of capabilities are not here to support the influx of potential funding and influx of potential companies coming in here. You need to know what makes Miami attractive, right? So, and right now it's a bit of a battle of the states. There's a lot of states trying to go after this kind of building their own ecosystem. Look at Colorado, Chicago, California, Arizona, Connecticut, Oklahoma, Oklahoma, Tennessee, right? Tennessee as well. I mean, there are a lot of states trying to go for this, and what Miami needs to do is look at, from a perspective of, well, what are we capable of here, right? So let's do an assessment of what's in the ecosystem, what kind of capabilities we have here, how mature we are from those capabilities, and figure out how to build those by looking at either building internally or attracting outside, right? So that would be one suggestion. The other suggestion is, in the U.S., we love this thing called reinventing the wheel. So there are already a lot of resources that are out there that have already been created that I think we could harness and bring here, right? So instead of reinventing that, maybe do a little bit more research on what's already there. A good example is the National Quantum Literacy Network. So that is a non-for-profit organization that's already providing the all of the curriculum and programming for teaching high school and college kids on quantum literacy. That is someone that you could just reach out to and just say, hey, maybe we could do something together, right? So that another one would be Dr. Haidar on the Open VQE thing as well. So harness a lot of the resources that's around the globe that is already available. Look into a lot of the things that's happening in the open source stuff as well, and then start and then looking at what you have versus don't have from an ecosystem and capability standpoint, and start building.
Amazing. Thank you all so much for your input. And speaking of, now we have essentially, let's say that we've taken those steps, right? We started to have those conversations. We've had those conversations. We've now, have capital, investing in startups. We're talking with companies to start hiring. Now, what's the next step after that in order to make, help Miami become a global leader in quantum? What does that look like? Maybe that's a bit of an open-ended question, but maybe too big of a question.
Okay, I'll take that on first. One is you need to, when it comes to becoming a global leader, you need to know with what, right? What will Florida or Miami be known for, right? So everybody's going for everybody's going for to become the main quantum ecosystem of the U.S., but it's not really what you're suited for, right? So the last thing you want to do is like you're building on things and you're throwing spaghetti on the wall, and you're trying to figure out what sticks. I think you need to be a little bit more strategic on what you want to be, right? So do you want to be known as a leader for what is the biggest industry here in
Logistics. In hospitality,
okay, hospitality, right? So if you look at hospitality, take a look at that and see, oh, maybe we could be great in the intersection of quantum and robotics, right? So I think you have to look at the industries that you have here and increase that, and also look at industries you're interested in developing and work on those, as opposed to let's do anything and everything. It kind of reminds me of whenever a startup pitched to me and they said, "I'm a platform." Okay. So don't be that. Figure out what you could be best at, and then be really great at it.
So yeah, I mean, reaching out to a particular sector that makes sense. I don't think hospitality would go for quantum, to be honest with you. Uh, so you have to be more strategic in terms of where does it make sense. We are a hub of healthcare, okay, and so I know a few hospital systems here that are doing active research in cancer, in biomedical devices and things like that. The universities here are also in that as well. So that's, I've had to look at that and say maybe that's where I need to focus on as well. Uh, again, going back to Narda's point, what does Miami want to be, or what does South Florida or Florida want to be, right? And so we have space in the center of the state. We have agriculture, south, west, southwest. There are a lot of things that we can go after, right? But it comes down to uh, public and private funding of where they want to grow an area where they think it's vital. So the great thing about here is that we do have good weather for the most part when it's not super hot, but we also have to look at what were the past investments here as well. NOAA, the National Organization of Atmospheric and what is it? Atmospheric Administration, I think. NOAA. NOAA is based here, and they have affiliations with FIU as well. I mean, so there is that as well. And again, going back to Nara's point, reinventing the wheel, right? Silicon Valley was founded because the U.S. government put a lot of funding initially to promote creating microchips, right? And that from out of that came the HPs and the other microchip companies as well. So that was where it made sense, right? We have to see where things are going in the next administration without getting into the politics. That's really where a lot of that investment has to come from. Otherwise, we have to look at other places outside of Miami, which are, in my opinion, great test beds, experiments, proofs of concepts, because the initial investment is maybe a quarter of what it would be in the States. And Miami is that hub of international investment. And but they come here for that. And that's where I see this, I don't call it a renaissance. I mean, it is a burgeoning area of startup funding here in Miami. And that's the draw that I see here. And I think a lot of people are starting to see that as well. That's what's growing right now. And that's why we're talking about it right now here. So.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so the question was, how do we position Miami as a global leader in quantum? And some of the input has been around, focusing on a niche within quantum, on a particular sector or industry within Miami.
I definitely would concur with that sentiment. You have to specify to start with anything and be pragmatic. I would also make a cross section, right? I would probably think of the top 10 applicable use cases, right? I would look at the benchmark. Is there a municipality or a city or an organization that is way out in front of everybody else? Is Estonia using quantum for practical things? Then they're 5 years ahead of the U.S. Is there anywhere that's actually using quantum for something commercially viable at all? All right, and find those people, benchmark them, case study, all right, to bring it back and say, okay, here's the top uses, and then, like you said, look at the top industries of Miami: healthcare, tourism, logistics, finance. South Florida is a special place. We're not only the financial capital of Florida, roughly 33% of the state income. We're also the financial capital of South America and of the Caribbean. Right, so a massive wealth from these other nations, multiple nations, stored here in Miami. Massive numbers of shipments and cargoes. We have the port, one of the largest ports in the world that ships in and out of here. This is also one of the hottest climate change zones. All right, I mean, as you all are aware of, right? There's another thing that happens in South Florida is, that adds to the economic base here, and that is kind of macabre, but every couple of years we get billions of dollars in free government money because the wind comes in, flattens houses. That's not the best thing, but if you really want to get detailed into the drivers of an area and this economic impressions, these are a part of it. How much the government supports here. Right? We have the unlimited homestead tax exemption rule here, where you can come and store your money here if you have those resources. Right? So there's some obvious traits and advantages that South Florida has, Miami-Dade has, and some not so obvious ones. But making a cross section between what are our strengths, plus what are the most viable things with that can be used with quantum, I think is a great way to start.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your insights. And this question, I think, will be very interesting for you, Chairman Beaudry, because I know that you're part of the Miami-Dade Digital Commission, and it'll be interesting for everyone here as well, because I know that you're helping to craft legislation and regulation, essentially. And I'm wondering, how we can bring all of us together to do that, right? For terms of capital and academia and government and industry, right? How can we do that and provide guardrails that are, good enough, but not, stifling innovation, right? How do we get that equation right?
Absolutely. So as the chairman for the cryptocurrency task force, I'm fairly limited in that role, but this is exactly why we launched the Miami-Dade Digital Commission. It's a non-biased, non-partisan, nonprofit tech, essentially like a trade association or a think tank. So, ostensibly, we're all in the Miami-Dade Digital Commission. I'm informed by all of you, right? And in terms, the main purpose of it is to be an apt and effective nexus or conduit to government, right? You have very hardworking people in the government that are, do their jobs well and diligently, but it's their job, right? They work from 9 to 4:59, and they have a number of different issues that they have to deal with. We cannot expect them to have the necessary levels of urgency, the intensity of focus on something so wildly seemingly abstract, but has humongous critical potential to impact everything we do. Right? It's almost like, raise your hand if you've seen a movie called Don't Look Up. If you haven't, then you definitely want to check it out in Netflix. It's a brilliant movie, and when you watch it, you'll instantly understand the premise and how important the message of that movie is, right? That even if there's a comet coming to destroy the entire Earth, humans are humans. And if a human is the president or the human is a mayor or whatever, they're infinitely fallible. They're infinitely, they have fears and jealousies. The weakest part of any system is the is the human part, right? You can have $1 billion software, 6 months integration, the quantum compute, quantum secure everything. But if I send Agnes, a cat, email, compromise your whole billion-dollar system. Right? This exists in many aspects of the municipality, and it's something that that us who deal in practical, physics and mathematics, and see logically, and that actually informs a lot of our frustration with government. You're like, oh, government will never do it. The government doesn't do anything, and I have to look with some frustration or irritation with us to say, hey, what is the government? What is it? It's a system. It's a system that hinges on humans. It's like it's incumbent upon us to lead, all right, like you're saying. And so unity, mentality, and technology. Us unifying, showing our collective voice, no matter what we do, in quantum, cybersecurity, these things, us having the mentality that we are the solution synthesizers. We are the leaders. We're the thinkers who build the mathematical systems that run the entire world. And if we rely on our technology, we have now the tools to tag everything, sense everything, calculate everything, and have that do other actions. And that's all we need to do anything we want to do.
Thank you, Chairman Broderick. Yeah, the question essentially is, how do we balance innovation and regulation in Miami? And we've already had a great answer, and so we could kind of back from there and go into another question, whatever you prefer.
So just innovation and regulation, right? I mean, again, it's where the city wants to put, it's where it believes it can invest, so it'll bring out the maximum, I guess, revenues, right? I mean, that's traditionally how government works. So, and it comes down to, the will of the people as well. Who you vote in will, be in charge of that, and whether they will look at the data and collect that data and make an informed decision that way, or just because of someone that backed them and donated to their campaign and said, I want you to do this or whatnot. That's the issue that we're all fighting right now. So the innovation right now, I mean, there's always changing technology where people that can take advantage of that change will act upon it and make a story for angel investors and venture capitalists as well to say, yeah, this story makes sense, and people will go with it. Or B2B's businesses will invest in that idea. So it comes down to what does the Miami want to be, as Nardo said, and where does it want to invest right now? If you're investing in community, right, which we're doing right now, we're trying to create a community which I've never seen here, being here on and on for the last 30 years. So this is new for me, right? And this is reminiscent of what I've seen in San Francisco during the Web 2.0 days. Again, at the very least, the state level in California had invested in San Francisco, not in Silicon Valley, but also the federal government. So you need to take cues from the higher governments, and that's where Miami will probably do as well. Like what is the federal government investing in? What is the state government investing in? So that's also going to influence what Miami's going to invest in as well.
Right. Thank you.
So one thing is you got to get assimilated like the Borg, right? So assimilated from a perspective of, from a national level, we already have the Quantum Economic Development Consortium, QEDC, right? Is Miami in there? Is Florida already in there? Because there's a lot of conversation across the U.S. on that, and the members there are all either venture capital, enterprises, state representations, right? Startup companies. There's already a lot there. So get plugged in and assimilated in that bigger community. So you have some representation, and you're learning from that, and you're contributing what you have as a unique thing to that bigger community. So that would be one suggestion. The other suggestion is you guys may have, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not there, right? So I visited several of your universities in terms of what you're doing in quantum because I am trying to learn what you guys have here. Uh, I was in Tampa, and I found out that there's like a huge space program in there, and I found out that Moffitt Cancer Center, yeah, is in that area. Then I said, gosh, you know, that the university over there is doing the intersection of quantum, cyber, space, life sciences, and they're generating a lot of these research projects. So the innovation is already happening in your universities. Maybe you just need to find out, right? And maybe bring it out. The other is since you work with a lot of military type, so military innovation is funded by taxpayer dollars. If there is a website, I'm going to give it, it's a big secret of mine, but I'll give it to you guys. It's called TechLink. And TechLink basically compiles all of the licensable technology that the U.S. government, from a military standpoint, have ever created. So if you go to that website and say, let me search for quantum technology, it'll give you maybe 1,400 hits. You could commercialize any of that stuff. If you do a search on photonics, it'll give you, even more. So we have a lot of these things that are already out there. NASA, JPL is also, providing their technology as licensable. So that piece of innovation you probably already have. You just need to figure out where it is, right? Second is there are already available technologies that are already out there, and that could speed up and accelerate your ecosystem building, your startup development, your funding, and so on and so forth.
Thank you so much for your insights, and very fascinating to hear. And with respect to investing, we were talking about government investments, et cetera, in early San Francisco. I want to switch it over to, VCs and other investors. And, there's always, as you were alluding to earlier, Victor, that, there's all these startups right now, right here in Miami, and they're growing fast. And I was kind of curious. Everyone's now looking for the next unicorn, right? The next one that blows up. But what about all the alternative ones, all the other startups that might not be the next unicorn? How do we create alternative funding for startups like that and help with that type of ecosystem?
You're talking about the long tail. That's the long tail, right? So everybody else, essentially, right? And there is a market for that, right? And that's, again, this is why a lot of startups based in Latin America are coming up here, right? And so, unfortunately, Andreessen Horowitz had an office here and they left, right? Because that wasn't big enough for them, which might be a good thing, actually, because they just missed the opportunity for the next big thing, right? At the sometimes if you have a big dog on campus, so to speak, you just want to focus on that, right? But what's happening is I'm seeing a lot of innovations. If you go to Manatech as well as your events, and there are a lot of startups that have very unique points of view. It's not just Latin America. Also, European startups are coming out. AI regulation in Europe is stifling innovation there, and so they're coming down here, and they're looking at, wow, like there's a lot of talent here, and there's no regulation, so we could do stuff here as well. So the fact that there's a little regulation, and as opposed to where they're at, is also a plus for us here. So, but going back to the funding aspect, I mean, banks will not give you a loan if they don't understand your business model. Just as well, angel investors don't understand your business model if they don't understand if you're not a SaaS company, if you're a quote unquote small manufacturer. They have to understand that business in order for them to invest in you. And so this is where we're at right now. Everybody understands finance, everybody understands fintech, and that's where, looks like that's where a lot of money has been invested here. But the economy isn't all banking, right? The economy is based on the needs of the people from a capitalist point of view. So what is it that people need? They need to eat. They need to have food and shelter. They need to take care of themselves, which means they need some health care. So
all of that are opportunities. So we need those investors, and a lot of fortunately, or some of the original startups that became successful are reinvesting in the form of new venture capital, just like Henrik is doing right now. He's seeing that opportunity. He's looking at that. So I applaud Henrik for being one of the pioneers, I would say, in South Florida to do that kind of work. That makes me, and I'm hoping Nardo could do the same as well, right? So pressure's on. So, you know, there is opportunity here, right? Having people from all over the world, Girawat, amazing. He probably sees a lot of similarities to what's happening in Singapore here, right? So, and we need logistics as well, right? So he's already shown us some business cases, right? There's the opportunity here. So this is where startups from other parts of the world can come here and say, hey, you know what, we've already know that this works. Let's find some local investors that will put money into the growth here and see what happens. And I think that's really where you've made the effort to come out here and show us what's possible, and that gives me hope as well, and it gives investors light at the end of the tunnel as well, and more likely to invest in those ideas. So thank you for coming, and thank you for showing us, that the technology works. There's a business model around it, and it's worth investing.
Yeah, so the question we're talking about, essentially, how can we create alternative sources of funding, essentially, for a startup ecosystem that might not necessarily be unicorn in nature, right? So essentially, maybe there's some early stage startups, and so how can early investors or government kind of help in this stage?
Oh, no, absolutely. Well, one of the major projects or activities of the Miami-Dade Digital Commission is creating policy, getting a permanent oversight board. Fun fact, there's 36 community oversight boards for Dade County, and these are boards that have a permanent employee who's the kind of manager of the board, but then you have elected people from the community of experts for that industry or that sector, and we have them for all types of things, for movies, for the Black community, the Asian community, LGBTQ, for real estate, for traffic, for police, for everything, interfaith. There's not one oversight board for technology. So that's a principal thing that we are that I've a resolution that I've authored and will submitted and should pass early next year. But having a general policy that at least just gives the definitions and the jurisdictions, descriptions, just introduce it into the code, into the language, because currently there's not one mention or utterance of AI or and for crypto or quantum for that matter in the Florida statutes or the Miami-Dade codes, and that has to change. If you get into any discrepancy and want to have a lawsuit, it's going to be very difficult. You're going to have to use proxy words, determinations, and if you have a good lawyer, they can wiggle right on out of that thing, right? So that's something that has to happen, our oversight board, but then a pilot program, a comprehensive county-sponsored pilot to actually have members of that board help run and facilitate the integration, the demonstration, the evaluation, certification, and eventual integration of these technologies now, right? It's better for inoculation, to be inoculated, to be vaccinated, than to wait until you have something happens and you catch something, and now you're trying to inject that to your system. Now you have to have emergency committee, emergency review. Better that we start these things now, at least create the frameworks of them, right? And with this, we can increase the confidence of investors, right? To say, you know what, I mentioned earlier that the entities that are going to own the future are going to have the strongest AI. And the strongest AIs are going to be developed by the most robust data sets, right? there currently is not a American municipality that has AI incorporated into their municipal system. Miami will be the first. So if you're a company and you have a little Charmander baby AI system, Charmander, and it's just, you got some customers, some clients, some groups, it's eating that data, it's growing. Well, we want to feed it on the 100 petabytes a day from the third largest municipality in America. Get it to a Charizard. All right. I'm sure you can get 10, 11, 15x just for the announcements to say, hey, the first municipality, our AI is going to actually be able to grow from that. Right? Us structuring that, creating that house that is signaling out to the world will allow us to systemize and to uniform different investors, to take a little bit of the ease off. There's not just a willy-nilly, oh, AI company, oh, I don't want to invest, but this is actually a system, and it has long-term benefit by being in this program, this pilot for Miami-Dade County.
Thank you. And this will be we'll go ahead and close out with Nardo's answer. So thank you very much. So Nardo, we'd love to hear your perspective.
If you take a look at all of the different states where everybody's going for, what everybody's going for is, oh, let me attract the unicorns, decacorns, right? And is there a word like centacorn? Like I don't know, right? So it's like 100x type companies, right? To basically try and attract those, that is a very, very hard thing to do. So in my earlier presentation, I kind of said, if you take a look at this compute tech stack, that's large, right? So in that compute tech stack, there are things in there that could be, unicorns and decacorns, but the majority of that won't be. So let me give you an example. If somebody is building a business that is a critical part of the supply chain, right? They're building a quantum coax cable. That is a lifestyle company, right? If somebody's building an attenuator, that is a lifestyle company. So if all the states are going after the unicorns and the decacorns and the centacorn, could it be an opportunity to, look at the ones that they're not going after, and you guys go after that, and you become a critical state for supply chain? So what I'm trying to do is give you a contrarian view in terms of how the U.S. usually work, right? So the view that you need to take sometimes is see if the things that are not attractive to a lot of VCs is that, right? Oh, it's a lifestyle company, but it is the kind of company that can create a state like this, right? If you have 100 companies in here that's doing supply chain in everything in the compute stack, and then if you add on materials, and these are like hard investments to make, but what you're going after is you're becoming the central state for these things that they don't care about. So guess what? You cornered that market, right? So all I'm saying is take a different look in terms of how you're building your ecosystem. Maybe it's not about bumping heads with other states. Maybe find out that maybe this gap of the critical supply chain, where it's lifestyle companies that's generating 50 million a year and it's worth 300 million as a company, that is maybe great.
Well, yeah, I think it really leaves a lot of food for thought. And I hope that this panel really helped everyone to figure out how we can all work together into the future to help make Miami a quantum hub for the future. So thank you everyone on the panel for this amazing conversation. And I look forward to talking more. So thank you, everybody. Yeah. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you. Picture time. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, speech and then picture with everyone, and we're good to go. Amazing. Yeah, if everyone just wants to come up, I mean, well, I guess we could do a
Speakers?
We'll
Did you
speak,
speak?
speakers first and then closing speech. Perfect. Yeah, let's just do that. So yeah, we'll come up with a picture at the end, and then we'll go. We'll first do the speech, and then
Finished yet?
Yeah. So I'm just gonna do some closing thoughts, right? So I just want to give a quick thank you to everyone that was involved in today, to our incredible audience, to Yara. Thank you so much. I want to give a special thank you to our volunteers as well, to all of our volunteers. They'll be coming out soon, so I want to make sure that they get their spotlight, but they'll be out in a moment. And I want to give a special thank you to, of course, Henry. Thank you so much for all of your help with the organization. And to Nardo as well for Qubits Ventures. Thank you so much for all of your help with GP Tuesdays Quantum Summit today. Thank you. Thank you. And to all of our speakers, Dr. Haidar, Victor, Girawat, everyone included, just thank you all so much. And go ahead, Yara.
Oh yeah, thank you so much everyone for coming, people flying into Miami. This means a lot to me that you came out. I guess from Israel, thank you again. So yeah, and Chairman Baudry, if you could help close us out with your offer for global collaboration, yeah. Yeah, his opportunities. That way there's an action plan for this, right? We didn't just make this happen to talk, but we want real action, yeah.
Peering over the precipice of a paradigm, preparing to pioneer a new path, realizing that the physical world can only be accepted as first, and that our digital reality can no longer be denied at last. Tectonic transitions caused by technology's position, with the prodigious potential to transform every tier and class. We've been entrusted this vision, so that with prudent decision, we all may be multiplied by this immutable math. Technology always changes. Humanity never changes. What is technology's mission, if not to improve the human condition? We have a chance like no one ever before. It is the most interesting time in Earth human history. We are the ones that see the forest for the trees. And it is with that responsibility that we come together with unity, with the mentality of community, and with an understanding that this technology has the potential to help you and me and everyone that we care about. So this is why we started the Miami-Dade Digital Commission, right, to cover the expanse of our voices, to move in a unified way, to change the manner in which we view and think of government from a androgynous automaton to a powerful toddler that we must not get frustrated with or angry with, but to see that we have to help lead it to where it needs to go. Not expected to know what we know or to do the things that we expect it to do, but to understand that it's our responsibility to do that. And that's why we're taking the initiative to write the policies for our crypto payment systems, our blockchain systems that are being integrated into the county, and now with our AI policy convention, and next with our quantum policy convention, and the other events that we have that help to frame the policy, procedural, and protocol methods of how we actually use it. Right? I am extremely lucky to be with you all. I feel extremely blessed to know what I know and to be connected with you. So as we stand on and walk towards this road, I thank you for allowing me to take your hand and take our hands together, because it's together as humans that we are actually going to move the technology in our entire country forward. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Chairman. Really appreciate everything. Thank you. Yeah, we're looking forward to being there in January. Thank you. And thank you again so much. I want to give a special thank you also to our volunteers for making this happen. Thank you, Iris, Sandeep, Vicente, Anna, everyone. Felix was here as well. I think we should all get a picture with our volunteers and everyone here. And if you like what we're doing, please, if you are interested in supporting, go ahead and reach out to me after or anytime, and we're happy to, continue making these amazing events weekly and monthly and yearly. So amazing. Everyone enjoy your time, enjoy your reception, and have some great conversations. Thank you.